Hello and welcome everyone to another episode of Closer Encounters. I am your host, Clarence Mitchell, coming to you live from somewhere, Minnesota. Would you like to be a guest on Closer Encounters? Or maybe you know someone that would like to be a guest on Closer Encounters. Or maybe you have a story to share. Well, please shoot us an email, closerencounters.info@gmail.com. Again, that's closerencounters.info@gmail.com. For everything, Closer Encounters, updates, all things going on, check us out, www.facebook.com/Closer Encounters Radio. Again, www.facebook.com/Closer Encounters Radio. And please don't forget to like, follow, and share. Well, hello and welcome everyone to another day of Closer Encounters. Contact with Closer Encounters, day 2. Yes, we're going to have a good day today, no doubt about it. A lot better than yesterday. At least we're keeping our fingers crossed, right? Yeah, we lost a couple of guests yesterday because of technical stuff and whatever, but it's what happens when you're doing these kinds of shows. So, but today's much better. We got a lot more guests coming in, a lot more information, some really good stuff. So, I hope you guys are joining in and stuff, are really going to like it. So, happy Palm Sunday to those that partake in that. Had I remembered that it was Palm Sunday, I would have probably, done this differently. But, I forget about things like that, but that's okay. Anywho, we have with us today again is Omar from Watchers Talk. Hello, Omar. How are you, sir?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Good.
Today
Mr. Rob?
Fun day today.
Yes, absolutely. And we got Mr. Rob Yaxmeyer from Full Spectrum Universe. How are you, sir?
Very good. How are you, my friend?
Good. Yeah, we do expect Rich Giordano from Goofon sometime today. I'm not sure when, but I'm sure we wore him out yesterday. So
yeah, and if you guys, I haven't had the chance to go and check out his channel, I would recommend that you do. I checked it out last night, and I watched this show, and damn, it was a lot of fun. I was laughing my face off, and I really like his angle. He brings a humor into it, but again, he's talking about some pretty serious stuff. right? But with humor attached to it, and I really enjoyed that. So you guys should go and check it out. I'll grab a link to his YouTube channel and post it in the comments, and go check that out.
Absolutely, yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, it was funny. Omar and I were in there last night. We watched the whole show from beginning to end, and we were just freaking rolling. Look at this, guys. Here we go. Look at that. I just looked down at my phone. Again, that's 2 days in a row. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I remember you showed me yesterday.
Unbelievable. Here you go.
9/11 over here.
Unbelievable. Yeah, see, it's crazy. That's just nuts.
And with 11 viewers.
Yeah.
Wow. 11 with 11 viewers. Right on. That's cool shit.
That's great. Well, yesterday was 4/4/44.
Yeah.
April 4th, 4/44. Yeah. Unbelievable.
That's crazy.
Ain't
That's
that
a little
crazy?
crazy.
I'm telling you, dude, it's like a plague. Look at that. It's still showing.
11/11.
Yeah.
That's my time.
It's like, yeah, there we go. Now it switched. Unbelievable. Yeah.
Now it's gone. Now it's gone. We can continue. Now the omen is gone.
It's like, wow.
It's like the plague. Meanwhile, the plague is right outside your door.
Yeah, right. It's like just knock, knock, knock. Anyway, I want to welcome, Kevin Cummins is with us. Dave Ruker is with us. Julie's with us. Hello, Christine and Nick. Hello, Bella. How are you, dear? Glad to see you guys are with us. Fantastic. I just wanted to mention, even though yesterday's show was kind of a tipsy-turvy kind of thing, with guests missing and stuff like that, we still had well over 2,000 views on our Facebook page. So that's pretty awesome. So
the stars did align.
Yeah, that global thing just, kicks in and it works out really well. So that's pretty awesome.
I think we did pretty good yesterday with, guests being AWOL and such, and we carried the show forward and, had a really interesting talk with Elle, and then, great discussion with Richard. Right. And, so I thought it was a pretty good talk. It was a good day yesterday. It was, break the ice kind of deal. Right. So today should be a lot of fun. Right. Got a lot of guests coming in and going out. And I shot Billy Carson a message, and I know that he's online, but he hasn't seen my message yet.
Okay.
Right. So hopefully he can address that, soon enough.
Yeah.
But I talked with Michael Feely this morning about half an hour ago, and I forwarded him the link to the studio, and he said, "Thanks so much. See you then." So he should be coming on at about 9:55, and that will be about a 3-hour presentation. Let me see. He says new information. That's cool. I like that.
Cool.
He goes, okay, Omar, I shall do a full webinar for you. Right on, my brother. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
He said, my pleasure. Some new information too as part of it. And so we got some new ET information coming in. As we know, Michael is a contactee.
Yes.
He has, he's had physical and telepathic contact with extraterrestrials. He is a channeler, and
I really enjoyed his last show he did with you and Clarence. It was top notch.
Just a week ago, wasn't it? I think.
Yep.
Like
And let me just say this: anytime that three men can hold a conversation for 8 hours straight, I would have to say that we did a fairly good job.
Oh yeah.
No quiet spots. We did pretty well for 8 hours,
Yeah, pretty much.
And today shall be the same. There's not really going to be any. It's not going to be too much talking by us today. So,
Right.
when Michael comes on, he's going to do a roughly 3-hour presentation, and that about an hour and a half in, we'll take about a 10-15 minute break. right, to give Mike's head a rest for a few minutes, right? And then at
Sure.
that time, we'll hit him up with questions and such. And, while he's doing his presentation, we'll just mute ourselves and allow him to do what he needs to. And then when the break comes, we'll slam him with questions and then go back to doing what we're doing. And then after he's done, then we'll go to the audience for questions. And then, of course, we'll have questions. And then, then we'll have a nice chat with Mike afterwards. And then right after him, we've got Mr. Erdman and Mr. Morningstar coming in. Hopefully, Mr. Morningstar can make it in because he's right in the middle of the pandemic in New York, right? So
Right.
hopefully he can make it. I talked to Mr. Erdman this morning, and he's down. He's getting ready, and he said he's going to shoot Mr. Morningstar another message to remind him that we have a show today at 2:00. So hopefully he can be he can get that happening for us, and then we'll have a nice panel talk with a couple of UFO researchers, and then after that, of course, we've got Billy Carson, and then after Billy Carson, we've got Alexander Tulloch. We'll have him come on, and and then we'll disseminate his information. And then that should be, that should take us towards the end of the day. Now, just in case if Billy Carson can't make it, what I'll do is I'll take that spot, and then I'll do my webinar just to fill that time in. And if Billy does make it, because he's a pretty busy guy, right? So if he
absolutely.
make it, and if he doesn't make it, then I'll run my webinar tomorrow, and so that way, all our guests, they can get their, their time. I especially wanted Alex to get his full time in because he has a lot to share, a lot of information.
Yeah.
Right? So, that was one of our primary reasons yesterday of not bringing him on, because he would have only gotten like 45 minutes, right?
Right.
We don't want that. We want a full discussion. We don't want it to be rushed, right? Because we want to allow our viewers to question him as well, right? Because they're going to have a lot of questions. We're going to have a lot of questions. And, so it should be a fun day today. Really looking forward to this.
Absolutely.
It's going to be a great day.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of people, a lot of information coming through today.
See, VJ's with us. She says, "Good morning, everyone. I will be in and out today, but will try to be here as much as I can. Break a leg, guys." Thank you, VJ.
I'll message Sherry, my buddy. She's a huge follower of Michael Feely.
Cool.
So I'm sure she's going to want to hear this.
Julie, I have to laugh. 3 men talking for 8 hours equals honorary women, LOL. Okay, I got the hair, but that's it. That's as far as I go. That's funny.
Hi, Julie. Thank you for calling me an honorary woman. I'll take it.
I gotta love my people. I tell you, I love how our group is. It's like Richard's group last night on his show. Them guys and gals that he has, they just they cut up, they have fun.
Oh
yeah. My gosh, they just definitely devoted.
Yeah, he's got a fantastic fan base there.
Yes, he does. Yeah,
and he's got a fantastic show as well. So I can see why he has such great fans and supporters and such, because I really enjoyed the show last night. I truly did. And I'm not one of those guys that goes around listening to radio shows and such on the internet. Go imagine.
Right. Yeah.
I'm mostly into, when I go on YouTube, I'm mostly looking for like documentaries, right? News, maybe, look for, murderers and serial killers and things like that, right? What I look for. When I do come across, talk shows, kind of like, I follow the Last American Vagabond. He's got some really good stuff. High impact blogs. That guy, he's pretty good. But most of the time I pass on it.
Right.
Last night when I was listening to Goof on Radio, I was right off the beginning. I was, he caught me, hook, line, sinker right in the first 2 minutes, and I was like, oh fuck, it was making me laugh, so I just stuck around, right? Because I like laughing. And then we just laughed all the way through. It was like, oh my god!
I'm telling you, yeah, it was pretty crazy.
This guy.
Yeah, he's something else. He really is.
And good for him, all the donations he was getting, right? 11-11, 11-11, 11-11. So his fan base understands, the 11-11, and right. So that's very good. To have a woke fan base is always a bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
I kind of like what we got going on. Like our viewers are very awake. They know what's going on. You can't pull a wool over their eyes.
Nope, that's for sure.
And they have tried, and they've called them out.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's funny. Hey, that's what it's about, though. I mean, if you see something that just kind of doesn't add up,
Well, that was the point of this whole show too, right? Was to see the difference between real contact and made up contact, right?
Yeah.
Or somebody's fantasy, or somebody's bullshit, or maybe even like a CIA misinformationer.
Right.
Who knows? Because
those very well could be the case.
Yeah, those kinds of people are out there, right? CIA agents, because we don't know who a fuck CIA agent is, and these guys are pretty sticky on when it comes to like UFO research and alien abductions and such. Look at Tyler from Secure Team 10. He stumbled upon something that I think that he shouldn't have, and that was about how long ago was that, baby? Well, 6, 7, 8 months ago.
Yeah, he's in jail though.
No, he's out.
Is he?
Yeah, he's out. I guess him and his wife got into a spat, and he was probably drunk, and something happened, and the cops got called. He got arrested.
Yeah.
And and then from there, from the looks of it, he moved out. He's in a new place with new equipment, and he said he was making a documentary, and he was going to start making videos again soon, but he hasn't done that, right? And it's kind of weird because he did a video on a UFO being moved on a truck, and or on a semi truck, and then right after that, his channel kind of went down, right? No more videos coming out of him. There was fucking men in black hanging around outside his house. He had to go and get surveillance cameras, putting them outside his house, and so he was under surveillance, right? And something happened. He was threatened, and he said that he was threatened, right, when he was arrested and taken to the cop shop, and they kind of hinted towards why he was being arrested. Right, and it had to do with his UFO research, because they were just blatantly telling him, you can't do that anymore. You have to stop. Right, so he came across something. Right, so it is a pretty dangerous field to be in. So when I say that these CIA agents are running around spreading misinformation, I literally mean, spooks running around fucking spreading misinformation to confuse the masses, right? So when somebody else comes along, somebody legit that says, hey, I was abducted, kind of like, say, Betty Hill, right? And, they're trying to discredit people like that, right? Through this type of disinformation, misinformation. And these people know that people are gullible, right? And they want to believe that someone was abducted. They want to hear that person's story as to what happened, because it hasn't happened to them, and it's something different, right? And everyone's of course going to be interested in that. I know I am, because of the fact that it's different. Hasn't happened to me, has happened to very few people, and I want to know what the fuck goes down, right? So, I'm gullible in that aspect as well, because I want to believe so bad. Then a predator comes along and feeds you misinformation, And then that discredits the next person, because next time I'm talking to somebody, I'm going to be thinking back on the last person, going, "Oh, well, that last person bullshitted me. So how do I know this person isn't bullshitting me?"
Right.
Like,
Exactly.
throws a doubt into the research, which is really shitty in itself, because we should be trying to get to the bottom of the truth and not trying to sift through heaps of shit and trying to get to the truth. But I guess it is what it is, right? But,
Well, that's just it. I mean, and there again, I guess it depends on what people are actually looking for, but some people are just in it to, to just look at videos and do whatever, and other people are actually in it for real information. I guess it depends on that. So there is the entertainment side of it. Like a few of the YouTube channels and stuff that they'll put up everything they can, and it's going to be up to the viewer, of course, to always decide what's real and what isn't real. And so based on their content. Hello, Jeremy. I see Jeremy's in. Kevin asks, what do you think of the way these stupid politicians that are running our lives when they can't run their own lives? The Scottish health minister does what she wants, visiting her own holiday second home with her family, while supposed to be in lockdown. She tells everyone else to stay in their homes. Yeah.
Yeah, they're hypocrites, Sir Kev. These are hypocrites, and they have different standards for themselves and then different standards for the citizens.
Yeah.
And I continue to go back to the citizen is because these politicians view you as a citizen. Mm-hmm. They don't see you as a human being. They don't see you as, live birth, flesh and blood. Right. You're simply a person to them, a corporation, and a citizen. And a citizen is essentially a slave. Either you're a slave to the Queen or you're a slave to your constitution. The fact is that, you've been labeled and designated as a slave. So, when these people are saying that this is what you need to do and this is what needs to happen, they're talking to slaves. They're not talking to human beings. And that's why these people have these double standards. Like in America, we have to be in quarantine for like 14, 15 days, while Charlie, the wife killer over there, gets only 7 days in isolation. So what's the deal with that?
Right.
I kind of thought about that, and I think that reptilians are immune to this COVID. So that's probably why he's walking around, and and then that reptile queen. Supposedly she has COVID, and she seems to be walking around.
Doesn't her son also have it? Isn't it Charles, or who is it?
Yeah,
which one is it?
Charlie, the wife killer.
Yeah.
Charlie to kill Diana.
Right.
I call him Charlie, the wife killer. And then of course his mother, right? She's the reptile queen.
Right.
And that's what they are. I've been following David Icke for an awful long time now, since the 90s anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been saying all along that these are reptilians, and they're shapeshifters, and and people, because they don't understand what a shapeshifter is, they automatically think that you're kind of like Odo from Star Trek, right? From Deep Space Nine, that you can metaphysically change your shape. That's the impression that these people have. But actually what's going on is, because we're interacting with the Matrix, you can change your vibrational frequency and you can appear to be something different. So underneath that vibration, that mask that they're wearing, these things are actually archonic based life, beings.
Mm-hmm.
And they vibrate at the same frequency as we do, so they appear to be human to us. Right. But underneath that facade, they're actually not.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
and
another thing about all this is not to get too far into this conspiracy, is there is a global cleansing coming. It's on its way.
Well,
you can see it by the people being awake, and they're doing like practice meditations in mass to try and help steer this positive energy. And As we're finding out, I know some people follow the QAnon stuff, some people don't. Some people think it's bullshit. Some people think it's religious.
Well,
but you know, regardless of which way you feel, there is something coming. I can feel it. A lot of people in our field feel it because there has to be a change. Things are getting too far towards the state controlling your whole being, your whole essence, and it's not going to be tolerated for much longer.
I'll just give you my insight on Q as far as that goes. Now, if you remember back a few years ago, they had Anonymous back in that time. And of course, that all went by the wayside, because the whole thing got, each group didn't know what the other group was doing, and it all got mixed up and it fell apart. Okay.
Yeah.
And as far as I'm concerned right now with Q, to me, it's just one of those old anonymous groups or whoever starting back up again. That's the way I'm looking at it. So it makes me very skeptical, as far as that
goes.
Here's
what happened with Q. And I don't know this for sure, but from what I understand is Q, the people who made Q had Q for 3 days. After that, it got hijacked for disinformation.
Well,
so their intention was good when they started, but because somebody had to be a high level functioning person who functions within our government to know what was going to happen. Well, so after that, because with the way that they're talking and they're talking about Trump and things like that, so they started with good intentions, but 3 days after they started, the globalists literally took it over.
Yeah,
and they said, okay, here's what it's going to be, and it is what it is. Now we're going to feed people some bullshit so they feel like it's coming, but it's not. Yeah. But regardless, even still, it's still, it's not working the way that the hijackers wanted it to. What's happening is it's having it's resonating with a lot of people, regardless of whatever it is. And I feel that there's going to be a major backlash and backblow from not per se what they do, but from the situation in itself that the globalists are putting together. I believe that there is a shadow government controlling everything, trying to take our liberties, and I think that it's not going to be tolerated much longer. People are waking up.
There is a shadow force. I wouldn't really call it a government. It's a shadow force that's operating on our planet that has ingrained itself into high levels of our government and bureaucratic officials and such. And those are the ones that are, essentially leading the way. They're puppets, right? But leading the way. But the actual force, that actually runs the planet is unseen, right? We'll never see them, and we'll never hear from them because they're not Earthlings, right? They're from someplace else, and an interesting thing, in the last couple of days. Yesterday, I read an article of 35,000 kids being rescued from child trafficking, and we can.
I'm sorry. I just going to say I couldn't find anything on that whatsoever in the real news. So
I'll send you a link. And these rescues happened, coincidentally in the states that are in lockdown: Florida, California, New York, and Washington. So I find a bit interesting that that's taking place, and and then having listened to David Wilcox there earlier on last week or later last week, he mentioned something like that. So, and it was like what I was saying yesterday. I don't dismiss anything. I just take information, put it in the back, and I'll allow it to accumulate. And then once it accumulates, then there's a tipping point, and that either that tipping point's for the positive or it's for the negative. Either it's going to give me a confirmation of what's happening or it's not, right? So if it's not, then, there's no skin lost off my ass, and then I'll just, toss it. But if it does confirm what I'm thinking, then of course I'm going to bring that out and I'll talk about it.
Absolutely.
Pedophilia and adrenochrome are going to be their downfall. That's what's going to happen. No matter no matter what system you believe in religiously or, let's say spiritually, harm to kids like that, it will end result will be your downfall for sure
Yeah,
every time.
I don't really agree with any isms, right? Because to me, isms are part of the control process to entrap you into the matrix even further. To me, it's kind of like the afterlife program, right? Like spiritualism, right? We don't need to be spiritual. We just simply need to be aware of ourselves. And when we become aware of ourselves, then we are essentially living in the zenith of that spiritualism, right? Because spiritualism is a program, it's a brain program, which it gets you to worship something. It's always about worshiping something, and in spiritualism it's worshiping spirits, or it's worshiping energy, or whatever the case may be. So that's kind of, to me, it's the same as the religious programs where they say, if you do good you'll go to heaven, and if you do bad you're going to go to hell, but God loves you, right?
Yeah.
So to me it's all part of that same program mentality to entrap you in the into the matrix. Because it's like I did a talk with a guy last year, and he told me that he had an out of body experience, and that he had died, and he saw Jesus. And then I asked him, I said, well, tell me what Jesus looked like. Right. So this guy goes on to tell me what Jesus looks like. And he was giving me, Begoria's son, right? The Jesus that we see today. But we know from historical facts and through research that the current Jesus that people worship today was in fact really not the true Jesus Christ, because that guy was the son of some Caesar, a warmongering Caesar. So when I when he gave me the description of the Begoria Jesus, at that time, it really struck me about the afterlife program. Because when you believe something, and you're going to manifest that reality for yourself, whether it's right now or whether it's when you depart your body computer avatar. Your thinking and your thought process then goes into that afterlife, into the heaven program or into the hell program, and then you're entrapped in deeper into the matrix. Now, if you say to yourself, I don't believe in heaven, I don't believe in hell, I don't believe in any of that, and when my body computer avatar expires, I'm going to rejoin the infinite consciousness, because right now I am the whole become the one. So the goal is for the one to become the whole. Right. So in order for the one to become the whole, you have to sidestep that heaven program and that hell program, because if you go there, you're going to be entrapped in there for eternity. You know how they say you'll be stuck there forever?
Right.
The point is to entrap you into that sub matrix, so that these things, this archonic force that's controlling us, continues to feed off of your dense energy. Say you create this hell for yourself, and you're in that hell, and you're in pain, and you're being tortured, and whatever the case may be, you're going to vibrate at a very low distortion, and then that's food for these people. Now, if you go and look at all the religions and all the stipulations that are there, how many people are actually going to go to heaven?
Yeah.
What I'm saying? Not too many. Like maybe 1 out of 10 will go to heaven, and the rest are going to hell. They're going to hell because it's been programmed that way for them to go to hell, so that they vibrate at a lower distortion, so these things can continue to feed off of us. So now if you say to yourself, well, no, I'm not going to heaven, I'm not going to hell, I'm going to rejoin myself with the whole, right? So I'm one, and I'm going to go back to the whole, and I'll be part of the infinite consciousness again. And then this way you sidestep all the dimensions that are placed in within the matrix, like the third dimension, fourth dimension, fifth dimension, sixth, seventh, eighth. I'm a light being from the eighth dimension. It's like, well, okay, you're a light being from the eighth dimension, but you're still part of this frequency that's entrapped in this matrix, and you're just 9 layers deeper into this matrix. So you're essentially trapped here, and you don't know that you're trapped here. And the only way to escape this matrix is by, making yourself believe that such a thing doesn't exist, because that'd be the end of you. You'll be stuck there for an awful long time until either the matrix deteriorates, or you somehow escape from it, right? Otherwise, you're kind of screwed. And then that's why these religion programs are placed there, especially when we were talking these cube religions that are kind of popped up in the last couple of thousand years, like Christianity and Islam and Judaism. Christianity being the oldest, 2,000 years, and then we have Islam that came in like 500 years after. So that religion's about 1,500 years old, and Judaism is about the same, 1,500 to 2,000 years old. So this program is essentially introduced to us in the last couple of thousand years of this monolithic religion where you believe and worship a single God. And then from there, that God is telling you that, hey, if you misbehave, I'm going to torture you forever. But if you do good, I'm going to send you to, 72 virgins and, rivers of grapes and pineapples. It's all bullshit.
I prefer one that knows what it's doing, but that's a different point altogether.
Yeah.
No, but basically what I was trying to say is, regardless of what you believe in, that the downfall of these people will be the attacks on children and taking their lives away, in a sense. They're finding out that a lot of these children that they found don't even have birth certificates. They were bred in those tunnels for specific reasons.
Yeah.
And that's going to be, whatever you believe in, that's going to be where it stops, because no force of nature will let that happen to children like that without any kind of repercussion.
And from the looks of it, and from what I understand, that's why Trump is where Trump is. Trump didn't want to be a president. He wasn't interested in being a president. And some grassroots organization reached out to him and contacted him and, essentially begged him to become president, because they needed somebody who can finance their own campaign to become president. And they knew that he'll be able to do it. So, after he was debriefed and he found out exactly what was going on, he stepped in and said, okay, I'll do it. Because if you listen to him, he said it many times, this child trafficking and stuff, it's not going to happen on his watch.
Right.
He said it a number of times, and he's very vocal about it. Right. So, when a guy, is saying that, I'm not going to allow this kind of shit to happen to kids on my watch, then, instantly in my books, he's a good guy.
Yeah,
exactly. Guys, I don't give a shit if he's dropping 120 bombs in Iraq every single day. I don't care. His primary goal is to, save the kids.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, he went about it as not taking any favors from anybody else, which is not likely, because every president up to this point has to invest in some kind of special interest group to finance his run, and he has to give back where they gave previous. So that was one of the things that he did that was a lot different, which is one of the reasons why I supported him specifically, because he didn't owe anybody anything. And if he lost, oh well.
Well, he wasn't political to begin with. He's just a regular guy,
right,
with a lot of money. I mean, he wasn't, he wasn't from the political thing, And what's ironic about him is, throughout the years, you would see him in little snippets of commercials and different things, and da-da-da. And there were many times, like, he's been, back when he was doing Trump Tower and stuff, and interviewed by, like, Diane Sawyer or somebody, and they would ask him, what do you see in the future for you, He goes, oh, I don't know. She goes, well, what do you want to do when you become retired or whatever? He goes, maybe I'll run for president. This is like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And sure enough, here he is. Yeah,
I think he's got a time machine, or his uncle had one.
somebody
I think
kind of
his uncle took Nikolai Tesla's stuff. His uncle actually has some of Nikolai Tesla's paperwork, and
really.
yeah, there's a story about it. It's pretty crazy. I don't know if you know it, but
Yeah.
His uncle, I know the one that you're talking about. I think it was his uncle or his grandfather or something that after Tesla died, went into his hotel room and emptied out his hotel room because he was, like a CIA asset, and
right.
And then from there, he had Tesla's technology, right? Tesla's
And
information. It'd be a really
I didn't know that. Yeah.
they also found this story about, I don't remember exactly where I heard it or how I heard it, but there was a story that was like told like a fairy tale of a kid named Don, going to the future and then coming back and talking to his uncle of something, and eventually Don becomes king in the story. So and I think the uncle has his uncle's name too. It's kind of like they say it's like a prophetic kind of story, but it doesn't really make sense to be prophetic. But
Right.
You listen to it and you're like, wait a minute, what? It kind of makes sense, like it makes you stop for a second and think. But it's like a fairy tale. It's a modern day fairy tale. It's different, but like you said, that's why I supported him in that sense. A lot of people are left or right. I'm neither. If I see a candidate that's going to be better at what they're going to do and help people, I'll vote Republic. I'll vote Democrat. I'll vote Independent. If I see that there could be a change, I'll go. I tote both party lines, but see, both parties are of the same bird, so it's not like, we're both different wings on the same bird.
Yeah.
We need. What would be an interesting project to do is, how we know that, out of the 43 presidents, or how many is there? 44, 43 presidents America's had, that all but one are related. We should look into and
do a breakdown of it, right?
Yeah, like there was this little girl from Montreal. I think she's only like 15, 16 at the time. She's probably about 18, 19 now. But for a school project, she decided that she was going to do a genealogy research on all the presidents of the United States. And so she got them all together and she started breaking down their genealogy, and come to discover that all of them, except for one, were related. Either they're distant cousins, or, they're indirectly their cousins, or whatever the case. But they, I forgot which one is not related. I think it was like Lincoln that wasn't related. But then after that,
maybe it's Howard Taft. Howard Taft is a lot different than a lot of the other presidents. He was huge.
I don't know, but I think it would be interesting to check out Donald Trump's genealogy and see if he is actually related to any of these presidents, because like I said, we know that all of them are related. Even movie stars like Brad Pitt and even Oprah, she's related to all these presidents. I mean, like literally all of them. And not to mention that not only the American presidents are related, but the Canadian prime ministers are all related to the American presidents, and the British, prime ministers and such, they're all related. So it seems to be a global thing where these guys are like, picking and choosing from their own family tree and placing them in positions of power. And that's what I was saying earlier about that shadow government, that shadow force that's placing, puppets in.
I want to make an assumption right now. I bet you all of those people that you're talking about that are related between Canada and America and the prime ministers of England, they all have some kind of family tree that extends back to the royal French family that Jesus was a part of after Mary Magdalene left.
Probably goes back to Egypt, right?
You know what? Now that you're saying that, that makes more sense. Probably the pharaohs of Tutankhamun and Akhenaten.
Everything seems to go back to ancient Egypt. Well, I shouldn't say ancient Egypt. I should say current Egypt, because ancient Egypt is ancient Egypt, and the current Egypt like Nefertiti and Tutankhamun and all these guys, they're they're more closer to us than they are to the pyramid builders.
Right.
Right, to the ancient Egyptians. In fact, we can't even call them ancient Egyptians because they weren't Egyptians, right? Egypt was only created just a few thousand years ago. So
they were hybrids. They were hybrids, all of them, especially Akhenaten. Akhenaten was the first one to be portrayed as he really was in real life in all of his statues, with a pot belly, small, long face. That I remember.
If you look at Akhenaten, his body structure, and then you go over to Easter Islands and you look at the Moai, right? And the Moai that they've dug out, and you see their body, they have the pot belly as well,
right.
just like Akhenaten.
You see, what's crazy is that if you think back at those times, how food wasn't scarce, but they had like people that would be built like gods, like Zeus, with big muscles and all that. You know who really were like the very well-off people? Would have been the person with the pot belly who could sit on his ass and eat food all day long, not worrying about anybody. That would be the real sign of power. You know what I mean? Not some big muscular demigod, but the guy with the pot belly, the dad bod.
Like Buddha?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's funny.
Which president did you say earlier that would not be related?
Taft.
Okay, no. It says the one president who is reportedly not related to John Lackland. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. All presidents bar one directly descendant from medieval, from probably from Vlad. Right, all these presidents are probably from Vlad. There's that little girl that I was talking about. Is ruling in the genes. All presidents bar one directly descendant from a medieval English king. So it's while we're waiting for Mike here, he should be coming in here pretty quick.
Yeah.
Barack Obama, Thomas Jefferson, George W. Bush, and the other past U.S. presidents have in common, besides holding the coveted title of Commander-in-Chief, it appears that all of them but one are cousins.
Wow.
That's crazy. You know what? That's like I saw something on Discovery Channel about Genghis Khan, and Genghis Khan's empire reached from the far reaches of Russia, which is like almost Japan, all the way into the Middle East. And they say that 1 out of every 13 people within that region are related to Genghis Khan because he had like 72 wives and produced so many children.
Yeah, 10% of the population in Mongolia, they're all related.
Yeah, I'm talking about from Saudi Arabia all the way to Russia and this whole region.
Yeah.
1 out of every 13 people are related to him.
That guy,
I like to find his tomb. Yeah, I like to find out where they buried him. They never,
You'll never find out.
Yeah, I know.
He was revered as a god. He was the ultimate Mongolian leader.
They've got a big mausoleum for his burial. It's a great big white building with horses, and you can go on Google Earth and go down and have a look.
He's not buried there. He's just that's a myth. He's buried out in the middle of Russia somewhere.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a secret deal that when they buried him, he was never supposed to be found.
No, that was the purpose. They didn't want anybody to find him. They probably put him in a cave like they did to Jesus, and put a rock in front of it so you'll never find it.
It could be. Yeah, you never know. I know people have been searching for it for a number of years, but yeah.
It's supposed to have a lot of gold in it. It's supposed to have a treasure in it. That's why, a serious treasure.
That he was an extraterrestrial, and he just simply left, and that's why there's no grave.
I've heard that theory too.
I've heard that too.
Same with Alexander the Butcher. Same with him. Could it be that he too was an extraterrestrial and he left, and that's why they can't find his grave?
Right. Yeah.
Very well could be.
All of these guys, all of these presidents, right? This remarkable discovery was made by 12-year-old Prejan I can't pronounce her last name, who created a groundbreaking family tree that connected 42 or 43 U.S. presidents to one common and rather unexpected ancestor, King John of England.
Wow. Huh. That's crazy.
Okay,
That is rather insane.
Mike just shot me a message. He goes, just a few net issues. I told him to open with Chrome, so he should be with us here
Okay.
shortly. I'm just looking to see which
president is it?
John is also known as John Lackland, is renowned for signing the Magna Carta in 1215, which limited the monarch's power and helped form the British Parliament. John's other claim to fame or infamy is that he was depicted as the villain in the Robin Hood tales. Which one is not related is what I'm interested in. And I'd like to know. And I'd like to know if President Trump.
I don't think he's probably he's probably related too somehow.
Oh, there's
That's
Michael.
why he even had him shot.
There's Michael. We got him. Hello, Mr. Feely. How are you, sir?
Right on.
Hello, guys. Good evening. Sorry about that. There's a few internet issues. I do apologise.
Prophet Mike, how you doing, brother?
Not too bad, thank you. Not too bad. I'm here at least.
Right on, right on. How is
Hi, Mike. Nice to meet you.
How is your isolation going, Mike?
Yeah, I haven't been out very far other than what I needed to do, just in case. But you know, people are getting a bit sick and tired of being in now. So I think that's something's going to happen soon. People are just going to get.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen as well. Hopefully, this week can go back to normal here pretty quick and be done with all of this isolation and stuff like that.
We're locked in New York until the 30th, April 30th, right now.
Oh, I think it's coming for Canada pretty quick too. We have, we can't travel from city to city now, or from province to province, and people are still not listening. Right, they're still doing their deed and out there having barbecues and such. And so I think the full lockdown for us is going to come here pretty quick, especially the Easter weekend coming up, right? They're afraid that people are going to start going to families' homes and start infecting each other and kind of what have you. So I'd like to see what's going to take place here in the next week. What's up, Gilbert?
I was supposed to be in Texas for Easter. That's where I was supposed to be. I had to cancel my flight. It's my birthday too, so I had to make sure that I was going to be around my family for it, but ended up being, I had to get credit from the airline because if I go to Texas right now, you'll be put in a 14-day quarantine once you get there, and I'm only staying for 5 days, so it doesn't really make sense, you know. But you can still fly there if you want to. You can still fly there if you want.
You're going 9 days time. You'll be all right then.
Yeah.
I got Richard here messaging me. Let me see what he's saying here, and I don't know if he's coming in or not. Or
I don't think he knows. But
really, no point of Richard coming on right now because Mike's gonna take over the screen here for the next few hours. If Rich wants to come on, I'd love to have him on when we're having a discussion with Alex. So everyone in the house, this is our annual event, Closer Contact with the Closer Encounters on your screen instead of the desert. This is like our little UFO con going on here this weekend. We started yesterday, had a marathon of 8 hours with our host Clarence from Closer Encounters and Rob from the Full Spectrum Universe, and of course myself, Omar, host of Watchers Talk on YouTube. Today we have ourselves a fantastic guest. We had him on last week, and we simply can't get enough of him. And I'm sure there's people in the crowd that feel the same as I. Like Star Child, for instance.
I'm excited for this. I'm right here. Are you kidding me? I'm excited for this. I want to hear what has to be said.
She loves Michael Feely. She has bought a number of the Michael's books, and she's disseminating that information like crazy. And so I'm sure she's going to have a shitload of questions. So with that being said, I will hand over the screen to Mr. Feely. And I don't think we need to do like any introductions of any kind, because I'm sure everyone in the crowd here knows who Michael is, because we've had him on Closer Encounters and we've had him on Watchers Talk. Mike's been on UFO Con with Coast to Coast with George Noory, Art Bell. The list goes on and on and on. Some pretty heavy hitters that Michael has been on. And recently he was in San Francisco, did the UFO Con talk there, and he got lucky and escaped San Francisco before it went into a lockdown, just to go back to Britain and go into a lockdown.
Better to be home than in San Francisco. Are you kidding me?
Better to be in lockdown at home.
They're literally defecating on the street.
The last thing
I would prefer to be home.
Michael is a author of. Michael is the author of many books. At least 15 to 20 books. He has ebooks and paperback books, and he is also a publisher. Seismic Books. One of those books actually I have from Nina Roberts. It's Not All Love and Light, which I agree with after reading it. Fantastic book. And Michael and his publishing company published that. And as well, Michael is working on children's books that are going to explain to the children of the decoded messages that he's discovered throughout time, and that he has explained to adults. It's very advanced knowledge. It takes a little bit of outside the cube thinking to adapt to that, but once you start listening, it definitely makes sense. It's not any nonsense. It's right in your face, true facts, real history, and Michael explains to you exactly how we've been lied to and how the truth has been covered up. And Michael is also a contactee. He has had ET contacts. He has channeled with ET to receive a lot of information that he's put into his books and shared with us. So I will post Michael's website address in the comments. So after the show is over, please go over there and have a look, purchase a book, and support Michael. Also, he has a YouTube channel, and I will post a link there of his channel as well. So go over there, subscribe to his channel, and show your support.
Yep.
And that's pretty much it. That's my introduction for Mike. You guys got anything you want to toss in?
No, I just want to say welcome back, Mike. Good to see you again.
Thank you. That week's gone very fast.
Yes, it has. It sure has. All righty.
Hey, Clarence, I'm going to just keep an eye on the private chat, Clarence, and what I'll do is I'll grab all of Mike's information and I'll put it into the private chat. And if you just want to grab it from there and put it into the live comments.
Sure. Okay.
And then I'm going to mute myself, and I suggest you guys do the same thing while Mike's talking.
Yeah, I'll bring him up full screen.
And then I guess we'll talk here in about an hour and a half, Mike, about that before you take the first break.
Okay. Yeah. What I'll do, I'll just say hello, and then I'll just make sure that my screen and my slideshow is all sharing, and then once you just confirm that for me, we'll then go. I do apologise. I seem to be having some internet issues today, so if I do disappear, then I'll come back as soon as I can. But let you know there's a few intermittent problems with my internet, which is strange, but nevertheless, just to want to warn you in advance. So again, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I was invited last week to do this, and it's always a pleasure to do it. For the next couple of hours, at least 2.5 hours or more, we're going to be going through a lot of information. Some of it is new information, some is she may well have heard before, but nevertheless, it all paints a picture, and it's all sort of necessary to keep repeating that. So I'm going to try and share my screen. Once I've done that, I'll bring my slideshow up, and then we'll start. I'm not a tech genius, so I do apologise. And I'm just trying to share. Can anyone tell me if my screen is sharing at all, or?
I think Clarence is in control of that.
Oh, thank you.
Clarence, you got the.
Clarence, can you see a slide on there? Wonders of the Universe.
No, actually, I don't. I think it's got to be on your end, Mike.
Let's have a look. Just trying to share the screen. Okay, let me try that.
There you go. Now I can add it.
And can you see that? That's brilliant. Thank you. That's always good. And can you just still see that?
Yes. There you go.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Now that's all confirmed.
Mike, maybe that banner on the bottom where it says stop sharing and hide. Maybe you want to click that hide. So that way we got that little message. There we go.
Thank you very much. What I like to do with my talks, instead of me just literally just sitting there and talking for 3 hours, I like to introduce a little bit of pictorials to it as well, which sort of emphasize the theme. So the talk that I'm going to do today is called Wonders of the Universe. And the reason I called it this is because I'm just going to go initially into this wonderful, shall we say, intelligent design that we're all a part of, that we all live amongst. Then I'll go into some ancient mysteries, and then later on in part 2, I'll be giving some photographic evidence and going through some of the contacts and some of the actual things that I've seen and witnessed. So the wonders of the universe. Quite obviously, when you actually look into the universe, you will see that whoever has created it is a mathematician, and that will become quite apparent. Even Galileo said that mathematics is the language in which God has written in the universe. Whatever you are, wherever you are, whatever star system you belong to, there is a mathematical program, even to the very core of our own being. And it's all by this wonderful, super intelligent design. Now, all of the orbits of the planets can be expressed in one single mathematical number, which is a singularly shared common denominator, which is called the Nineveh constant, which I'll go into a little bit more. But there you can see that mathematical formula that is the whole of the solar system and the orbits of the planets. And again, I will go into that in just a little while as to what that means. The reason it's written in such a way, 10 with that upward pyramid and then 10, is because it's an exponential notation, which is basically a mathematical shortcut, and it's a way of expressing a number which is either too big or too small to be written in a decimal form. Now we have a precession of the equinox in seconds. Now if you divide the Nineveh constant by 240, it is exactly what you will get. You will get the precession of the equinox, and that number is 240 is a precise harmonic of the number 24, which is the number of hours in the day. So we've gone from the precession of the equinox, which is 25,000 years, and we brought that straight back mathematically to 24 hours, which is the day. Now, there is another harmonic number, which is part of this divine order, which is 25, and expressed in the approximate number of Earth years in the precession of the equinox, 25,000. Now, the number 25 in the pyramid is indicated as the square of 5. A pyramid has 4 sides and a base, which is 5. The numerology for number 5 means the initiation into the mysteries of the universe. So within the pyramids of the world and within the pyramids of Egypt, they are actually writing the initiation into the mysteries of the universe. This is also prevalent biblically when we look at the Star of Bethlehem. And some people believe that the Star of Bethlehem was the first ever recorded UFO, but the Star of Bethlehem is an esoteric message. It is the pentagram, which is the number 5, and it's the symbol of the mysteries. Now, the whole story, the nativity story, is all to do with your inner Christ. Now, the pentagram, the symbol of the mysteries, leads wise men to their inner divinity, to their inner Christ, their inner Christos. So the whole story that you can see now, the Star of Bethlehem, is really the pentagram, which is the symbol of the mysteries. Venus orbits in a pentagram in the sky, and Venus is symbolized by the shell. So we have Venus, the pentagram, and the number 5, which is the initiation into the mysteries, on papal attire, as you can see, the shell on the former pope. I won't read this out, but I'll leave it on the screen long enough for the audience to actually read. But again, this is mathematical code in relation to the precession of the equinoxes and 25,920 years, and it comes all the way to the number 72. But again, if you just have a quick read of that, and we can go over it again if you miss any. Every 2,160 years, there is a change of zodiac sign. Now, when we look at 360 times 25,000, as you saw in the other slide, it gives you exactly 9 million days. Now, that is an exact harmonic of the number 9. Now, there are 9 pyramids because the number 9, again, is the number of esoteric man. It is the number of completed man. It is indicative of perfection or being perfect. So in the pyramid system, this is the harmonic number within the pyramid system. That is why there are 9 pyramids in Giza in Egypt. It is telling you about the perfect perfection, completed man through the initiations. Now, the great solar cycle gravitates towards a harmonic ideal of 25,000 Earth years in length. So again, we have the Earth and the solar cycle year all connected. It is really the Christ-like within all humanity. It is the grand solar system cycle which produces initiation or the high dimensional advancement. This is really the true harmonic of the law of one, as part of all the Ra stories that you may have heard. So now, during this talk, I'm going to take you through the whole of the world, through all of the ancient cultures throughout the world, and show you that they're actually connected beyond. I'm even going to take you beyond the Earth. I'm going to take you to the universe. I'm going to take you to planet Mars in particular, and Sidonian City, to show you a connection between the monuments on Mars and the monuments on Earth. There are messages that have been left for humanity to find, and they are in a monolithic or monumental format. These pyramids, in my belief, and I'll get to it later on in the talk, were not put there by the civilizations that used them. The Egyptians did not build the Great Pyramids, the Mayans didn't build their pyramids, and so on and so on. You can see, as part of this Egyptian tapestry, they had some kind of visitation. They had some kind of otherworldly visitors that would come and speak to them, and they actually documented the fact that this strange race came, gave them mathematical numbers, gave them mathematical secrets and other kinds of secrets. Quite clearly, as you'll see later, there has been an intervention with Earth and what we do on Earth. There's an ancient message of self that shows that modern science is really a long way behind what the ancients knew. By deciphering this coded knowledge that has been left for us, we basically can advance and develop as a species, and that is really why all these monuments were built and what they were used for. The very presence of higher dimensional beings around us, either in the skies or on the ground, is something called a spontaneous self-organization. Now, that is where a lower frequency can lift and match a higher frequency. So in other words, as humanity, as a low frequency, we can lift and raise ourselves to meet the higher frequency that is all around us by these beings, these otherworldly beings that are constantly around us. How did ancient man know so much? Because he was taught, because somebody taught him. And this is what happens to me. And this was a channeled message that was given to me, which was, at times, you wonder how you get the information you do. Well, my dear friend, we channel this to you. From the time you came to this earth, you were chosen to do this. You are not alone in this. We walk with you at all times. Just call us and we will be there for you. They are telling us, and they are leading us the way on how to become an enlightened and higher type of human. And that takes us all the way through every ancient culture of the world and beyond. They have left a higher message from a higher place so that we can connect to higher places. And this is just one of them. Why is it that the heads of Easter Island are the only part of this statue that are visible? Because it is referencing the divine mind, or as the Greeks called the Herma. And what it's telling us is that when we take our attention off the body, we get beyond self and we experience this realm as an awareness, as a consciousness, and not as a body with senses. In other words, we are not prisoned to the five senses. We get beyond the five senses to the ether, and we connect to the unified field. This is the divine mind. This is the secret as to why you can only see the heads of Easter Island, because he's talking about concentrating on the divine mind to get beyond self and to get beyond this realm. So who are we as humans, as people who walk around this earth? The universe, at its part, as what some people within the science community call the Big Bang, or the one-time beginning. The universe went from a monopole to a dipole, from one to duality. And it expanded, the universe expands and continues to expand through dark matter, through a process called a gravitational repulsive interaction. It's the dark matter that is expanding and pushing the universe to make it larger and forever expanding. 15 times every second, matter creates a spark of light, which is known scientifically as something else. It appears and then disappears in a short-lived existence. This is beyond our scope of physical unaided vision. We can't see it, but that something else is called antimatter. Now, antimatter is what forms a whole mirror world of particles. It is a parallel existence. It is parallel universes, the world of antimatter. Now, antimatter is identical in mass to normal matter, but it has an opposite electrical charge. But it creates a mirror world. It creates a parallel existence through matter separating from antimatter and so on. Now, with duality, our whole reality, our whole existence is dualistic. It is a polarity. Now, it's separated into duality and separated into polarity because within duality, we have the mechanism in which to advance and which to evolve. And with duality, there are 2 points of consciousness, which is where you are and where you wish to be. In order to get to where you wish to be, you have to think, you have to evolve, you have to do something to get you to where you want to be. When you get there, when you arrive there, that removes any separation of duality, and that then returns you to the unified field of existence. Cogito ergo sum, which basically means I think, therefore I am. And so duality gives us those 2 points of consciousness that we must remove the separation from in order to return to the unified field. Now, Newton's 3rd law is the law of action and reaction. So for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. That is also duality. In other words, an example of that is you cannot touch something without also being touched. If I touch this computer screen, the computer screen is also touching me. This is the law of action and reaction. And when we get back to where we want to be, we remove all the separation and then we return to the pure awareness of that unified field. We have come from the quantum field of all possibility. And we have come into a third dimensional frequency as a matter, as a physical form. Now again, when you look at Newton and Newtonian physics, it is predictable outcomes. It uses the force, acceleration, and matter to predict outcomes. Now, our world is full of predictable outcomes. It is a routine. It is a familiar past and a predictable future. What we need to do is, can we actually see beyond this, and can we actually change the neural pathways that will give us a new future? The Egyptians indicated this with the Akiru lions, with the sun in the middle. Now, the Akiru lions represent yesterday and tomorrow. What they're telling you is your enlightenment is today. It is in the now. It is now. So live beyond the familiar past and the predictable future. Step into the unknown. Step into a new world. Now, through quantum events, we get observed into existence. So do we focus our attention on three-dimensional world, which are the five senses and matter, or do we concentrate on the energy of all possibility, perceiving ourselves beyond the physical? When an observer focuses attention and looks for something, electrons from the invisible field of energy collapse into a particle. When not observed, they disappear back into energy and the unified field. This is known as the collapse of the wave function. In other words, there is a wave. When it is observed, it knows it's being observed, it collapses into a particle, it collapses into matter. Therefore, things are observed into existence. Now, the double slit experiment showed that when something was being observed, it knew that it was being observed, and it acted differently every time it was actually being observed. How did it know? Because when something is observed, the observer, through his or her vision, is bouncing photons off the object that he or she is observing. Therefore, because all of these particles are actually conscious, they know, because there are photons bouncing off them, that they're actually being observed by an observer. That is how they knew during the double slit experiment that they were being observed. We also observe our own reality into existence. We can actually create our own reality. So a wave function or a quantum event is a particle of physical matter that exists only when being observed. When it is not being given attention, it turns back to the energy, the frequency, or the wave. It goes back to the void, which is nothingness. In other words, no thing, which is beyond our physical senses. Our physical senses are something, and it goes back into pure awareness. There's also an objective universal consciousness that is observing our reality into existence. Our third dimensional reality is being observed into form, and that is by what some people would specify as God. Now, the whole universe is conscious. Perceptronium is a scientific name for the universal conscious, and everything that is within it is conscious. So every thought that you have, everything that you ask for, something somewhere does actually hear you, does actually hear what you're saying. Now, the atom is 99.9999% empty space. None of the atoms that you have now that are part of your body are the ones that you're actually born with. But space is not empty, it is full. Now, I would surmise that 99% around the atom is an intelligent field that is actually observing that atom into existence, into matter. So that is really just me, that is my theory, but the 99.999% empty space is an intelligent field that I would surmise is observing the atom into existence. So matter, when you reduce matter to its smallest measurement, it gives you the atom. Now, the atom is important throughout of this talk because it's to do with consciousness. When I go to the Anunnaki later on, that is also really telling you about the atom and not what Zachariah Sitchin has really specified. 90% of our cells carry their own microbial DNA, and they're not actually ourself. Every single cell in your body is governed by a universal law. So DNA was actually programmed beyond Earth, And our body, our physical body, is from the constellation of Orion. This is from the Orion Nebula. So we have what is called junk DNA, which is not junk. It really controls gene expression, which is really how we use genetics. Now, that junk DNA passes information on to RNA, and RNA passes on instructions to DNA, which then carries this genetic information through our double helix system. So we have this fantastic communication system within our genetics. As humans, we are a 3 billion letter code, and they exist in base pairs of nucleotides. And they basically exist as AT, or C and G, which are the names of the nucleotides. This is, of course, the 2x2 of Noah's Ark. That also, the Noah's Ark story is talking about the nucleotides, the base pairs, 2x2. Now, all of this information is interpreted by a spherical bacteria inside us known as a ribosome. And RNA, which is what passes information onto DNA, is also created within these ribosomes. So our body comprises of particles, which are minute portions of matter. And we also have what are known as virtual particles. Now, a virtual particle has to pay back the energy that it borrowed from the universe by disappearing. So therefore, virtual particles have a very short life. This is really a physical death, where we have to give back the energy that we borrowed from the universe. Anybody who's seen the movie Avatar, the character said, all energy is only borrowed, and one day you have to give it back. So in other words, that character was talking about the virtual particles that have to disappear in order to repay that energy back to the universe. The first law of thermodynamics states that energy cannot die, but it can be changed, it can be reused, but it must live on, sometimes in another form, but you cannot destroy energy, it must live forever. Now, the standard model of physics is always changing. The laws of physics are always changing. An example of that is not so long back, electrons were observed changing into muons. Now, muons are unstable subatomic particles, and their mass are 200 times greater than the electron. The standard model of physics, the law of physics, states that this should not happen, but it has recently been observed to happen. So therefore, the law of physics that we know is constantly and forever changing. Now, hydrogen is really a single proton and an orbiting electron. Now, hydrogen, the hydrogen nuclei, the nucleus of a hydrogen, was later called the proton. Now, a proton gives us the word proto, which is a prototype, which is an original. Now, the proton, this hydrogen, was the fuel for the first stars. It was nuclear fusion in the first stars. So if the proton and neutron mass were just a little bigger, then there would be no fusion, and the universe would have been stuck at the stage of hydrogen. If the mass difference was slightly smaller, hydrogen would have fused into helium, and there would have been no power to fuel the stars like our sun. And that being the case, there would have been no life on Earth. If proton and neutrons didn't have these precise masses, we would not exist. There's the Higgs boson, which is basically an excited version of the Higgs field that makes the universe stable. If this mass-giving particle was much lighter, the cosmos would quickly collapse in on itself. So in other words, all of this creation, ourself and everything that we see and experience, is a result of perfect atomic balance. And it is really the balance of self that formulated the ancient ideal and principle of enlightenment, the balance of self. Now, when we look at dimensions, just ask, can multidimensional beings live in the same space, in the same place, and interact? Yes, they can. An example of that, if I'm a tightrope walker and my reality is entirely the rope, the tightrope, then I can move backwards and I can move forwards. So therefore, my reality is one-dimensional. Now, if I was an ant or a smaller insect or someone smaller, then not only could I walk forwards and backwards, but I could also walk from side to side, because my mass, my size, enabled me to have more maneuverability around this narrow reality. So therefore, I'm living on the same tightrope as the tightrope walker. Therefore, I'm living in the same reality and the same aspect of space. But because of my size and because of my mass, I'm able to have more maneuvers. So therefore, I can move forwards and backwards and side to side. So therefore, my reality is two-dimensional. Yet, I'm living in the same space. I'm living in the same reality as the tightrope walker, whose reality is one-dimensional. This is how multidimensional beings can actually exist in the same space, in the same time, and all have interaction with each other. There is also in the universe what is known as extra dimensions. These are additional space or time beyond the 3+1. The 3+1 is basically 4 dimensions, 3 dimensions of space, 1 dimension of time, the 4 dimensions, and there are extra dimensions of space and time. Even these extra dimensions are within DNA, where DNA can actually disappear into an overflow into another existence. Genetics is really important as well, biblically and Anunnaki, as you'll see later, because the book of genetics is really a code for the book of genes, for the book of genetics, the book of Genesis. It even goes into the Christ story. Nuclei or nucleus, which is the central region of a cell in which DNA is stored. The word nuclei is related to the word crux, which is cross, and it is also related to the word seed. Now, seed, saviour, Jesus the saviour. Saviour means he who sows the seed. I won't get too much into the biblical story during this talk, but in essence, Christ is a fictional character, and it is a metaphor for this kind of esoteric knowledge. Now, when it says in the Bible, my Father's house has many rooms, what is that really telling us? What that is really telling us is that the Father's house, which is the universe, is a continuum of vibrations. It is an energy continuum. Within this continuum are divisions of frequencies. And within each division, there are room for the number of different frequencies. Each of these divisions is a mansion in the house of God, which is the universe. My Father's house has many rooms. He's talking about the vibrations. He's talking about the energy. He's talking about the divisions of frequency within the universe. Going back to what I said initially about the Nineveh constant. The Nineveh constant is a fantastic calculator, and it is designed to fit the rotation of every planet into a certain round number of cycles. Now, this is a 6.2 million year calculator. This is the Nineveh constant. This is how it's written mathematically, and underneath is the shorthand version. But this is the rotation of every single planet in a mathematical formula. What you can see now is the sacred geometry of the orbits of the planets. Now, for anybody who was a child in the 80s like me, this looks very much like the old spirographs that you used to have as a children's toy. But this is actually the geometry of the orbits of the planets. And you can see the different planets, Jupiter and Earth, Saturn and Jupiter, Mars and Venus, all through that beautiful geometric shape. The whole of the universe is a geometric design, which is, of course, a branch of mathematics. Now, this is the North Pole of Saturn, which gives you the hexagram. This is the South Pole of Jupiter, which gives you multiple Fibonacci spirals. These are arms of galaxies, which again adhere to this geometric shape of the Fibonacci spiral. This is the dance of Venus, which I said earlier, gives you the shape of the pentagram, the number 5. Between Jupiter and Saturn, there is the perfect golden ratio from Earth. And it was Plato that stated that the harmony in cosmology, the spacing of the orbits of the planets, is related to the musical scale. Musical notes can be expressed as the ratio between two numbers, and these are basically the size of planetary orbits. So the spacing of the orbits of the planets is related to a musical scale. And again, this is the demonstration of the perfect octave in the solar system. Even Kepler, who was another scientist, noticed that the ratios between the planets are extreme angular velocities. They were all harmonic intervals. So again, there are multiple scientists of the past noticing that the planets are harmonics. They have harmonic intervals. Now, the sun, the solar sun, has a complex system of magnetic fields reversing in polarity every 11 years, which is associated with a sunspot cycle. 11 years is important, therefore it must have a consciousness, because it knows every 11 years it reverses its polarity. The Egyptians knew, because the speed of light in nautical mile grid seconds is 144,000, and on the Great Pyramid there was once 144,000 limestones. Now, these limestones were 11 feet thick. 144 is the light harmonic, so the Egyptians understood about the magnetic fields of the sun. Now, the diameter of the sun is 86,400 miles, which is the number of seconds in 24 hours. So again, this is no coincidence that the day, 24 hours long, is the exact same diameter of the sun in seconds. When you get outside, you see, again, more sacred geometry. You have a look at that out there, which says the Oort cloud, the OORT, the Oort cloud. Now, the Oort cloud is basically ice at the edge of our solar system. Oort clouds form a geometric shape of the Vesica Piscis. So what you can see there is really the Vesica Piscis, which again is sacred geometry that leads to Mary Magdalene, that leads to Christ and other biblical esoteric knowledge. So these measures exist in space and time, and they again relate to 99.99%, which then takes us back to atoms. Everything is connected. And again, atoms 99.999, which leads us back to these measures that exist in space. Since I've started talking, there have been hundreds of millions of ghostly neutrino shape-shifting particles that have passed through you and passed through me. There's also been countless massive particles that have lived a brief existence and have disappeared again in order to stop your body and my body from flying apart at the speed of light, and yet we never see them, we never know of their existence. For me, again, a theory of mine is that the speed of light is a speed limit for physical reality. Humans and physical reality cannot go faster than the speed of light, because the likes of leptons and quarks, which are subatomic particles, cannot bind together into structured matter at or above the speed of light. So in other words, we would simply, atomically, we would separate and drift apart into non-matter if we were to go at the speed of light. We are really supernatural beings. We are superhumans. So what I wanted to do with the first 20 odd minutes of the talk is to really stress just how brilliant we all are, and just how brilliant a mechanism that we're all a part of. And nothing is ever separated from what we are, from what surrounds us. The universe is full of conscious life, and this conscious life has gravitated towards different star systems. For me and for you, we are currently on Earth. For Syrians, they've gone to Sirius. For Palladians, they've gone to the Pleiades, and so on and so on. They're simply gravitated towards different star systems. Now, probably one of the most famous UFO incidents was Roswell. And yet, Roswell, Jesus Christ, and the Mayan 2012 prophecy is all connected. It's connected by the number 33 and the 33rd parallel, which runs along Earth. I can't say what happened at Roswell. I can't say if it was a crash, if it was a landing, if it was a Mothers Club meeting. I can't say. But what I can say is it was a deliberately chosen location, and it was deliberately chosen to happen precisely where it happened. Chances of it not being are off the scale. So again, the number 33 connects all of this esoteric knowledge. Jesus died at age 33. Now Roswell. Now the impact site near Roswell, New Mexico, sits at 33 degrees north latitude. So again, Christ died 33 degrees north latitude at a distance of 2,012 miles nautical miles from the equator. Now, when we see the latitude of the Roswell impact site, 33 degrees north, when that is multiplied by pi, the result is 104 degrees, which is the longitude of the impact site. We have, again, all of these mathematics that tells you that it was chosen. Now, the Roswell metal was recorded to always return to its original form, regardless of what they did to it. Cut it up, crumpled it, chopped it, it always returned to its original form. And it did that because it was molecularly programmed to do so. So unless it was unprogrammed, it would have always returned to its original form. Now, many crafts, many UFOs that are seen are made from the soft metal taken from the atmosphere of stars, and therefore the metal is not from Earth. So if UFOs are made on Earth by us, Area 51 or other such places, then we have either been given that technology or we are traveling to the stars ourselves, because the metals that are used to make these craft are not from Earth. Going back to the 2012 nautical miles and the Mayan calendar, when you go from 0 degrees to 2012 nautical miles in either direction, you find that that gives you the Mayan calendar. Now, the Mayan calendar ended on the 21st of December, which gives you 2112. 21 plus 12 is 33. So again, 33 degrees north, 33 degrees east. We have 2012 nautical miles. We have the Mayan prophecy of 2112, which is the number 33, which is the highest level of human consciousness. Now, in Sanskrit, the word Mayan means illusion or a misinterpreted perception. We know that the Mayans understood about consciousness because in their pyramid of Tikal, Tikal gives you the word Tika, which means third eye. The third eye is what gives you the spiritual sight beyond this realm. And that also gives us the word Vatican, Vatika, again, the third eye, and that is why there are so many pine cones around the Vatican City, because pine cone gives you the word Peniel. Again, the number 33, which is significant in esoteric circles, and again relevant to the Roswell crash site. The Great Pyramid rests on a bedrock that is 33 feet higher than that of the Pyramid of Khafre. And the Pyramid of Khafre has a terrace which is 33 feet wide. The Vatican, Vatica, third eye, there are 32 archways and an obelisk, which gives you the number 33. Now, when you go 33 degrees longitude, where it meets 33 degrees latitude, you are right at Mount Hermon. Now, Mount Hermon is the Paramount Pictures logo. That is Mount Hermon. There are 22 stars of the Paramount Pictures because 22 are the amount of bones of the skull, which is Golgotha, which is the place of skulls, and that is the place where we get the light to become enlightened. So it's talking about Golgotha, the place of skulls. Now, the numerical value of the word New Mexico is 111. If you times 111 by the amount of numbers, which is 3, it gives you 333. Again, we have that numerical reference to all the threes. Mount Hermon is also known as Mount Sion or Mount Zion, and Zion represents the kingdom of God, which is really the higher mind. And the New Jerusalem is talking about Christ consciousness. It is the place of the transfiguration of Christ. Basically, that means we'll be transformed to a spiritual state. Again, it has connections to the Mayans, it has connections to Roswell, it has biblical connections. Even the solar year, if we add all the numbers of that solar year, it equals 33. And even Newton's scale, 33 is when water boils. And again, Newtonian physics is predictable outcomes. Number 33 is the number of wisdom and transformation. Human resonance, which is an Earth frequency, is 7.83 hertz, which is a ratio of 33:32. Now, the human body resonates exactly 33 octaves above Earth's fundamental vibration. So again, we have the number 33. The Schumann resonance gives good health to humanity. We've had the Schumann resonance, and it has been scientifically tested. When people are denied the Schumann resonance, they become ill. They get migraines. They become really ill. When the Schumann resonance is reintroduced, they soon come back to normal. So the Schumann resonance is an important resonance for Earth and for humanity. 33rd mention of Jacob in the Bible speaks of Jacob's ladder. Jacob's ladder is the human spine. It is the highway, it is the pathway to your promised land, to your Christ consciousness. Now, the spine has 33 vertebrae. Again, the number 33. The 33rd vertebrae is known as Atlas. That then leads you to the island of Atlas, which is Atlantis. It is really talking about the mind. Now, the pineal gland, your spiritual seat that helps you to see beyond this world, this realm, your spiritual antenna, is really situated between the two hemispheres of the brain. It is therefore an island because it is surrounded by the cerebrospinal fluid. It is an island. Plato, who was the first person to mention Atlantis, says that Atlantis is the island that rules 7. The picture that you're seeing now are the 7 chakras that are ruled by the master gland, the pineal gland. That is the island that rules the 7 islands. He was talking about the consciousness. He was talking about the chakra system of the human body. The lost city of Atlantis is the lost knowledge of the pineal gland. Even in the Kabbalah, we have the 32 paths of wisdom within 33 degrees. So what I've done is follow the evidence wherever it leads, and it's all led me to the same place. There is a custom that was handed down from the priesthoods of Egypt to all priesthoods and royalty thereafter. That is that your knowledge is hidden within your DNA, and it is passed to your genetic line. It is known as a royal bloodline, which is a written genetic record. That's why royal families, going all the way back to Egypt, going all the way back to the modern day, they only marry members of their own family, and regardless of what the mainstream tell you, members of royal family can only marry their own bloodline. So therefore, Kate Middleton is not a commoner. She's related to the royal family, and so is Meghan Markle, and so are all the other royal weddings. They do this to keep their sacred knowledge within their kingship, their kinship. They keep this sacred knowledge of the past within their bloodline, and that is the haplogroup DNA. That is why there's so much incest within royalty. Of course, it is symbolized every time we see the red carpet of the likes of Oscar ceremonies, which is really talking about this royal genetic bloodline of knowledge. Many of the things that I see are recognitions of the past, recognitions of symbols that I once saw. And this is because, again, going back to Plato, he said that education was not a new learned information, but a real memory of events that took place in a previous life, known as the Platonic epistemology. And he said that deja vu is a memory of previous events in a previous existence. That is why I am able to recognize signs and symbols when I see them. I've been told that you will sense our presence as you become more and more involved in your work, and you will find that we are more and more with you on your journey. And I can confirm that this is turning out to be correct. Lots of that journey for me is deciphering ancient codes, such as this one. Now, a lot of people believe that the Sphinx we now know was Napoleon's rifleman target practicing. It's actually an esoteric message. Now, the broken nose was actually deliberate, because what it is telling us is the word spirit comes from spiritus, which means breath. So therefore, spirituality is the art of breathing. We have lost, or this is telling us that we have lost our spirituality. We have lost the art of breathing. And when you breathe, the energy from the sacrum or the lower 3 chakras moves back and forth to the brain, and it moves your cerebrospinal fluid to the brain. Now, this upward thrust produces gamma brain waves. The gamma brain waves are a super consciousness. They resonate at 40 hertz, which is a super consciousness. So the broken nose of the Sphinx is telling us that we have lost the art of breathing, our spirituality. This cerebrospinal fluid that goes from the lower chakras to the brain and back, it takes 12 hours. In 12 hours, there are 43,200 seconds. Then when we start reducing that by factor 10, it becomes 432 hertz. At 432 hertz, we have the synchronization of both hemispheres of the brain. And that is why 432 hertz, in other words, the golden ratio, is clearly marked within the ancient monuments. As I say, the speed of light in nautical mile grid seconds is 144,000, and the phi harmonic is 300 times faster. So 300 times 144,000 gives you 43,200,000, which is the perfect harmonic of 43,200, which is 432 hertz. So the speed of light also relates to the golden ratio relates to the synchronization of the brain. This is the second coming of our inner Christ. Now, phi, which relates to 5, in sacred geometry actually appears as a 5-sided pentagon, a pentagram. This is the picture of the Sidonian city on Mars, the 5-sided pyramid. Phi can also be written as this formula, as the number 5. Now, the universe is a dodecahedron based on phi. So the human body is based on phi, and the universe is based on phi, which gives us the word philosophy. Philosophy is the knowledge of the workings of the cosmos and ourselves. When we look at I've already showed you the heads and explained why you can only see the heads of Easter Island, which represent the divine mind, the Herma. When you actually look at the statues, they are, ironically, 33 feet tall. That number, sacred number 33, yet again written in stone. But you see the hands are pointing towards the navel. Now, the navel is the geometric center of phi on the body. That is why it is being indicated on these gigantic statues. So geometry is mathematics, and it is a grand universal design. Now, this breathing technique creates what is known as a torus energy field, an electromagnetic field around the body. Now, this electromagnetic field is generated by the brain, and it is the carrier of the consciousness experience, which is known scientifically as the binding problem. It is how unity consciousness perception is distributed around the central nervous system of the body. In other words, this electromagnetic field around the body is really the carrier of your consciousness experience. It takes us to vortex mathematics and torus anatomy. A human body, the same as everything, began as a torus shape anatomy. Now, the torus anatomy has a repeating pattern of 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1, 2, 4, and so on into infinity. Now, the numbers 3, 6, and 9, as Nikola Tesla was fascinated with, do not appear in this repeating pattern, because 3, 6, and 9 are a vector, a dimensional doorway from the 3rd to the 4th dimension, known as a flow field. It is a high-dimensional energy that influences the circuit of the other 6 numbers. Humans are base 10 mathematics, and torus anatomy is base 10 mathematics. This torus field is also the fabled apple of Eden, because Eden is the human body, and it's actually the electromagnetic grid from head to toe that is creating the apple of Eden. Now, Earth's poles create what is known as a magnetic moment. That is when the North and South Pole push together to create a magnet. Now, we see the photons of the sun sometimes rebounding off Earth's electromagnetic grid, which we see as the northern lights. This is evidence that the Earth is spherical and not flat. Now, Adam means earth and Eve means life. Therefore, Adam and Eve are life on Earth. How do we experience life on Earth? In a human body, which is the Garden of Eden. When you slice an apple widthways, and you're quite welcome to try in the break, when you slice an apple widthways, it gives you the shape of the sacred pentagram of the mystery schools. Going to Egypt now, we are going to go all around the world, and starting now with Egypt. When we have the Egyptian gods and goddesses of Isis and Osiris, we have the number 6 and the number 5, which gives us the number 11. It is a mathematical formula of 6 over 5. Man must create life greater than himself through the union of marriage, or the marriage of opposites, in order to attain godliness. It is the evolution of the higher life consciousness, the union of opposites. So really, Osiris and Isis are cosmically Orion and Sirius. This is Orion seen from Earth. As we can see, the 3 major pyramids of Egypt are aligned to Orion's belt. Osiris in Egyptian comes from Os and Iri, which means many eyes. In other words, Orion's belt signifies the 2 main organs of perception and your 3rd eye of spiritual sight. This is Orion's belt as you're coming from the other way, as you're approaching Earth, and you're coming through the gateway, the portal that is Orion's belt. It clearly shows you the 2 physical eyes and the 3rd eye situated in the center. And that is why we have the three major pyramids as they are. We have Horus, which represents the right eye. We have the central pyramid, which is the pineal gland. And we have the left pyramid, which is Isis. Therefore, we have the three pyramids, Isis, Horus, Osiris, which are three different initiations into the sacred mysteries. Even when we look at the prime meridian, the nerve center, the arterial energies of the land, whereas the human body also has meridians and chakras, so does the earth. And you can see that on the African prime meridian, you see that Giza is the third eye and Alexandria is the crown chakra. Even the location of the pyramids were specifically marked to correlate with this energy grid of the third eye. And that is why we see in pop culture the coverings of eyes, the left eye or the right eye is really the eye of Horus or the eye of Isis. It is also the biblical three crosses of Golgotha, the two eyes of perception, and the seat of spiritual sight, which is the third eye. We also see that the Queen's Chamber within the Great Pyramid, and again I'll go into what the Great Pyramid really tells you later, but the Queen's Chamber faces Sirius. Now the Queen's Chamber is really the pituitary gland, known as the Star Chamber of Isis. So the marriage of Osiris and Isis, the 6/5, is how we can musically square the circle, and this is demonstrated using diminished tones around the circle. Squaring the circle is something mathematicians have pondered over for hundreds of years. You can also do it in the solar system. If you pull the moon down to Earth, then circle through the center of the moon, you will have a circumference equal to the perimeter of a square enclosing the Earth. So this is the Earth and the moon also squaring the circle. The Pyramid of Deshua in Egypt represents the hexagram and the pentagram, which is 6 + 5, 6/5, which is 11, the conveyor of divine light. Even the geometry of DMT is known as the Indal ring, which is shaped as the hexagram and the pentagram, the mathematical 6/5. Even nitrogen and carbon within the body is also the hexagram and the pentagram. It is the dual human condition, the spiritual and the physical self. It even gets smaller than subatomic particles. When we have pentaquarks, we even have the shape of the pentagram in a smaller world than the subatomic world. So the sacred geometry of the universe goes to the smallest of possible existence. The DMT that is produced by the brain is important in the Christ story of the Last Supper. Supper comes from the word soup, and soup means to consume a liquid. That liquid is DMT, which is basically the drink that enables you to have a spiritual out there experience. Now, the word Christ in gematria, the numerical value of letters and words, equals 77. So if we use mathematics and we do 7 times 7, it equals 49. The significance of that is it is on day 49 that a newly developed fetus drinks the DMT from the brain. That is the Last Supper of Christ. Even the Mona Lisa, Mona, Madonna, Our Lady, which is really Mary Magdalene, not Mother Mary as believed. So we have Mary Magdalene and Isa. Isa in Arabic is Jesus. So we have Mary Magdalene and Jesus, again, the opposites. So Mona Lisa is the union of Christ and the Magdalene. Even the hand symbol of the Mona Lisa gives you 5/6 in what is known as the Polaris diagram, which is a geometric scheme. It is based on the square and on the golden ratio. The position of the Mona Lisa's hands gives you 6/5 or 5/6, which again is his sacred number. So it is all square in the circle, spirit and matter as one. So moving on to even more numbers, and I've already touched on the number 9, which is completion. When you get to the Great Pyramid, you will see that the entrance is on the 17th course level. Now, when you add up all the numbers from 1 to 17, it equals 153. 153 again is a sacred number in the mystery schools, but 153 also gives us 1 + 5 + 3 equals 9, which is perfection, which is completed esoteric man. The double chevron above the Great Pyramid entrance is known as the Shibur, which is Hebrew. And that is basically where the two worlds meet, which is the material and the spiritual. Both must be equally understood in order to understand the workings of the universe. When you go inside the Great Pyramid, the Grand Gallery is 153 feet long and has 153 steps. Number 153 is a number of sacred knowledge, which also gives us the number 9. 153 also gives us Mary Magdalene. Again, this is for another time, but when you Mary Magdalene in Greek Demetria equals 153. So the ancients, going back now to the ancient cultures would align themselves to form one mind and one accord, which is a harmony. They started at the center of our galaxy, which is Orion, which is where our physical body comes from. Then the center of the 12 constellations, which is the zodiac. Then the planets at certain times, dates and months, even down to the city and the layout of a building. This is one such layout where they were harnessing this cosmic energy. In effect, this is the effect that they were achieving. When I took a group to the inner circle of Stonehenge, probably just under a year ago now, it was demonstrated that through tonal rills, which are voice harmonies, you are able to make the stone circles sing back to you and resonate a sacred frequency that was felt by each and every one of us. And this is tonal rills, this is voice harmonics. The ancient sites and monuments were resonance chambers to achieve a higher genetic human. Resonance is described as a synchronized vibration, which is a communication through coherence. Here we have Stonehenge, which is a crystalline tuning fork, which harnesses the Schumann resonance. Now, all audible sounds that humans can hear are a sphere. Therefore, Stonehenge is also a circle. There is more important information on Stonehenge, which I'm just about to get to in a little while. In 1997, cymatic resonance experiments were conducted within the King's Chamber of Egypt, and they produced the Hyovorus in sand. Now, the frequencies that were used were the same frequencies that were used by the priests within the Great Pyramid. Even when you go to France and you look at Karnak, it is really a quartz monolith. Now, quartz generates electricity when subjected to vibrations. They also contain high volumes of magnetite, which is also found within the human brain, mainly the pineal gland. So in other words, these sites were activating the pineal gland through sounds, through electricity. Now I'm going to go into something that I find interesting. Ancient sites are really a decoding plan and a global positioning and a galactic positioning through mathematics, some of which are not yet known by us. That is because it is not our mathematics. Archaeology will not find the answers. They will not find the secrets because the secrets are not in the ground. They are literally written in stone. It is a mathematical satellite navigation. When we look at Stonehenge, Stonehenge has 60 outer stones which are situated in a 360-degree circle. So that gives us mathematically 360 times 60, which gives you 21,600, which is 1 minute of arc. Now, originally, there were 15 inner stones with a rational arrangement. This irrational arrangement was telling us to look at a square root, mathematical square root. Because there were originally 15 inner stones, that is telling us that it is the square root of 15. Now, the square root of 15 is that long 52.562896164 number that you can see. That is the coordinate for the West Giza longitude of Stonehenge. It is a spherical mathematics based on equations and radians. Now, the small pyramids form two invisible lines. The three small pyramids that I want you to concentrate on is the top right-hand corner underneath A and B, the three small pyramids there. They represent 3 pi, and they run on a grid vector of 5577.096018. Now, that number times 3 gives you, that number, times by 3 pi, gives you the grid longitude of Stonehenge. So 3 of the small pyramids of Giza is basically giving you the location of Stonehenge in England. The small pyramid gives you a mathematical equation of 1/3. It has 3 small tiers and it has 1 on the top, so it's 1/3. Now this is the geometric center of the pyramid where there's an energy field that harmonizes and transmutes what is negative into positive, aiding meditation by deflecting distracting energies. Now the 4 paws of the Sphinx represent mathematical 4 pi. The Sphinx is at a grid vector of 5400. So 5400 times 4 pi again gives you the radius of Stonehenge. The 3-dimensional form of the Great Pyramid is 2 pi mathematically. Now in secret coding, 720, which is the degrees of the tetrahedron, is really 2 pi, which hides 41 degrees, 11 minutes, and 10.03 seconds. Those coordinates give the precise location of the face on Mars in Cydonia. So we have pyramids giving the location of the face on Mars. Now, the face on Mars has a grid latitude of 4523.893421, which when divided by 2160, which again is important, it gives you the 97.33 number, which gives you both the diameter and the location of Stonehenge. So the pyramids are telling you how to find the face on Mars. The face on Mars is telling you how to find Stonehenge in England. The face on Mars is exactly 1 mile long, which is 5,280 feet. The reason that it is 1 mile long is because that is a unit of length used in navigation. This whole system is a navigation system, a star navigation system. Even in Louisiana, there is a Motley Mound, which is a face that is 1 mile long. Now you can see the eye beneath the word Motley Mound at the top. An arc minute is an angular measurement. So 1 minute of arc is equal to 1/21600. So remember the 2160 from previous slides. We are basically reducing these numbers by factor 10, base 10 mathematics. So the Great Pyramid, by using 2 pi squared, gives you the grid vector of 99.29.184, which gives you the location of the 5-sided pyramid on Cydonia. So again, the Great Pyramid is telling you how to find its cousin on Cydonia on Mars. Now this is Silbury Hill in Wiltshire and the Altar of Witness on planet Mars. Again, they are a replica. Now in a planisphere, all ancient sites represent planets. In this planisphere, Silbury Hill represents Earth and Mars. You can also see where you have just to the left of the word Silbury Hill is Silbury Hill there, just to the left of the word Silbury Hill, and on the picture on the right, just to the left of 19.47. 1947, ironically, was the year of Roswell. 19.47 is the degrees of Silbury Hill. Now, when you look at Avebury, which is the location of Stonehenge, and you put that out over the Cydonian city, it is an exact map replica. Here we have the Marshenge, and we have Stonehenge. In Colquico in Mexico, again, it is giving us spherical mathematical equations. So that's 1/3, the megalithic yard squared. This is another famous pyramid. What is it telling us? Well, it has 9 terraces, it has 4 corners, it has 4 staircases, and the flat at the top is the 365th step. 9 times 4 times 4 times 365 equals 52,560, which is the grid longitude to the west of the Great Pyramid. Each ancient site contains encoded coordinates about its location and the location of other sites. It is a mathematical cosmic satellite navigation, and the only reason for this is so that star travelers can find them. So the ancient sites around the world are very precisely positioned on a global coordinate system in relation to the position of the Great Pyramid of Giza. They are a planetary navigation system, but they're also a portal system as well. Now, in August 1971, and this was witnessed by police, 5 people disappeared from the inner circle of Stonehenge. There were tents and there were campfires and there were 5 people in the inner circles. The 5 people disappeared and were never seen again, but the tents and the campfires remained in place. They went through a portal. Now, the pyramids are situated, or the super pyramids of the Earth, are situated between 19 and 20 degrees latitude. In other words, 19.5 degrees. 19.5 degrees is an Earth energy belt, an energy zone, and a hyperdimensionality. It can also lift stones. Now, the Great Pyramid was where it is now, at least at the last ice age. During the last ice age, the North Pole was over Greenland, and 19.5 degrees at that time went straight through the Great Pyramid. So the Great Pyramid was in place where it is now, at least at the last ice age. These monuments are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years old. Here we see now the wonder of 19.5 degrees, which was mapped out by Richard C. Hoagland. And I'm actually on Richard's show in a couple of weeks' time where I'll tell him why everything is mapped out at 19.5 degrees. This is Olympus Mons on Mount Olympus. It is situated at 19.5 degrees. The Mars Pathfinder mission in 1997 landed at 19.5 degrees. The main super pyramids of Earth are located at 19.5 degrees. This is Olympus Mons Planetary, the gigantic volcano. Now, the apex of a tetrahedron inside a circle hits every 19.5 degrees. So the tetrahedral constant is 19.5 degrees. Even the Great Bend of the River Nile is at 19.5 degrees, and we have 19.5 degrees incorporated in the horizon and the movement of Orion and Sirius. Even in nature, all anomalies of nature, all violence of nature is situated at 19.5 degrees north or south latitude of spherical bodies of the solar system. Another piece of evidence that shows that Earth is a sphere. Even the Nineveh constant that I've already mentioned previously contains 19.5 in the mathematical formula. NASA stated that the Sidonian city was created by natural forces, by the wind. If that's the case, then the wind had intelligent control, and it also created the monuments of Earth. What I have found is that NASA may well have been giving you a small, very, very small, minute piece of truth when they said it was created by natural forces, the wind, and this is how. There is something known as aerokinesis or airbending, which is where you use the energy of the mind of the person actually doing the technique, and you also use the energy of the element of air and wind. And what this does, you can actually bend and shape and control air and wind by aerokinesis. And when you look into the Kabbalah and you look into Hebrew, the god Yahweh is really the divine force within the 4 elements. So we have NASA saying the wind created these monuments. We have the science called aerokinesis, and we have the Hebrew god Yahweh, who is the divine force within the 4 elements. So why Sardinia and the super pyramids of Earth set at 19.5 degrees? Because 19.5 degrees is the facilitator for interdimensional experience and contact. And this is how. At 19.5 degrees latitude, we experience the intersection between the light body of the planet and its surface. Light bodies have the ability to connect us to other dimensions and are the means for interdimensional experience. In sacred geometry, an interdimensional experience occurs at a powerful T-junction. T-junction is a tetrahedral junction. It creates a portal or a stargate where we can broadcast into the world and beyond. In other words, 19.5 degrees was chosen as a location for all these because it created a cosmic broadcasting facility. These were not put there by ancient man. They were put there by a fantastic supernatural intelligent design. Probably even the creator itself leading the way. Just remember what I was saying about the mind controlling. When I talk about crop circles a little later on, this also becomes relevant about the mind controlling and creating. Type 1 civilizations, which is basically a humanity that has developed a group consciousness. They use a mental power as a unified civilization. Now, the ancient cultures were able to focus one mind to create. There's also Type 2 civilizations as well that are able to control the energies of their galaxy. Now, the higher frequencies of these sites would be embedded to encode a subliminal message into the subconscious mind and even human DNA. The subconscious mind is important, and many Egyptologists and scholars are still baffled as to what the subterranean chambers of the Great Pyramid represent. They represent the subconscious mind, and the subterranean chambers are a replica of the subconscious mind. When you look at the above ground of the Great Pyramid and you put a human head as a map overlay, you will see that it marks the exact location of the third eye. So you have the king's chamber, which is the pineal gland, and you have the queen's chamber, which is the pituitary gland. They are the seats of consciousness that work together. The little tower that you can see below the words king's chamber, I will get to in just a little while. When we see the likes of falcon-headed gods like Horus, that is really, and I've indicated that marked red on the picture on the left, is really the medulla oblongata, which is shaped like a falcon. Now, above that, you see the eye of Horus, which is the pineal gland, the third eye. So we have Horus, the eye of Horus, the falcon-headed god, which is really talking about the spiritual essence within and spiritual intelligence. It is that spiritual consciousness indicated pictorially. It is the third eye system of the brain that the Egyptians have mapped out in their Great Pyramid. It is a gigantic replica of the endocrine system of the human brain. Endocrine means secretion within, and that secretion is yellow, stroke, gold, and white. That is the land of milk and honey, and that is also the colour of the Vatican flag, going back to the pineal gland, the Vatica, the third eye. They are all encoding this superior consciousness within their monuments. Now, the Great Pyramid capstone has been removed to prevent contact with the higher realms. The word pyramid is fire in the middle. Fire in the middle is also can be extended to the centre stone within the likes of Stonehenge that acts as an optical lens or a radio receiver. Now, circles transmit energy into their centre called a mechanical energy. So it's really a power station of this sort of crystalline energy. Now, as humans, we are able to access this quantum data that some people call the Akashic records. Scientifically, it is known as the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Now, this is all created by a coherent light. Like when we put a CD into a machine, there is a beam of light that reads the disk, and that beam of light is a coherent light that passes back that information. A coherent light is a unifying beam in which all light particles share a coherent light. In other words, it is a unified light all going in one direction. Within the brain, that coherent light is your pineal gland. It is the pineal gland that reads the information of the quantum field, the Akashic record around us. Now, the pyramids, especially the Egyptian pyramids, were giant replicas of the human mind and consciousness, and they marked out the exact location of this endocrine consciousness system. But what happens inside the brain is what is replicated in the pyramids. This is a coherent light seen coming outside of a pyramid. We are able to retrieve digital information from the quantum world around us through the antenna, through this coherent light that is the pineal gland. Now, sound can create laser beams. So the pyramids and other monuments were resonance chambers. They were sound generators. Sound can also create laser beams, and this is why we see so much laser precision in the ancient monuments such as this. They are also able to lift stones by sonic levitation, which the ancients called moved by the gods. So at that point, before I move on to humans are not from Earth, we'll have a quick break and just sort of reconvene and have a think about what's said. And then we'll do the other half of the talk, which is all about humans are not from Earth, the elongated skulls. We're going to crop circles, I'll go into the Anunnaki, and then I'll piece it all together as to what it all means and how it's just one continuous message. So thank you very much for your attention, and I will see you just after the short break.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mike.
Cool
No,
stuff.
absolute pleasure.
That was incredible. That was incredible.
I just posted his YouTube channel for anybody that wants to check that out and subscribe to him and that. It's pretty cool.
Well, I'm already a member, so
There
just to let you know.
Thank you. Some people have a lot of taste. Thank you.
Awesome.
Clarence, can you take Mike's website address out of our private chat and toss them into the live comments, please?
Yeah, I posted one of them earlier. Are all these the same, Omar? There's like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, Michael Feely is Mike's website, and then I posted his YouTube address.
Yeah. So
His
I got like
YouTube
6.
channel is.
Yeah, we'll put this other one in there.
It's all right.
Seems like everybody's having internet issues today, huh?
Yeah, they're throttling back while everybody is home because of the COVID thing. They're throttling back on the internet. Yeah.
Find that a bit interesting because David Wilcox there last week was saying that that we're going to have 3 days of darkness, lose the internet for
that's what they're claiming. Yeah.
Yeah, and it kind of seems to be going that way, right? Because Mike's having issues in the UK, and yesterday Kim was having issues with her computer. Last night Richard was having issues with his, and today it seems that I can't open up 2 tabs. Just one tab is it. So far, very fantastical presentation here so far. If anybody out there in the matrix that we share have any questions for Mike, post them into the comments now, please. And if you can capitalize your letters so that they stand out from the rest of the conversation that's going on, that would be great. So please use cap locks for your questions. And I will start off with a question here, just to keep Mike's brain busy and rolling.
Let's just yeah. Can I have some engine oil? I'll do.
Okay, so I put down questions for Mike. So here was my first question that I wrote down while you were doing your when you were talking about the Easter heads, Mike. And my question was, Mike, do you think Easter heads were buried purposely, or was there like some sort of a natural event, like kind of like the mud floods that that ended up burying the Easter, the Moai, up to their heads? Because you were saying in your presentation that the heads represent. I can't quite recall exactly word for word, but then you were mentioning the body as how it's 33 feet long. And now I was wondering, were these Easter or these Moais, were they purposely buried, or was there like some sort of a natural event that took place?
That they were purposely buried, basically to give us a message, and that message was concentrate on the divine mind and not the senses of the body. So when you look at them, all of them are facing east. In cardinal points, the direction of east is illumination, and that is why they all face east, and that is why the Sphinx of Egypt face east. That is why mummies in Egypt were positioned to face east, because east is the cardinal point of illumination and enlightenment. So that they were all purposely set the way they were to basically hide a secret message. Now that coded message is the Herma, the divine mind. Concentrate on the divine mind and not the body of senses to excel from this realm.
Cool. I noticed that a lot of these Moai, they're sitting on an angle. Do you know the like the angle that they're sitting at? Is it like 19.5, or is it a different angle? Because if they were purposely buried, then you would figure that the angle that they were buried at would be at some sort of a sacred geometric connection to that.
What I can understand, it does correlate with 19.5, but I've never actually measured it just to confirm that. But when you look at the word Maui, which means listen, so they're basically telling you to listen, which is really how the pineal gland also receives by listening. So it's all to do again with the same ancient message of divine self and divine consciousness that is activated by that superior, that wonderful antenna inside the head called the pineal gland. Now, once the pineal gland is activated, it descrambles complex messages from the universe, and it basically descrambles them into a coherent message. That coherent message can obviously take a message form, or it can take an imagery form, which is then why we get to the likes of the hieroglyphs and the Nazca lines and the crop circles, which I'll talk about a little later.
I was going to ask, when we look at the busts of Akhenaten, we see that he has like a pot belly, right? And then when we go to the Easter Islands, we kind of see the same thing with the Moai that are buried, that they have this pot belly. Do you think that there's any connection between the Moai statues and Akhenaten?
That there's a connection between every major ancient site of the world, because they were all giving us the same message, that they were all speaking from the same advanced knowledge base. What I did originally was look at these civilizations. If it was sort of an individual project, and I'd look at Egypt, and then I'd look at the Anunnaki, the Sumerians, and I'd look at the Mayans, and then I'd look at those of Teotihuacan. And what I found is that they were not individual projects. They were actually all one part of a gigantic matrix working together. When you see the same numbers, the same measurements, the same messages, the same metaphors, repeated time and time again from civilizations that were never meant to have had any connection, quite clearly they did, because they all have the same knowledge base, or they were all given the same information. So each of them, each of the ancient sites are connected not only by message, but also mathematically, which is telling you where each of these locations are situated. So there is a complete connection between all of the sites, so that there is no separation between Egypt and Easter Island, or the Anunnaki, or the Bible, or anything. That there is no separation from the message. It is the same message.
Okay. That
something that just came to me a little bit, not to cut you off, but you said Moai means to listen, and the statues on Easter Island are leaning. They're leaning to his side. Normal human function when somebody's talking to you is to lean into the conversation. Maybe, that stands. It's more of a statement, not a question, but maybe that's some kind of symbolization to listen to, if you lean in to listen to the conversation that the universe is trying to tell you.
Well, that's an extremely valid point. And again, when you extend that to the Bible, and who carried the cross of Christ, it was Simon, which in Hebrew is Shimon, which means to listen. So again, we have Easter Island Bible connection in just that one word.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I got a question here for you, Mike, from James Alexander Parkhouse. He asks, do we have the tech to find out all these code? And if not, how will we get the tech to find the codes?
The codes are, we do have the technology, because they're being found, and they're using mathematics that we use today. Some of it is mathematics we don't use and don't understand, but the majority is the same mathematics that we use today. So these codes are written mathematically. They're written by sacred geometry. They're hiding a message of your own sanctity of self, your own illumination and enlightenment. So all of these codes are there. We do have the technology. We can just, the technology that we need to decode these things is the spiritual side, which is what they're telling us. So as I say, archaeologists will not find the answers. because the answers are not dug in the ground. The answers are written in the stones, in their formation, in the meaning of their formation, in the mathematics of their formation, in the Great Pyramid being the giant replica of the consciousness system of the human mind that they're telling us. And what we need to do is use our human mind to decipher the codes, and then we're on the same hymn sheet as them. So yeah, of course we have the same. We have the means to decode and decipher these ancient meanings, and I'm doing it, and other people are doing it.
And not to mention, you're the technology, because you've been decoding these ancient messages now for like several years, and you've written all of this down in your books, right? So essentially, you're part of the tech, Mike.
Well, yeah. When people say tech, you think of these sophisticated machines and different things. You don't need sophisticated machine. The pyramids and the monuments themselves are sophisticated natural crystalline machines, but we don't need that kind of technology to understand them. We just need to have ourselves. We just need to look to what they're telling us, and then the answer will be revealed.
The human body computer avatar is a pretty complex machine.
It's probably the most complex machine that is known. And the human brain is also one of the most complex machines known. So if we were to use the body and the human brain, then we will see the message, because that is what it is. That is what it's referring to.
Now, here's a interesting question coming in from my good buddy Kevin Cummings out of Ireland. And this is a really interesting question too, and I've thought about it many times, and I really didn't come up with any sort of an answer. Maybe you can answer it. He says, is mathematics a type of religion?
Mathematics comes from mathema, which means to know. Now, the universe, the language of the universe is numbers, and it doesn't necessarily mean that the numbers that we choose to represent those numbers in imagery and whatever, but the whole of the universe is a mathematical program. Now that goes from the gigantic arms, spiral galaxies and nebulas to the smallest of subatomic particles. It follows a mathematical code. So the universe, the language of the universe is numbers, is mathematics. We have, when you have the likes of the ancient priests and the pharaohs and all these mystery schools, initiates, they obviously, and the Kabbalah, which is really a corruption of the Egyptian mystery schools, as is ancient Greece, but they really truly believe in numerology, and numerology forms part of their belief system, and that is why certain things will happen on certain dates, because it gives them energetic power by numbers, by master numbers. So numerology forms part of their belief system. So in essence, yes, it does form part of a overall religion by numbers.
Cool. That is probably the best explanation I've heard so far about math being, connected to religion somehow. And like I said, I've looked into it, and I really never got a satisfactory answer. And this is the best explanation that I've heard so far. So very cool. Thank you.
Well, I was on a radio show probably 2.5 years ago, and I was talking about numbers and how it's important. And now I've already mentioned the 33, which is, connects Roswell, it connects Christ, it connects Masonry, it connects Jacob's Ladder, it connects the word Amen equals 33. NASA's launch pad is X33. It's a sacred number. And someone came on and said, what numbers have nothing to do with the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, why is it a scripture called Numbers? and that was the end of the conversation.
Oh man, that's a good one. Oh boy, you're just not an educator, you're a comedian too, Mike.
Thank you. You haven't heard my jokes yet. That's a privilege to come.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that. I'm gonna keep that as a reference.
Mike, I actually have a question myself. I actually have two questions. The first question is, when somebody gets the feeling like you're being watched, and you were talking about the photons and how particles react to those photons, knowing that they're being seen. Is that
Yeah.
your body's perception of those photons? Is that feeling? Do you think?
Yeah, your body is made up of particles, molecules, which form atoms. Now, each of those individual atoms follow universal law, but each of those atoms also have a consciousness, and they know by photons being rebounded off them. When anybody looks at something, you are rebounding photons off the object that you're looking at. So yes, absolutely. You're in a mechanism. Your consciousness, atoms, and molecules know that they're being observed.
Right.
And that they will respond. And it has been proven that when they are observed, they behave differently. And when you look at, when somebody's watching you, if you're dancing in your back garden, and you're having a good dance, and then all of a sudden you notice that the neighbour's watching you, you start to behave differently because you're being observed. And that is no different to this subatomic world, because they behave differently when they're being observed, and they know through consciousness that they're being observed.
That's really cool. Now, let's say you get that feeling all the time. Is there any some kind of symbolization to that, or, anything that you would think about just having that feeling at on a constant basis?
Paranoia.
Probably, but
yeah, you're being stalked.
yeah.
I think we are always being observed all the time by something, and whether that's otherworldly forces, whether that's forces here. Bear in mind, everything that we can see, smell, touch, interact with, experience, have the pleasure of, have the displeasure of, is less than 1%, remarkably less than 1% of the frequency spectrum. There's an awful lot of existence just outside of our glimpse, in the 99 plus percent that we can't see. These things are forever around us. And again, later on in the talk, I'll just go through just a few of my own personal experiences, where I've been observed by shadow people in the room, and there's always things around us that they're observing us or glimpsing into our reality. Of course, as well, because that's a natural response by your collective molecules and particles, that when they're observed, they know they're being observed. So there's sort of a multi-reaction, but we are always being monitored by something. So you're probably just picking up on the fact that we are always constantly being monitored by something somewhere.
And to add to that is to clarify it. You know how when your cat is cackling or meowing at the wall, and you don't see something, but your cat does, right? Then at that point, there's something in your environment that's observing you, right? Because we can't see all that well, right? Our perceptual range is like very low. So when a cat is able to meow and cackle and chase something that it clearly sees, obviously there's something in the room with you.
Correct, and cats are able to see into both worlds, which is one of the reasons they were revered in ancient Egypt, because they can see into both worlds, the physical and the metaphysical. And yes, when you have dogs or cats barking or meowing in the corner, they're aware of something that you're not, but they've picked on something that they don't like.
Yeah. Now, earlier on in your presentation, you had mentioned, which I found very fascinating, is observed into existence. And I mentioned something like that with Ra yesterday from The Law of One, where Ra said that they thought themselves into place, to Earth. And we had a small conversation on that. I thought that that was really interesting. I was kind of hoping that maybe you can elaborate on that for people who may not have understood what you meant by, observed into existence.
What is called scientifically is the collapse of the wave function. Now, when you look at the unified field, it is unified, universe one. It is a wave. It is a wavelength. Wavelengths are important because they create sound. When you're standing on the side of a street and a fire engine comes past and you hear the sirens in the distance, and the fire engine is opposite you and it sounds really, really loud. And then when it goes away in the distance, it sounds like it's diminishing.
Mhm.
The tone itself, the noise itself is not diminished. It's just the distance of the observer away from the source of the sound by either small, long, or shorter wavelengths. Now, the L of the universe is a frequency. It is a wavelength, and it's multidimensional, which have different frequencies. We have 7 colors in our frequency spectrum. Each of those 7 colors of the rainbow have information within the frequency of that color. Now, the whole basis of color is really the oscillation within an electromagnetic field. So the universe is originally a wave function.
Mhm.
Now, when you observe that wave function, you collapse it into a particle of physical matter, and that is how we can create our own reality. Now, the Gospel of St. Thomas, which was deliberately moved from the Bible, contains this kind of information of
And
how.
Story of Jesus when he was a young boy, right? The Gospels of Thomas.
Yeah. Now Saint Thomas. Thomas is Didymus, which means twin mind. In other words, so the Gospel of St. Thomas tells you about what some people know as the law of attraction, which again is really, this quantum field around us, and it's also the first law of thermodynamics as well. That if you can create your reality, you can collapse the wave into a physical reality and create your reality. Now, the law of thermodynamics states that if you concentrate where you put your focus is where you put your energy,
Mm-hmm.
and you can collapse this waveform into a particle, into a physical matter, and create a reality.
You're thinking the power of thought there, right?
The power of thought, which again is Teote of
Mhm.
Egypt. Thought is Teote, and again, I've spoke about the power of thought potentially creating Sidonian City and others, and I will get into the power of thought creating crop circles a little later. But the power of thought, the power of Teote, is really the creative power of the creator, who I believe created physicality from a thought, from a wave. Now, the Gospel of St. Thomas tells you, as does the law of thermodynamics and the law of attraction, that if you concentrate on something and you tip that scale 70-30, 60-40, then that 60-40, that 60 scale has to come into existence. It is the law of the universe. The problem we have at the moment is that we've been conditioned, and our brains have created neural pathways of least resistance. Now, those neural pathways are on routine. Now, everything, we must be at work at 9, we must be at lunch at 12, we must be home for tea at 5.
Mm-hmm.
All of these focuses become our routine, become our neural pathways. They become like a drug. They become a chemical fix on the outside world.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to step into the unknown in order to disrupt them and to break them. And this is what the Gospel of St. Thomas tells you, and it terms it by you must surround yourself and use the language of divinity. What it meant by you must surround yourself is you must believe, you must live it as if it's already in existence, and then the law of thermodynamics will tip the scales into that reality. So in a roundabout way, everything starts off as a wave function, a wavelength, and through observation, through the power of thought, you can actually collapse that wave into particles of matter, which is the physical world, which is what has happened on the cosmic scale, the universal, the multidimensional, the multi-universe scale,
Mm-hmm.
into the frequency that we exist, which is the 3rd dimension.
Very cool. Very cool.
Super interesting.
Here was I thought was a very interesting question, and I'd never thought of this. And our co-host Rob put this into our private chat. We put in there questions for Mike, and very fascinating question, Rob. He asked Mike, can there be more than 2 points of consciousness?
Yes, that there can be multiple consciousness, but then you're going outside of duality into non-duality.
Mm-hmm.
Duality obviously gives us the 2 points. Now what we deem as negative and positive was created and equal measured. It's called a parity, and it's 50-50. Everything is a 50-50 balance. Now,
Mm-hmm.
the only difference between what we see as negative and what we see as positive is the electrical charge. If you flip the electrical charge on what is positive, it becomes negative, and vice versa. Yes, there are more than 2 points of consciousness, but in our reality, which is duality, things happen in twos. The action and reaction. Every action has an equal an opposite reaction, as Newton says. So in a world of duality, we have the two, the polarity, the dipole. But of course, beyond that, it is the realm of all possibility. And in a realm of all possibility, anything is possible.
Cool.
Fascinating.
Yeah. That's you stole the words right out of my mouth, Rob.
Well, it is because during meditation you try and conceptualize duality itself, and positive and negative. That's why I asked that question. I was wondering if maybe there was something, maybe gaining a level of basically ascending to a level of breaking that duality, as more of a conscious mind encapsulates more of than just positive and negative.
Mm-hmm.
That's
it is, yeah, and that's non-duality,
right.
which is obviously a higher consciousness, and through meditation, you're still in the mind. You're creating the environmental conditions to actually transcend beyond duality and transcend beyond the five senses. And again, biblically, the in was full. If the mind is full, if the in is full, you will not get yourself into that place. And the reason that so many people are programmed this chemical fix of neural pathways is to keep them away from that place, to always ensure that the in is full.
Mm-hmm.
Just to jump into the live comments here really quick, to go back to what you were just saying a couple of minutes ago, Mike, to the power of thought. Tootsie Mummy asks, does that have to do with visualization? So I'm assuming she's talking about a creative visualization, right? Where you imagine something and then you believe it, and then that belief manifests itself into physical reality.
That is correct, but you also need, sometimes you also need a physical action as well. I mean, for argument's sake, I can sit here now and visualize winning the lottery,
mm-hmm.
but I'm not going to do that unless I physically go and purchase a lottery ticket.
Yeah.
So you sometimes have to have the power of thought backed up with a physical action,
mm-hmm.
which is then backed up with the surround yourself and believe that you already have it. Because then the law of the universe is, the law of thermodynamics is that your reality is then created around that power of thought and that physical action.
Now, would it matter if your thought process is in the realm of personal gain, or would the reaction be different if it was in service to the whole rather than service to the self?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Yeah. When you look into the science of the law of attraction,
mm-hmm.
then it favors the servience of all.
Mm-hmm.
The servience of self gets you so far, but then it will collapse in on itself at some point.
Mm-hmm.
The service to all will not collapse in, because it is the service to all. And when one person does anything, we are emitting things into a electromagnetic grid. We are emitting things into the electromagnetic grid of the body. And this electromagnetic grid gives us the likes of the Schumann resonance. It gives us information from that grid. So what we input, everyone else can actually access.
Mm-hmm.
So the law of attraction, thermodynamics, favors the servience to all rather than the servience to self.
Like, for instance, let's say if you're, visualizing that, COVID disappears, and you're visualizing to assist the whole of humanity. And instead of sitting here visualizing that you're going to go to the store and find a shelf full of toilet paper.
Yeah, the thing with the likes of COVID-19 is when the human body is vibrating at a high frequency,
mm-hmm.
nothing can touch you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, virus, and again, when we touched up on it last week, but virus means poison.
Yeah.
And you can't catch a virus. It is basically the body's reaction to environmental conditions. So when we have what we're told is a virus, and we're sneezing and we're vomiting, and this is basically the body reacting to an environmental poison, which is what a virus is. So if you are vibrating at your highest capacity, nothing can touch you, and that really is where we need to be, because if humanity is vibrating at a higher level, then these things are not going to trouble us. They're not going to bother us. The thing that we have at the moment is, I would imagine that the majority of the world are concentrating on the fear tactics of the global media, and everybody is frightened. Everybody is scared. That creates a low vibration. And when we have a low vibration, these things can touch us and can harm us. And the whole of the world is kept at a low vibration. So where you focus is where you put your energy. And when you have as I was saying about the type 1 civilization, about the focused consciousness of humanity, the focused consciousness of humanity at the moment is on COVID-19 and the harmful effects and the death that it's causing and all this. So that really is the reality that we're living in.
And that's manifesting itself into the death count that we're having right now, because everyone's concentrated on the number of deaths that are coming in each and every day. Right. So would that help the process in the death rate that's happening? Or if we ignored and stopped thinking about the death rate that's coming in, would the death rate lower itself?
I guarantee that if the media hadn't caught hold of this and nobody had ever mentioned COVID-19, people would go around their business around the world and nothing would have ever changed. People would still sneeze, people would still die of the flu. When you look at COVID-19, the death rate is completely inaccurate, because there is no test for coronavirus. There's no test for COVID-19. Now, the UK have just ordered lots of testing kits from Europe, which are contaminated with coronavirus. So if you get tested with these tests, you're going to be positive. Now, nothing would have changed, nothing would have happened, but the media have got hold of it, and now everyone is scared.
Yeah.
And I was speaking to somebody this week, and somebody they know committed suicide, and their cause of death was actually officially recorded as coronavirus.
Really?
Wow.
Yes. Now this is happening throughout the world. So the figures are completely inaccurate.
Yeah, I heard
they're also adding regular flu victims too. People that are dying of regular pneumonia, and they're adding that to the list of COVID-19.
Yeah, and
also people who have heart disease, and they actually are tested positive for COVID-19 and they die because of that heart disease. They chalk that up to COVID-19 as well.
Yeah, and same with dementia and other diseases like that, Parkinson's.
So every disease or anything else that's related across the board, if you have COVID-19, it goes to a COVID-19 death as opposed to the actual underlying issue which actually caused the death.
It is. Well, they're being very clever with the words. You see, they're saying, just to figure out the air, 25 people this week have died with coronavirus. Now, people are saying, or people are believing that they died of it, but they're not. They're saying they died with it. Now, that can be a common cold. That can be the flu.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean to say they died with it.
Yeah, you can go out and get hit by a car and be infected with COVID,
Exactly.
Yeah. He died with COVID. Yeah.
Exactly. That is correct. They're not lying to you, but people are reading that or reading into that as they died of COVID.
Right.
And this is how the figures are completely wrong.
Now, earlier on, Mike, you were talking about Jesus Christ and his crucifixion. And it occurred to me that that Jesus's arms and legs are, when you look at it on a clock, are sitting at 369, right? And his arms are at 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock on the crucifix. And then you take 9, you divide that, you get 3, and then you have 33 there again.
It's all numerical, and the 5 wounds of Christ are basically the pentagram, which again is the initiations into the mysteries of the universe. So there's multiple signs and metaphors within the meanings of these things. The three nows that were used is alchemy. The purification through alchemy. That there's all of these different facets that are telling you the same thing, which is Christ is really the Christos, which is your own internal fire of transmutation.
Mm-hmm. Clarence had a really good comment here. He said, speed of light 144,000 equals the number of those taken during the coming of Christ. Can you speak on that a little bit?
Yeah, the 144,000 is a code. If you add 1 plus 4 plus 4 plus all the zeros, it equals 9.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, the ones who will go with Christ are the esoteric man, the initiates, who basically have been taught the mysteries of the universe and the cosmos and the body. So the 144,000 is the number 9, esoteric man, completed man, man of perfection, who has perfected the mysteries, who will activate his own Christ. That is the code of the 144,000.
Cool. See, you guys are chosen. You're all number 9 out in the crowd. Making years educated you and giving you the knowledge of the universe. So we're good.
Mike, you mentioned earlier in the very beginning of the presentation about the change of the zodiac at 2,000 some odd years. When is the next change due? You have any idea?
No, it's every 2,160 years. Now, if you times that by 12, it equals the precession of the equinox, 25,920. There's different opinions. Obviously, the next one is the Aquarius, the new age. There's different opinions. Some say we're right on the cusp. Some say we're several hundred years away. But there's sort of debate as to when that will be. But I think we are already starting to feel the effects of that particular new age, regardless of how long away it is. We're starting to see the effects, which is all to do with the lifting of the veil and that kind of energy. So we're already starting to see that with what is happening sort of globally at the moment.
I've got 2 final questions for you, Mike. I don't know about Mike and Rob or the people out there, but earlier on you showed the apple and the Taurus and the star within the apple. Are there other fruits that have the same type of say Taurus code within the fruit? Or a vegetable, for that matter? And if so, would it be healthier for you?
Certain geometric shapes are proven to be healthy. I mean, for argument's sake, the pyramid shape is an extremely powerful energy for growing food, for in the body, etc. The only geometric shape that I found, as in the pentagram, is really in the apple.
Mm-hmm.
Because and the reason I use the apple is because biblically it's important with knowledge. It's important in the King Arthur. Avalon comes from
Day as well, right?
Say again, sorry.
Valentine's Day as well, right? The apple.
It is, and again, like King Arthur, Avalok. Avalon comes from Avalok, which means the place of apples.
Mm-hmm.
So the apple is important in terms of consciousness. So the apple really biblically, King Arthur, all of these different stories is quite important. So I've never actually dissected all of these different fruits to see if there's any geometric shapes, but the fruit themselves are in themselves a geometric shape, and they will form one of the Platonic solids of the third dimension. So everything has a geometric shape, which has a frequency, which has a vibration, which has an energy.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Clarence and I have talked about this several times, and I'm in line with your school of thought when you said earlier on, when you were talking about the Egyptian pyramids, that they're not just a couple thousand years old or a few 100,000 years old. In fact, they're millions of years old. And I'm in line with that. Now, my question is that how old do you think the pyramids might be?
I would probably say about 500,000, but they are at least hundreds of thousands of years old, because the Great Pyramid was in situ where it is now at the last ice age. So we're talking at least hundreds of thousands, but I would guess at probably about 500,000 years old. in terms of other references on Cydonia and things like that. So very, very extremely old.
Cool. Anybody out in the Matrix world have any questions for?
Yeah, James had another question about the codes here. Let me see here. Once the codes are found, what will be the end result? What will we be able to do? Or will whatever the end result be, i.e. power, be endless?
Well, the end result is out to supposition, but once humanity realizes its capability, once humanity realizes that it's actually supernatural and it's superhuman, then we'll reactivate our supernatural, superhuman qualities. We will reconnect to that unified field. We will reconnect to the creative force. We will reconnect to higher frequencies, and we'll step outside a.
Uh-oh.
Oh, did we lose Mike?
I think so. Everything stopped. Yep.
Yeah, he'll be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're having issues out there, and I'm kind of wondering if this has anything to do with that 3 days of darkness. Kind of has me paranoid now.
Well, so far we're doing okay. It's just over there. I see Steve Meads also said he was having problems this morning with Facebook. So,
well, hopefully this will correct itself. But what do you guys think so far? It's a pretty powerful presentation. A lot of information.
Absolutely.
I'm really looking forward to getting into the crop circles, because that crop circles is a big interest of almost everybody that's watching.
Yeah. I see we lost Rob too at the same time, so I don't know if that was a connection thing between.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be back.
Yeah.
David's got a good question here. How old is our current version of human? Yeah, that's a really good one.
There's Rob.
Oh, sorry guys, I must have got disconnected. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, you and Mike both went down at the same time, so I don't know if it was.
They didn't like us.
Yeah.
we were spilling too much.
Hey, on a lighter note, I just wanted to say also, I just got a message from Tim Collard. He's doing good. Yeah, he's doing good. He's living out in some kind of wooded back country place somewhere and doesn't have a very good internet. So, but I sent him the link. He may join us, he may not, but, just letting you guys know that I finally actually heard from him. Here's Mike.
He went into hiding, huh?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. It just collapsed on me. I do apologize.
Oh, no, me too, Mike. Don't worry about it. I got kicked off too.
Yeah,
for some reason.
You got
right. I'm glad it wasn't just me then.
Yep. No.
We were expecting this, so perhaps we manifested this.
Yeah.
Yes, we probably did.
Yeah. Earlier on, David was asking, "What is that image on the screen?" And I believe that's the planetoid Sirius or Sirius, something like that. When they first discovered it, there a few years back, I believe it's in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. And there was like beams of light coming off of it, and that back in those days, people were thinking that was something extraterrestrial. So we're going to find out here pretty quick. So that's the image.
Are you serious, Omar?
Yeah, I'm pretty serious. I read a lot of articles on this when they first discovered this. There was like they were saying that there's like light coming off of this planetoid. And I think that's what I'm seeing on the screen.
Yeah,
but
they also did that on the moon too. They found a couple of places like that with the light shooting out of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's the picture, Dave. And Dave had a really interesting question here as well, Mike. Let me just go to it. He asked, "How old is our current version of human?" That's a fascinating question.
It certainly is. Well, Homo erectus and other life forms, it's now believed that they cohabited with the current Homo sapien. So again, we could potentially be looking at many thousands of years. Again, it's not really been dated, but when you have all of these different human forms sort of living and living on the same planet at the same time, even though at different points of the Earth, again, you could be looking at hundreds of thousands of years. So Homo sapiens could be, a lot older than we're told. But again, I don't know the exact number, because that's not been dated. That's not really known.
More than likely, they're far older than what we've been told, because we know that these bankster educations, institutions, they don't like telling us the truth, right? They like to keep us in their own little Darwinian narrative perception that they've created. So I can imagine, I personally think humans are, minimum 500 million years old, because of the fact that Klaus Donna has discovered a lot of artifacts that date back 350, 400, 500 million years. So, it's really anybody's guess. And, the artifacts that he's finding may perhaps be from the previous civilization that, inhabited this planet, or it could very well be the current version of human that did this. We don't know.
Well, what he does say is that there's been something around for a lot longer than we're told.
Tootsie Mummy is asking, did he have more to say when he was cut off? I'm not really sure, Tootsie.
Yeah, I can't remember. I don't know at what point I was cut off, but pretty much.
Yeah, we were pretty much towards the end of whatever we were talking about. We can, take a 5-minute recess to go to the bathroom, Mike, or grab something to eat, or we can carry on with part 2. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm happy to carry on if you guys are as well.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yep.
Okay, right then. This is part 2.
So here, so there's no background noise, Mike.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is part 2. Now we're told that in space no one can hear you scream. That's because they say that space is silent. There is no medium to carry sound, which is incorrect. Because before Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone, he invented what was called the photophone, which proved that light was a medium for sound. And what he did, he shot a beam of light into a mirror. He beamed sound into the same mirror. And what he proved was that sound wave actually hooked onto the light, and the light carried that sound wave. So light is a medium for sound. So therefore, the universe is not silent. The universe is full of sound as well. Now, as I mentioned earlier, physical humans are not from Earth. Our physical body is the creation of dead stars from Orion, from the Orion Nebula. Now, that happens by what is known as a triple alpha process, which is really a set of nuclear fusion reactions which create carbon and oxygen, which create, obviously, physical life on Earth. So physical life on Earth came from the Orion Nebula. The Orion Nebula is extremely important throughout the ancient world. These are some of the most famous ones, but there are the lesser famous ones as well. Places in England as well, in rural places, where henges are in alignment with Orion's belt, but no one knows about them because they're secret and they're remote. The 9 pyramids, again, the number 9. The ancient structures are telling us secrets of the universe, and they are a message by numbers. And I've already mentioned the number 9 and what that means. Now, the human brain, operates on a bioelectrical transmission. So it can translate impulses, which are really electrical energy, into sounds. Now, the last person to do this found that the brain kept repeating the phrase, number 9. So number 9 is extremely important. Again, when we start looking at vortex mathematics, we see that the number 3, the number 6, and the number 9 are actually numbers that do not relate to the third dimensional world. They are outside of this dimension. That is why Nikola Tesla said that if you understood 3, 6, and 9, you'd have the keys to the universe. Now, these vortex spins and magnetic vortex spins are what are creating wormholes of space and time. They are basically the hidden instructions to create a gap in time and space through which to travel. Now, I've personally seen UFOs coming out of dimensional gateways in the sky. I've personally seen them actually coming out of wormholes that I've seen appear. Craft have come out of them, the wormhole has disappeared, and then the craft has travelled across the sky. I've personally seen this in the sky. Mathematics is the creator's language. It is the universal language, as already mentioned. Now, when people have been abducted, some of them will come back with strange markings on their skin, and these are 2 of them. The triangle and the inverted triangle, but those are a mathematical message. Now, the one on the left, which is the pyramid, the triangle, is the mathematical therefore sign. This means thus is to be demonstrated or to be shown. Now, when you come back with an inverted triangle, it is the mathematical because sign. That is really logical reasoning, but that is also connected to the therefore sign. So when people are coming back with these strange anomalies and strange shapes on their skin, some of them are mathematical messages that they are coming back with. Even the subatomic particles have a mathematical equation. Now, this is the equation of the electron, which is under the word physicist, and that is at Westminster Abbey in London. That is the equation of the quantum behavior of the electron. Now, when people are taken through what we believe to be solid objects, this is done by what are known as matter converters. What matter converters are doing, they are breaking down molecules and they are then reassembling them so that they are able to pass through things that we consider to be solid objects, whether that be the roof of a building, through a car, whatever. They're basically breaking down molecules and then reassembling them so things can pass through solid objects. For me, when I met my wife in 2006, not long after that, things began to happen. And I'm now going to detail just a few of those things before I move on to some more esoteric codes. When some people meet, there are wavelengths of energies that can interplay between the 2 polarities. It is a universal order called marriage, which is uniting the male and the female energies into a united whole. Even atoms marry each other. It is a marriage of opposites. Before I went to Egypt in 2010, I had this strange message. Now, the wife and I had decided we wanted to go on vacation to Egypt, but we realised we had a deep feeling that it was going to be more than just a vacation. And 10 to 14 days before I went, I received this email from a psychic medium in Scotland who I'd never met, who didn't know me, who I'd never seen. And she said, regarding your trip to Egypt, and she said this was a message from her spiritual council. She says, you will help uncover more insights and translate ancient knowledge brought to us from great distance. Under the Sphinx lies an ancient secret knowledge that will be added to your toolbox. Use this wisely for the benefit of all meaning past, present, and future. It all belongs together in the same place. That becomes relevant when I talk about the quantum world in a little while. She went on to say, you must absorb, accept, understand, and finally know. Only then can you share and teach. Now, this was a cryptic message that I received just weeks before I went on vacation to Egypt. So based on that message, I went to Egypt and I expected there to be fireworks, razzmatazz, some evidence of what I was being told. Now, when you walk up, I was told, and my wife was told, we need to be as closest to the right-hand side of the Sphinx as we possibly could. Now, this is the scene as you're walking up the narrow corridors. Now, at the top doorway, just to the right, it opens out to where the Sphinx is. You can't move. You're like sardines in a can. This is what you see when you get to the top of that tunnel. It was crowded. We couldn't move. But just as we arrived there, 2 people moved, and my wife and I were able to get to the closest point to the right of the Sphinx as possible. Just miraculously, a gap appeared in this density. Nothing happened, or nothing seemingly happened for 7 years following that message. But 7 years later, in 2017, I was receiving pharaonic visitations. I was seeing scarab beetles manifesting out of my wall. I was seeing Kundalini energy scurrying across the floor, leaving my body. All of these things happened 7 years after that message. What also started to happen was, in a sleep state, I was getting mathematical sequences. And one such one was a square root symbol followed by the numbers 937. It took me the whole of the next day to work out the square root of 937. But in essence, it leads us back to the B, to the hexagram, and the Egyptian godhead, the ancient mystery schools of Egypt. It's all to do with the B, and it was this cryptic sort of mathematical equation that I received. Now, the B also takes you to breath work. The Brahmari, which in Sanskrit means bumblebee, where they were creating the noise of the bumblebee, which was quieting their mind through breath techniques. Now, that quieting of the mind takes you to a place outside of this reality. Again, as I mentioned earlier, without a clear mind, the inn is full, which is what the biblical story was really telling you. The B also takes you to Egyptian royalty, and it takes you to the Merovingians of France, which is again a family bloodline. I'd also received the mathematical approximately sign, which is this, and this is the symbol that I was given. I was just given the symbol. This means it is used to represent the homeomorphism, which is a topology, and this is telling you how things relate to each other in space. It deals with metric spaces. So metric, universe, one verse is a metrical rhythm. It's to do with mathematics of the universe, and this was given to me in this symbol. Wherever I went around this time, 2007, 2008, 2009, wherever I went in the world, I was seeing something. This was the first thing that I ever saw, which was in Rome. And as I was walking through central Rome near to the Colosseum, I saw my wife looking really intently into the sky. And as I looked into the same direction, I saw what initially appeared to be a sphere, which then turned into a tornado shape, which then turned into two spheres, which then returned into one sphere. When this object was in two spheres, it was actually moving around the sky in some kind of controlled mechanism, and it returned to a sphere. This probably lasted a couple of minutes, and then it all disappeared. That really was the first introduction to what turned out to be my new life. This is a picture that I actually took, and this was above my hometown. And this is also another thing that I took a picture of. The story of this: I was in the police force at the time, which I served for 17 years, but I was on night duty, and I was with other officers, and I was with paramedics at an incident. As I looked into the sky as we left the incident and were standing on the doorstep, I looked into the sky and saw what I can describe as a gigantic ball of fire, and I thought it was an aeroplane on fire. And this thing came overhead, completely silent, twice, taking the same trajectory on both occasions. And this is the photograph that was taken. This bears no resemblance to the ball of fire that I saw with the naked eye. Ironically, 3 weeks later, the police helicopter of the force that I was in at the time, in the same area of sky, was followed back to the local airport, which was his base, followed by a gigantic ball of fire in the same region of sky 3 weeks later after I'd seen it. This was all recorded on onboard cameras. The police incident log was completely restricted. The police helicopter was refused permission to land, and it was all hush-hush, and aviation authorities, MOD, Ministry of Defence became involved. So this, in my opinion, was the same incident, the same object that I'd seen and photographed just weeks earlier. This is what I call my Rendlesham Forest, and I was with my wife and a friend in pitch black dense forestry one evening, and it was so pitch black you couldn't actually see your hand out in front of you. It was so dark. There's no roads. It was just dense forestry. This beautiful bright light appeared in the middle of the forest. This is the actual photograph, but to the naked eye, you couldn't see the purples and the pinks that you can see on the photograph. You could just see a pure white light that was so bright it actually hurt the physical eyes to look into it. And this appeared in front of us in dense forestry, lasting for about 20 or 30 seconds, and then it just completely disappeared. And this was what I call my Rendlesham Forest. This is really now the event that involved time travel. This was really my awakening. This is the cause of me being here this evening, the event. And I recorded it in an ebook called When Murder Travels Through Time. It goes back to Victorian England, even though physically I didn't. I did travel back to Victorian England on this particular evening, and it did involve time travel. Now, a spirit or a ghost is really a spirit particle. It is a mental energy or a quantum information that can exist outside of the body as a soul, existing as a quantum field, which is the framework of particle physics. It can interact with its surroundings, but it's not necessarily part of those surroundings. Leading up to this main event, I was having attempted possessions of my body. I'd be sitting at home and I'd be having 6-foot double glazed windows shattering from the inside in poltergeist activity. And what happened was my wife, as a child, had been asked to look into a particular murder. And this was inherited when the wife and I actually got together and got married, and I inherited what I know to be a murder from the year 1850, although it was 2009 in my time. And I remember one evening we'd been kicked out of our house by strange eerie activity, and we went to sleep at the mother-in-law's house. And I remember about 3:30 in the morning, and it was February the 9th, 2009 in my time, going back to an old wooden bedroom. And as if I was looking from the bed, which was on one side of the room, I was looking at the room. There's a window in front of me with blue curtains. To the right-hand corner of the room, there was a wooden door. And at that point, the wooden door opened. A gust of wind made the curtains move. And I heard a young girl's voice say, "He's here." I then basically came back into my reality, screaming hysterically as if I was being attacked. What it turned out to be is I'd been taken back to her time, which was the 9th of February, 1850, to where her stepfather had come into the room and smothered her and killed her. And I had actually witnessed and relived the last moments of her life. That, for me, completely traumatized me. And this is how I came back to my reality, having traveled back to hers. It was about 6 months before I could actually sleep with the light off again. Such was the trauma. Now, I'd never ever experienced fear in my life until this, and I could not sleep with the light off for at least 6 months. It was terrifying. She told us that she was leaving. This was days after this particular event. She told us that her favourite colours were pink and lilac. A couple of days when we got back home, we'd been out for the day, my wife and I. We came back, and this is the actual flower, artificial flower that had been left in our house for us. It was a pink and lilac flower. This wasn't ours. It wasn't in our house before we left. It was put there, pink and lilac. My favourite colours are pink and lilac. This was days after this particular event. What I'd actually done is I'd stepped into someone else's time event, which in this case for her was 159 years previously. I'd remote viewed a different timeline. And remote viewing is to really see across the long distances of space and time without physically being there. Physically, I was in a bedroom in 2009. Consciously, I was in Victorian England. Now, both time in the universe are mathematical. We have protons and antimatters, and the speed of these are controlled by time. So time is really universal. Now, spirit, non-matter, can move through time, but it's not part of it. It can view and visit other time frames by moving outside of material consciousness of the body, moving down the path of the spiral. Now, the ancients were fixated by the spiral. Time, now in the quantum world, time is infinite. There is no separation between the past, the now, and the future. It is all one continuous snapshot. Everything is happening now. So in this quantum world, there is no separation of time. All are one continuous existence now. Time is also a measurement of sort of speed and distance as well. When we look at time reversal symmetry is really physics working the same forwards and backwards. It's been proven, time travel has been proven. Particles know their direction of travel because the route going forward in time is different to the route they take coming back in time, and they understand the difference. That way, they know if they're going forwards or if they're going backwards by the route that these particles are taking. A remote viewed, which is really a consciousness entanglement. It is the targeted interaction between the viewer and the target, regardless of the distance between them. So remote viewing deals with information as processed by consciousness. My consciousness had travelled back to another time. Now, in the Princeton Engineering Lab, known as PAIR, they have proved
Oh, looks like we lost him here for just a minute.
Yeah, looks that way. Just hang in there, guys.
Yeah, he should be back.
Yeah, he'll be back right away. There seems to be some type of internet issues happening in the UK right now. Very fascinating so far. Wow.
It's pretty incredible. It's an incredible story. You know, to me, it's that jump to go back and forth is just, you know, to go into 159 years previous is incredible.
Just reading some of the comments here. Very cool. The other thing that I just learned here is sound being carried in space via light. You know, I heard that before too, that you know, sound doesn't travel in space because there's no air, there's no wind, there's you know, no carrier to carry the sound. And it's interesting because when we look at the Apollo moon missions, when I don't know who it was, but Buddy was banging down the American flag with a hammer, and you could hear the hammer, right? Bang, bang, bang. And at that time, you know, ignorance, right? I was thinking, well, how can that be? You know, this has to be on Earth because sound doesn't travel in space. And then now that Mike has mentioned that sound will carry itself on light waves, which now clearly makes sense of hearing that hammer on the moon. Did the whole thing freeze?
No.
Okay.
I was just waiting for him to come back in here. I'm hoping he makes it back in.
He'll make it back. It probably has to shut the browser down and follow the link again, so it could be just a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Tootsie Mummy, not easy. Tootsie Mummy, oh my God. Thomas Alvin, I can remote view down to the molecular level. That's cool. David Rucker, fascinating that all of the time is one continuous snapshot. Really makes sense. Indeed, it does. Thomas Alvin, your guest can remote view with the name of a location. Where'd it go? Location. I have a challenge for him. Spire 6. Sorry, Thomas, no challenges today. Perhaps next time. Tootsie Mummy, how could you stop it from doing it again? Tootsie, can you elaborate on that question, please, as to the point in the presentation that Mike is in? That will really help with the question. And also, if you can capitalize all your letters in the question, it'll help stand out within the rest of the comments and conversation that's happening. That would be much appreciated. Thomas Alvin, everything just froze. Now it unfroze. Really interested. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very cool. A little bit of shitty news here. Mr. Morningstar is not going to be able to join us. He has his own show happening today. So unfortunately, he won't join us. But Mr. Erdman is still online to come on at 2 o'clock Pacific time, 4 o'clock Central, 5 o'clock Eastern. You guys are watching Contacts with the Closer Encounters on Closer Encounters.
Of Closer Encounters, as Closer Encounters.
Hosted by Closer Encounters.
And the question we have is, why Closer Encounters? Who knows? Who knows?
I am your co-host today from British Columbia, Canada, Omar, with my good friends Clarence Mitchell from Closer Encounters and Rob Oxmeyer from Full Spectrum Universe. Thank you for tuning in to check out our weekend-long event. It's been a lot of fun so far, and please share this video so that others out there can benefit from this knowledge as much as we are benefiting from this knowledge.
I feel like there's so much that has been said already today that I definitely have to go back and watch it again, just to make sure I absorb all of it. You know what I mean? There's so much stuff.
Yeah,
so much stuff. So good.
I know exactly what you mean. I always go back and re-listen to the presentations that Michael puts forth because you know, when you're doing a talk like this, there's so much information coming in that it's almost like an overload, and you're taking notes and such, and then the questions that you're asking are kind of like, you know, 1% of what is actually running through your mind. So I always go back and rewatch all the videos and mark down all my questions, and I know I'm going to have Mike on again, and then next time I hit him with all those questions.
It's funny you say that too, because, you know, as you're listening to what he's saying and you're trying to formulate these questions, sometimes you feel like your questions are, well, for me, that they're a little vague compared to how detailed he is. And it's like, I think to myself, you know, is that really going to be a good question, or is that not? It's too general. You know what I mean? Like, am I really pinpointing something, or am I just being facetious right now? You know?
Yeah.
Well, the common person, it will be kind of general. You know, we're not up to date on this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So don't feel bad about that. Yeah.
Also true. Also true.
Yeah, you have to remember that you know, not everyone has the full capacity of understanding what Michael is saying, because a lot of people are just coming out of their slumber, and you know, this is a brand new knowledge to them, because a lot of people think and believe that Jesus Christ is a real you know, flesh and blood person. When in fact, you know, Jesus Christ is a metaphor of consciousness, of a higher consciousness. And so this is something that, you know, people will have a very difficult time grasping and coming to understand that, because of the lifelong brainwashing of this subject. So any question, in my opinion, is, you know, a good question, whether it's vague or, you know, generalized, or, you know, if it's in detail. I think all questions are good questions, especially for a teacher like Mike, right, that has, you know, a full understanding of what he's talking about. So when you do ask him, you know, a vague question, I'm sure he will go into detail to make sure that you understand the question that you're asking, right? Not the answer, but actually the question that you're asking. So let's read some comments here while we're waiting for Mike. Oh, look, Mom's in the crowd. Clarence.
Oh yeah, hey Mom, I see she's there. Good, all good stuff. She says, cool.
Star Child says, so all day cool. I'm just listening and learning. Great show. Right on. Welcome, Mom. Nice to have you. It's always good to have you on board here.
Hello, Mrs. Mitchell.
Yeah.
Here's a question from Tootsie Mummy. When he was brought, not his body, in another time where there was a murder. Okay, I got you. I know where you're going with this. I'm pretty familiar with that question, actually. I've asked Mike that same thing numerous times now.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Tootsie, thank you all. Tootsie, me too.
See, I always had this thing about the Bible and stuff, especially when it comes to Jesus himself, being a real person or not or whatever. Now, I always made the claim that Christ was an entity,
Mm-hmm.
and my biggest example is when he died. Of course, Easter's coming up, so here we are talking about this, right? But, when he died and they put him in the tomb, and he arose, 3 days later and whatever. And Mary Magdalene went and to see him, or take care of his body. He wasn't there. And as she sat there weeping or, crying, she met a guy on the pathway who she thought was a gardener. And he asked Mary, why thou was crying,
Mm-hmm.
And she explained to him that, they came and took my Lord's body, they stole him. Well, lo and behold, the guy she's talking to is actually Jesus Christ. She did not even recognize him. So to me, that was kind of like a shape-shifting kind of ordeal,
Yeah, it sounds that way.
Yeah. So I just wanted to point that out. But
actually, I want to remind me of this a little bit later, Clarence or Rob, that in the Gospels of Thomas, that's where I made a mistake earlier. I thought Mike said Gospels of Thomas, but he was talking about St. Thomas. In the Gospels of Thomas, in it talks about how Jesus got mad one day while he was playing with his friend, and they were on the roof of their house, and Jesus had thrown him off the roof and killing him. So I'd like to hear Mike's interpretation of that, of like what exactly are we being exposed to when it says that Jesus pushed this kid off the roof and killed him. I wonder if that means something, with our consciousness, or
whether he actually just pushed him off the roof.
well, we know that Mike is talking about Jesus more as a metaphor than,
right.
than a physical being, right? Because Mike's message here is that it's a higher consciousness, which is the Christ consciousness, and that Christ consciousness is within all of us, right? So my question to that is that when Jesus pushed that kid off the roof, what exactly is the gospel trying to tell us there, right? There is a coded message in that.
right.
And,
What do you think? What is your opinion on it?
I'm not really quite sure, Rob. I'm not sure what to make of it. From what I take away from it is that when Christ pushed that kid off of the roof and killed him, for me, what that represents is that Christ let go, of maybe a mindset, or a habit, or or he severed some sort of a dark force that was trying to overtake him, and to push that aside. Because like he was saying earlier, there's 50-50, right? Positive and negative. So in order to have that Christ consciousness, you would also need to have the dark aspect of that as well, right? So now I wonder if in the Gospels of Thomas, if it's talking about Jesus deactivating that dark part, or that dark aspect of our energy, or what that is.
Well, I don't know, because in the other Bible, in the regular Bible, it talks about Christ being tempted by the devil.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, he denies him, 3 or 4 times or whatever, so.
Well, Star Child actually said it was maybe him letting go of his ego.
Yeah.
And I can agree with that.
Yeah.
Being a child and knowing that you have these innate abilities inside of you, there is going to be some kind of It's some kind of confidence that you have, whether it's in, in a just way or in a not just way. And I'm sure your ego would go up. Maybe as a child, he was uh, making it, not so much making himself pure, but getting rid of the evil. And the temptation of Satan would be his ego to say, I'm all powerful. You should listen to me. I should be a king. So
Yeah.
I believe Star Child is onto something there, which she says that it's his ego.
Yeah,
Maybe him pushing that off the roof is him discarding that ego, so he could be that pure beam of light, or uh, that essence of complete good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
yeah, I agree with that. I think that makes a lot more sense than what I just said. Very cool. Yeah, yeah. That's
My mom wants to know where you found that at, Omar. Where are you looking? Where is the book of Thomas that you're talking about?
the
I
gospel.
don't believe Thomas is in the Bible. I believe it's one of those.
No.
Gospel of Thomas is is an independent book. They took that out of the Bible, the New Testament, I guess, whatever meeting that they had. I forgot what it's called, but
Is that back in Constantine's day, or is that back in
yeah,
in,
like
in
when
or is that back in King James day?
no, I think this is during the Constantine time. They call it the meeting of shit. What is the name of that? I forgot. It starts with
He's
a
like, shit.
It starts with a C. It's this is when they all got together and decided on what goes into the New Testament, and
Right.
Oh, yeah.
the
When
meeting.
they started hampering down on what they wanted that message to be, as opposed to what it should really be.
Yeah, like when they decided to not put the Book of Ezekiel into the Bible, or things like that, right? So they left the Gospels of Thomas out of the Bible, and it's just an independent book.
Is that part of the Dead Sea Scrolls, Omar? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I don't think this Gospel of Thomas is part of the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is it dates back to the time of Mary Magdalene and Jesus, when they supposedly were roaming around the earth. It goes back from there. It's like part of Genesis and Numbers and things like that.
Yeah.
But it's a book that was disincluded from the New Testament, and and the New Testament, we can't really put too much merit into the New Testament. And because of the fact that it's expelled a number of gospels out of the book, so it's not complete. Not also, it's just footnotes of much older stories.
Yeah.
So for me, I really don't put too much weight into the New Testament. If anything, I read the Old Testament, because that seems to be a bit more truthful than the New Testament, because in the Old Testament they're talking about the Gnostics, they're talking about the demiurge, they're talking about these beings that are moving in cubes from one place to another, in rather quickly. The demiurge, for instance, and eugenics, and half machine and half humans, kind of stuff that what I'm seeing in the Old Testament. So for me, it makes a lot more sense, the old one, and the God of the Old Testament is pretty mean too, right? He wants to be
definitely more on the
aggressive.
vengeful side.
Yeah, wants
That's
to
for sure.
And if you step out of line, you're going to get your ass kicked, and things like that, right? It's more realistic than the new one, I find.
Well, that begs to be discussed too. Is when did all of a sudden, when did this God change? If going by these books, when did this God actually change his, his stance against humankind?
Well,
There's points in the Old Testament where he's vengeful, but then again, once you hit the New Testament and after his son has come, it's it's what now he loves mankind and would do. It's very confusing. It's very confusing to me.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying the New Testament is sugar coated, and it really bears no weight. Council of Nicaea. There you go, David. That's the one it was. Council of Nicaea, where they all got together and decided what was going to go into the Bible and what was going to keep out. The New Testament is more so of a control method than anything else, right? And then when they converted the Roman religion from paganism into Christianity, they essentially moved all of the pagan rituals and holidays into Christianity, and kind of just merged it in as part of the new religion of the empire. But it really wasn't a new religion. It's just the old religion masked as something new.
What I'm going to do here, I'm going to paste the Gospel of Thomas. It's in PDF form. So all you have to do is click this link and it'll take you right to it, and you can read the whole Gospel of Thomas.
Tootsie says, sorry, I have to leave. Thank you for all the interesting information. Looking forward for more. Right on, Tootsie. Thanks for tuning in and watching us today.
Yeah.
Hopefully, Mike will be with us soon enough. I shot him a message on Messenger, but it doesn't look like he has seen it. So hopefully everything's okay there, or the internet maybe just went down. But we'll give Mike some time, and he said he'll come back, and he's true to his word. So hopefully, he will come back, and there's not too many issues.
My brain is still rambling through all the stuff that he said, trying to decipher it myself. It's just incredible the amount of knowledge that this man has, and the homework that he's done to really be able to project that to other people. It's just incredible. It's incredible.
Yeah, that's what I thought. The first time I came across Mike was a few years ago, and he was promoting his book, and I forgot which one it is now. It's been a few years, but he was promoting his book. I just seen a post from him, and I was like, well, this looks interesting. And so I messaged him and said, hey, you want to do a talk? And I don't think he had done a radio show at that time. And he's like, yeah, absolutely. So I brought him on, and we had a nice discussion the first time around, kind of getting to know him, right? And then he came back the second time around, and we had a deeper conversation. And then I came back with slides, and then started doing webinars, and that blew my mind, right? I was like, whoa. And even now I go back and I watch them quite regularly, and take away notes each and every single time.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You probably still haven't fully grasped everything he said, probably from his first one. Still grabbing new information from it at all the times.
Maybe 2%.
Yeah.
Percent, maybe 1%, possibly. But it definitely has a lot of information to absorb, and it takes a lot of time to put your programming aside, and then to listen to what he's saying is it's very difficult, right? Because we're all battling our brainwashing and the programming that we've been introduced to since the cradle. So that's something very difficult to snap away from. But then when you have somebody like Mike that's talking, and he's giving you this information, and it conflicts with what you've been taught, then you know that it's hitting the core, right? When you're conflicting with what he's saying, then obviously there's some truth to that, because inside coming up with that. And
I wonder if he's ever had another experience like he talked about, where he went back 159 years, if that was his only one.
He's had several.
Yeah,
he's had several. He's talked about it several times, which he might get into.
That's awesome.
Sure. Yeah, I hope he comes back. Maybe his computer crashed or the internet went down.
Michael there, he says he's from the UK and his internet is in and out, so on and off.
Yeah, that could be, because Mike's not too far from London.
Right.
right? So
maybe they're taking down the pedos in UK this time.
Well, they've been having issues since yesterday, I think, or the day before out there. So a lot of people, of course, are blaming the queue, but most likely it's just so many people online, you know.
Yeah, everybody on it at the same time. But you know, that really should make no never mind, because
Well,
whether
it shouldn't. Yeah.
you're at the office using the internet, or you're at home using the internet, or you're
Yeah.
connected to
Still
what,
on it.
Well, there is a difference though, because like office computers and that are on one hub, you
Yeah.
know, which is a major big thing. Where your home internet, you got 10,000 people on one hub. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Makes a big difference. But you know, this is one of these deals I think they're doing also, so people will say, "Oh, well, I can't wait for Elon Musk 40,000 satellites to get running so I can buy his internet." You know,
Yeah,
this
good.
is what I'm thinking is happening. You
Yeah,
know?
So a marketing scheme.
Yeah,
Pretty much
exactly. It's exactly
the best
what it
one
is.
you could ever think of.
Yeah.
The slow play, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's probably buying out the rest of the internet companies. You know what I'm saying?
That's probably true.
I'm going to start a conspiracy. That's what it is.
There you go. There you go.
It's Elon Musk, everybody. Blame him for it.
Yeah, Elon Musk is trying to buy up all the internet companies.
Yeah,
Can monopolize the market.
exactly what he wants.
He's
Yep.
the root of all evil. Mess with people's internet, you are the root of all evil.
Yeah.
The demon.
That's horrible.
Yeah. Starlink's taking over. Yeah.
Oh
Along with
God.
Space Force and everything else.
Julie said,
But we didn't have one glitch yesterday on the show at all. But last night, Rich, who was on our show, he was in and out, jumping off and on all night long last night on his show. So
he had to close off a lot of tabs too,
yeah,
to play just a couple of videos.
Wow.
Yeah. So there's some massive unrest happening within the internet. Julie says our internet has been running really slow due to the increase of people online. That would make sense. Yeah. Absolutely, Julie. Michael says, or this bloody 5G.
yeah.
That could very well be. You know, who knows?
The switch over very well could be.
Well, I'm
Trying
not
to
on
switch this
5G
over.
yet, so.
Well, think about it. If you're on 4G and it starts to, they're talking about low latency and problems. If you bog down to 4G, you'd be more inclined to buy the 5G because you want that steadfast connection.
Well, that's what they claim, but it ain't going to be any better as far as that
of course
goes.
not.
No,
Of course not.
I don't know.
Thomas Alvin, a little bit further up in the comments, he says, I was a military intelligence officer in Dark Fleet. It's been interesting hearing your guest and comparing it with my intel. And then Mike.
Dark Fleet, that's a special space program, right? That SSP?
I'm not sure, but a little bit further.
That's the secret space program. That's the one that the same as
one
as L and
same one
Corey
our guest
Good.
was on.
It might be a different faction, but that's what he was. I think that's what he's representing.
Same one Corey Good is on.
Yeah.
Just saying. I don't know if it's the exact same one, but it's the SSP. I'm sure of it. Yeah.
Michael says the Men in Black, and then Thomas came back and it says at Michael using a Star Trek deference, I was Starfleet intelligence, and David Rucker says, "What is Dark Fleet, sir?" And Thomas responds, says, Dark Fleet is the interstellar space navy of the secret space program.
There you go.
Yeah.
SSP. Yep.
Yeah. Gail Carpenter. Hey, everyone. Hi, Gail.
Gail's in. Yeah, cool.
Hi, Gail.
Ego. Great question. Yeah, that's what we talked about earlier. His ego. Thomas, Jesus Christ was the man's title, not his name. Tootsie, I see it like that. Okay, very interesting. Great comment so far, guys. Fantastic.
See, I've heard of that Dark Fleet before, and you know who talked about that, Omar?
No.
Our buddy Alex.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
That's how I recognize that name. Here's Michael. He's back again. Let's get him on board.
Hello.
We did it, guys.
There he is.
Audience.
Where did we get to before I dropped off?
Yeah, we're just getting some insight on what's happening in the UK, and what was it? Michael, he's in the UK, and he says there's been issues with the internet on and off for the last couple of days, and it seems to be the issue everywhere. United States, Europe. It's probably because so many people are on the network that it's just causing a lot of pressure on them. Yeah,
I don't know where I got to in the slideshow.
but
let me see here.
I could have been talking for hours just to myself.
We got to
wormholes. That's what it was. Yeah, talking about the wormholes.
You had here. I'll turn my camera on and I'll show you exactly which one, Mike. Cam Mike.
I'll just give a brief summary of what I said after that. When I see where I got to.
Alina coming out of the black holes.
Yeah, that's kind
what
of
Michael said.
Yeah, but basically went to say that I've seen things coming out of black holes. I've seen shadow people. I've seen clouds changing to numbers. I've had various visitations, and then went on to say about why crop circles are not circles, they're ovals, because the oval is the geometric shape of Fort, which again, Fort comes into Teote, and then went into Teote and why is depicted with a baboon, which is really, when you look at the human brain, the olfactory tract resembles the baboon. The olfactory tract is really the nervous system of the brain. I basically went into the elongated skulls. It was a natal gestational technique to change the shape of their skull, and how the sarcophagus, the dimensions of the sarcophagus is really calibrated to the heartbeat of a newborn child. So they're basically recreating the womb experience and changing the shape of the skull to transmute to a hypertype of human, etc. So it was it was along those lines, and I went into the Anunnaki about how the Anunnaki really means life from the sky, which is ourself. How what people believe is a depiction of the solar system is really the hexagram 11, which is the nuclear explosion within the nucleus of DNA. How the Anunnaki characters are really genetics. Anu is atom. Alalu means wave genetics, which is how the waveform in which genetics are created. How Enkin and Lil is really the double helix of DNA. Planet X is the X chromosomes, which is your ancestral knowledge, and all these different things about the Anunnaki and how it all relates to the genetics of a higher human. So that's really how it sort of left off. It's probably about half hour that you've missed, but it went into crop circles having diatonic ratios, which are messages put within sound waves, and how these shapes are really the sound of the environment, which is coming into a pictorial shape, which is a message that is descrambled by the brain into a coherent message. So that there's been a clear intervention throughout the world, throughout the ancient world, throughout the solar system, that is directing us to be a higher type of human, and how we can actually transcend from this third dimensional reality to the unified field of higher consciousness. And all the tools that we see in the likes of religious scripture, which is a metaphor for this, in the monoliths and the monuments of the world, wherever, the monoliths and monuments of the likes of planet Mars, they're all leaving the breadcrumbs, they're all leaving the tools of how we can transmute to this higher type of human, a higher type of frequency. And that's really, I think, in a nutshell, is what you missed when I got cut off. So we sort of wrapped everything up. Instead of it all being different individual projects, it's all just one message from one hymn sheet, all telling us the same thing. The only things that ever changed was the name of the gods or the shape of the monument or the monolith, but the message never changed. And that is really the concluding part of what you would have missed.
Here I'll show you the last image if you want to look at my camera here, Mike. You see that?
Not yet.
Right here, it looks like an attic.
Oh, yeah.
Right. That was one of the last images that you were on.
Okay, but basically that was when I was talking about my event, my real awakening was it involved conscious entanglement, which was a remote viewing of something that had happened 159 years previously. So I basically remote viewed, gone back in time to Victorian England to relive or witness the last moments of someone's life. And I vividly remember being in their bedroom when the assailant walked in, who was the stepfather, and basically suffocated the young girl who I heard the voice of. So
can you
basically
can you share your screen, Mike?
Yeah, of course. I've just clicked on share.
There we go.
Excellent. I can see me now. Don't know what's happened there.
Oh, let's see here.
But if you can see that, I can. Oh.
Well,
I can see
like
the Washes logo now, and yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's basically just going on about time travel. Now I'd experienced remote viewing as a time travel, and now in the quantum world, time is infinite, so there's no separation between past, now, and future. And I'd basically gone into somebody else's time event through remote viewing, and I just showed how in the Princeton lab they've actually recreated remote viewing and proved backward in time travel in the control. And that's what I did. I went back 159 years, remote viewing consciously but not physically, and that was really my event, reliving a murder, having the trauma of that for 6 months, not being able to sleep without the light on. But then that went into lots and lots of other experiences which were quite nice and quite pleasant. So I'd sort of had a mixture of everything, and then as I say, I went into the Anunnaki, I went into elongated skulls, I went into crop circles which contain diatonic ratios, which are messages, and that's really what concluded the talk. So you probably missed about 40 minutes of slides, but in essence it was all tying everything together to say that there's been an intervention, there continues to be an intervention. All of these monoliths and monuments are breadcrumbs for us to find the way to becoming this enlightened being and reconnecting to the higher frequencies of the universe. And that's really how the talk concluded, taking it all and bringing it back into one place.
Cool. Yeah, we can drop that off from there and bring Mike back up. There we go. I think we're having a glitch between the share screen and the yeah. There we go.
Yeah, so there's been quite a few glitches, probably over the last few days. Really, I can't, like Amal was saying, I can't go into new tab because it freezes everything. So I can only go into one thing.
Right.
Before I came on air, there was the link that I was sent just wasn't working, and then everything was kind of issues really. So fortunately, we got most of the way through.
Right on. Now, I was going to ask you, Mike, we were talking while you were offline. The Gospels of Thomas, in it references to Jesus when he was about 13 years old, and he was playing with a kid on the roof of his house. And he got mad at him, or they had an argument, and he pushed him off the roof and ended up killing him. So I'm wondering, what is that really trying to tell us? We know that, Christ is, metaphor of a higher consciousness. So when he, kills this boy, What is that story trying to tell us? I know it's coded, but what does it mean? Is it like Star said earlier on that maybe he was letting go of his ego?
It's the death of something, and it normally refers to the death of the old you. Now, when we see the likes of the old knight guarding the Holy Grail, the whole knight is the old you, who is then replaced by the new knight, who is the new you. The Old Testament, the New Testament. Testament is really testicles. It is witness to a man's virility. Now, it is the death of some. It is the death of some of the aspect of you or of the old you in which to create the you. So that the second coming of Christ is known esoterically as the twice born. The twice born are the initiates who have been reborn into the mysteries. So it's the death of something to be replaced by the new, the reborn, the esoteric man, the perfecting man, the baptized child who represents a new initiate. So it's the death of something to a new way, a new pathway.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That clarifies my kind of clarifies my thinking on that. Starchild is asking, and this is going back to when you were saying that you had a difficult time sleeping for like almost 6 months and you needed the light on. Star is asking, so how did you get over it, Michael, the fear of the dream?
The biggest fear was, would it happen again? And when I drifted off to sleep, would I be taken back to that place again to go through what I'd just been through?
Mm-hmm.
Time gives you the space in which to recover. We said, the wife and I always said that when we're able to talk about it without getting scared, we've recovered. And that took about six months. But it's just like anything, time, good experiences, understanding what happened, realizing that it was a one-off event and it was not going to happen again. So when I drifted off to sleep, I wasn't going to be taken back to that room again to relive that thing again. And it just comes with time giving you the confidence that it was a one-off and then you weren't going to have to go through it again. So it's the same with anything. There is always that scar, but it's time that comes to heal and to readjust. And my readjustment was this. And it took me on a complete 360 topsy-turvy life, then this different path as a result of that one incident. So time gives you the confidence to realize that you're okay.
A question I had is, Mike, did you have any other experiences like that through time travel or basically like a astral projection of anywhere that really stands out to you as opposed to that sad memory, maybe as like in a good way?
I don't remember time travel, but I know my wife and I have had experiences of dimensional shifts. But time travel, although I have seen people coming back from an out-of-body experience, I've seen their body coming back, or spirit coming back into the body, and I've seen their spirit leave the body. So I've seen lots of different aspects of travel, but in terms of a personal time travel, that is the only one that I can remember. But that really was enough. I didn't need to see any more after that.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Was there any time that since that experience, have you gone back to that? Because you said that you had the fear of, going back and then experiencing that event. Did that ever happen to you again? Ended up going back just because, or
no? I went back. No, I went back at that particular morning, the 9th of February 2009 for me, which was the year 1850 for her. but I didn't go back again. There was conversations and interactions that happened after that particular event. We had a psychic medium come over to help us, but she almost didn't, because there were strange things happening to her as well, like washing machines lifting up off the floor and coffee cups being moved. So she didn't. She almost got scared and didn't come help us. But I was quite insistent, and she did. So there was interactions after that incident, but I never went back to the same place. That really was the first and only time that I did have to experience that. So it was only the once.
You just said at 3:30 in the morning. Is there a connection with 33 and then going back to this particular moment?
Well, of course, the 33 does appear, and what is strange as well is in Gnosticism. Basically, there's a golden key, and you sometimes see it on church stained glass windows. There's a golden key of Gnosticism, which is really the key of knowledge, of secret knowledge, to open the key of secret knowledge. Now, I saw that key in my mind's eye in 2009, and I learned the meaning of it in 2019. Both of those contain the number 9. Of course, 3:30 in the morning gives you the energy of 33, which again may be relevant, but it was the actual time and the date of the anniversary of this particular incident. But there are numerics involved in this as well. So again, the number 33 is a powerful number. We have lots and lots of incidents happening on the 33rd parallel. I don't think anything is a coincidence. You know, when you've seen and experienced many things, I can't see how these things are a coincidence. So there are magic numbers involved as well, but really it was the time and the date of the anniversary of this particular incident that I went back to. It just happened to be involving 33, involving the number 9.
Yeah, for myself, I don't see that as a coincidence. I don't really believe in coincidences. For me, it's it either is or is not, right? And for me, I just find it very fascinating and interesting that 33 appears, and then you're time traveling, and that energy that's taking place. I just find that very fascinating, and I myself don't think it's a coincidence. And like you've said earlier, that you were chosen to do this, and 33 just appears just again and again and again. So I'm thinking that that 3:30, 33 had something to do with your experience.
I think he did, and again, 2009, which was pinnacle. 2 weeks. It was 2 weeks after I'd been to Stonehenge, which again I've discussed as being a portal and being a consciousness shift, a place of consciousness. So it happened in 2009. I've been to Stonehenge again. The number 30 involved, conscious time travels involved. It was the event. Really, that was the one out of all the other things that had happened. That really was the one that made me sit up and listen. So again, I don't believe in coincidences either. I think, just like anything else, that the whole fabric of the universe, the whole fabric of existence is timed. And I think this event was.
Yeah, like again, 2009, we have the number 11 there, and then we have the number 33. So it's no coincidence. I don't think so. It's just, it's mathematically ordained, if you can say that. And I think it's a path that you're following, and then all these numbers that are correlating have something to do with something.
Do you think maybe possibly
It is. It's a universal language.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that it is a universal language, and at the moment I'm just being bombarded with the number 22 everywhere I go. 22, but when the frequency of the energy of the year 2020, that energy is 22. So again, I always say if you go to Japan, don't be surprised if someone speaks Japanese. If you're speaking to the universe, don't be surprised if you get a series of numbers, because the language is numerics.
See, now today I showed on the phone the number 1111. Yesterday I showed the number 444, which also was on the 4th of April, which is 4. So it was 4444. So what's going on? I'm getting these numbers constantly, randomly, mostly 1111 or 111. But as you know, like yesterday, I showed it to the people, I got 444. So do each number mean a different thing, or does it say, hey, we're trying to communicate, and just showing random numbers, or what's the deal?
It does mean a different thing. Yes, it is an attempt at communication. I mean, again, 1111 is spoken of as a spiritual activation of DNA. Well, when you look at DNA, the twist goes 11 twists one way, 11 twists the other way, then 11 twists the other way to complete a DNA 33. So yes, of course, it is a DNA activator because it's written within genetic. So all of these numbers are a message, and when they come in series of numbers like 444, 555, 222, 111, 333, it gets your attention, especially if you continue to see. You look at your clock, and it will be 2222, or and things like that. It gets your attention, and it is a communication through numbers. So it's getting your attention to look into what these numbers mean for you, because it is a form of communication.
So how do you translate them? I mean, is there? I know it's probably not going to be an easy way.
No, I think that there's. Only just on the internet, you can search, the meaning of numbers. You can look at the power of numerology, and it gives you what these number sequences mean. And there are normally several things that they mean, and I guarantee pretty much one of them will be relevant to you. So if you just look at numerology, if you look at the meaning of numbers, you can look into the Kabbalah numerology. You can look into all of those things, and it will tell you the semantics, the understood meaning of these numbers, and that will then sort of give as to what it means. I kept seeing that recently, continue seeing the number 5, but the number 5 is all to do with great change. I keep seeing the number 22 now, which is 22 is a lot to do with secret knowledge as well, but it's also the energy of this current year. So number 22 is important. It's Gnostic knowledge. There are 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, which is an alphabet of light. It's 2 bones of the skull, Golgotha for enlightenment. There's multiple meanings, but there are messages within the numbers, and you can just look at numerology to find out the specific meanings of these number sequences for you.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Well, I'm just wondering because, like I said yesterday, it was 444, and today we got the 1111. Well, the 1111 would add up to 4. So I'm wondering if that's kind of a connection to yesterday's number. You know what I mean? Well, I'm just speculating. I don't know.
There seems to be no, there seems to be a 4 connection. So maybe look into the sequence of number 4, and then there will be something in there that numbers are a message. The idea of the original meaning of dominoes and the original meaning of rolling the dice was basically a numeric prophecy. It's like a fortune teller, but through numbers. Right. So this is come, and these number sequences do actually mean something, and they do have some power, and they do have a message within the numbers. And if you're seeing number sequences, not just once but repeatedly, then there is a message in that for you.
It's every day. Every day. Sometimes twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day. Yeah.
Yeah, and that obviously means, again, it's no coincidence. There's some message there for you.
So here's a question that Tootsie had for you, Mike, earlier on. It's actually a two-part question. She says, how could you stop it from doing it again? And then down below, I asked her if she can clarify her question. And she said, when he was brought, not his body, in another time where there was a murder. So essentially what she's asking is that how can you stop that from happening, right? For you to go back to when this murder had occurred.
I guess because it served its purpose, and I guess that because it was the anniversary and it was this particular night, and there's lots of things that happened that led up to this that made myself and my wife actually leave our house. There's lots and lots of things going on, so we left the house, and I guess there's things are timed, and things, you know, when two bridges come together, you can cross. When they open, you've lost the opportunity. I didn't need to do it twice, because we went back on the anniversary of the murder or the manslaughter. He didn't mean to kill her, but he did. I went back that particular time, the anniversary of that, and that served its purpose. I didn't really need to go back and relive that again. Had I have not had it not served its purpose, then it may well have been different. Something else may have happened equally to make sure that I actually got the message. But I got the message. I didn't need to go back. I'd seen it once. I'd experienced it once. It served its purpose. What had happened, I didn't need to do it again. Can you stop doing it? I couldn't stop it the first time because I didn't know it was coming. It just happened. And I guess you can. You can. As I said, I didn't need to do it again. I didn't need to relive that again because it already happened and it already served a purpose.
It's kind of like, you were a police officer for 17 years. And, that would be kind of like going to a crime scene and doing your investigation and then taking all the notes and grabbing all the evidence that you need to. And then you leave the crime scene and then you don't come back to it, right? Unless you absolutely have to kind of deal you're talking about, right?
You do. Well, the thing is, when you've taken all the evidence you need, you don't need, if it's a public street, the police tape comes down and you reopen the street, you get the evidence, you take it away, and then that serves you later on when you're given that evidence in court. You don't need to go back to the scene once you've removed the evidence. And again, you can liken it to what had happened. I'd taken the evidence from the scene, I'd brought it back, and she's really the courtroom. So I didn't need to go back and get anything else from that particular incident because I'd taken all I needed from the first encounter.
Yeah. And you were able to solve this crime as well, right?
Through the help of a psychic medium, yes. We were asked to look into it, and we did. But because we had no time, we didn't have a date at that particular time. So we went all the way back to the Second World War and about the 1945. Because we had no time, the likely location was where my wife's childhood house was situated. They were built around about the Second World War or just after. So we felt that was probably a sensible. We couldn't find anything because we weren't going back anywhere near far. We were 110 years out probably. So we couldn't find anything registered. But we were asked to look into it, and we did. We couldn't really find anything because we had no date, we had no time. We did have a name. We searched all the deaths that were recorded throughout the country in that name around that time, but we couldn't find anything. So we decided to say, let's call it quits. When we made that decision, which we believe was at a private lunch, it wasn't private because the words that we used were actually repeated back to us. So obviously something was listening. And it was from that particular point that things started to get nasty, window smashing, attempted possession of my body and different things, because it was basically a teenage drop in the spirit world. Because this girl who'd been killed was age 14 at the time. And she wasn't happy that we decided to stop investigating. And that's when it really came to a head, and that's when things started to really happen.
You said something was listening or something was observing. Do you know what that might be?
Yeah, it was the young been murdered because she'd asked us to look into that murder.
Mm-hmm.
She actually used she had been taken by the hands of another rather than the word murder,
Mm-hmm.
which means the same thing, but it was just terminology. So she'd obviously listened to our private conversation, which she then repeated back to us. So it was the young girl involved who was the one who was listening. What we didn't realise as well until after is we also had the perpetrator, which was her stepfather, around as well, and he was quite nasty, and he was trying everything he possibly could to not let this story ever get out.
Mm-hmm.
So so there's a lot of things going on at that particular time, remarkably, and it pretty much as a result of that. There's other component part, other factors, but after that event, that we popped back to work once, and then that was probably the last time I ever went back. So it really was. It was something that completely completely change the life.
I've got a question here from Starchild, but I'm not really catching it, Star. So maybe you can emphasize on your question. But she said, "Yes, I changed my dreams. Do you know what this means?" Maybe you have a grasp of this question, but Star, maybe you can emphasize on your question as to what you're talking about, like change my dreams. Do you know what this means? Like, what do you mean by change my dreams? Are you talking about like from lucid dreaming or actual dreaming or nightmares, or you know what I mean?
I actually have a question for
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah.
You said in 2009 you went to Stonehenge, and you guys were able to use a harmonic frequency that resonated inside all of you. And it was later that year that you actually had that dream of going back, or you actually traveled back. Do you think that being at Stonehenge gave you, let's say, more like a key, or unlocked some sort of way for you to portal back to that time? You also said that before that people had disappeared from Stonehenge. And do you think that that had some kind of resonance inside of you that you brought home and actually let you access that further back timeline?
Oh, great question.
Yeah, the actual 2009 Stonehenge visit, which weeks before this time travel, it's a different occasion to harmonics. Yes, I do believe that going to Stonehenge 2 weeks before this happened had some factor, had some bearing on what happened, and it's also been suggested by other people as well that it may well it is a dimensional gateway, and what I did consciously was to travel into somebody else's timeline, because it was so close to Stonehenge, because it was the same year, because of what Stonehenge really is. I do believe it did have a factor in what happened. Yes.
Awesome. That's pretty awesome.
Like Starchild said about her dreams. Yes, I changed my dreams. Do you know what that means? And then she said lucid dreams. I change my dreams when they're negative.
Well, I believe that
Obviously, lucid
question
dream.
goes forward. She says, "How did you get over the fear of the dream?" And then she says, "Yes, I can change my dreams, if you know what that means." And then she said, "Lucid dreaming."
Lucid dream is when you're in a dream, but you know that you're in a dream. Now, when you come back into a sensory world, that is when you wake up and you become part of a sensory world. But when you're in a dream world, it is basically a world where you can interact with different frequencies of being in a space, in a designated space. So if you with lucid dreaming, when you are aware that you're in a dream, then consciously you can change the outcome of that dream. So lucid dreaming is different to normal dreaming, when you just, you know, different things that happen. You know, you've been chased by monsters or whatever. But lucid dreaming is when you realize that you're actually in a dream and you can change it and you can interact inside that dream. But I got over it by, say, through time, having the confidence that it wasn't going to happen again.
I can only imagine that was probably a very tough ordeal to deal with at that time as well. You know, right. That's got to be difficult. It's got to be difficult.
It was extremely difficult. As I say, you know, some of the things that I'd experienced and witnessed perpetrated on me, which involved people with guns, people trying to hit me with meat cleavers and different weapons. This is the first time that I'd actually ever felt fear, and you know, there's no shame in saying it was traumatic. Now, absolutely, you know, for a grown man not to be able to sleep without, you know, police officer who's seen every imaginable thing you can contemplate, to not be able to switch the light off at night tells you the depth of the trauma that this particular event caused. Mm-hmm. But it got my attention.
Of course.
Michael Vickridge, can you please elaborate on your question, because it just says how? I'm not quite sure if that question is directed towards Mike or whether it's directed towards Star. But you know, it carries on. Yes, I changed my dreams. Do you know what that means? Star says lucid dreaming. I change my dreams when they're negative. And then Michael Vickridge says how. Is he? I wonder if he's referring to how you would change your dream from negative to being positive. That's what I'm catching.
It sounds like he's asking Star Child how she changes her dreams.
He was replying.
Elaborate on that as well, Mike. Like when you're lucid dreaming and you know that you can interact with your dream, and that you are interacting with your dream, and it's a negative dream. Is there any steps someone can take to make that negative dream into something positive?
I know of people who they've been able to raise their vibrations into a pure light being, and they said the sense of power that it gave them, that they were invincible, that nothing, and of course, negative around that can't they will disappear. Mm-hmm. You can do it by concentrating on what you want to change, because the power of when you can, you are the master of this material realm, and just by thinking, just by redirecting your focus, by redirecting your energies, you can actually the outcome. You can change who is in that lucid dream. And I'm not aware of experiencing lucid dreaming, but I certainly know people who were close, and they were basically turning themselves into a high vibratory ball of light, and nothing could get anywhere near them. And this was inside this kind of dream.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
I actually have another question, if you don't mind, Mike. You said that before you went to Egypt, you channeled a message from higher existent beings. Now that it's been some time, can you go looking for that communication, or does that communication actually just come to you?
The actual particular message about ancient knowledge added to the toolbox came from psychic medium who'd been given it by higher dimensional, but the message was for me. And she got the message to me because she just made the blue and said, "This is the message." So this was actually someone else. It just so happened it took 7 years for that message to come in. When messages do come through, it can be in the that can be interpreted when it comes to your pineal gland antenna. This antenna complicated messages into a coherent, and that's really then you then sort of getting into the realms of telepathy. So I've had telepathic messages, messages. So it comes from in different ways, but this particular message was from somebody else. At that particular, I wasn't doing any sort of channeled messages or getting this kind of information. So that came via to me, and of course now it started 7 years after that, but now it's highly relevant to what you said.
Mm-hmm. Now, can you seek those messages out, as in like almost ask a question and have it returned to you, or in some way, shape, or form, or is it you just wait for these specific messages to come through to you?
Again, it's a mixture. Sometimes I can be looking into something and the answer will be dropped in. Sometimes I'll be looking for something and I'll just be guided to where the answer is. Other times, and I will say by tomorrow to this particular problem, and I can guarantee that every time I've said that, I'll wake up the next morning and I will find the answer within 20-30 minutes of looking for it. So there's different ways. Sometimes I ask, and other times it's just put in there. But of course, because all of this information is in the quantum field, the quantum data around every one of us, then anyone can access all kinds of information that has ever been inputted or has ever existed. It's not just certain individuals, who can do that. It's everyone that can do that. But first of all, you have to realize you can, and then you have to create the environment around you for this information to come into you. But anyone can do it. But from perspective, sometimes it's put there, and sometimes I ask for it to be put there.
That's amazing.
Merle Mitchell, Clarence's mom, says, if a dream stays with you for several days, what does that mean? Most dreams are gone very soon from your memory. That's a great question.
Yeah.
What I find is I very, very rarely ever remember a dream. If I do remember a dream, it's something extremely significant that I need to remember. So if somebody's remembering a dream for that amount of time, it is something that they need to bring back into the sensory world with them. And it's very rarely for me to have remember what I've been dreaming. But if I do, so it will be something very significant that you need to know and you need to remember and you need to bring back into a sensory world with you to act upon or to have knowledge of. Because you're quite right, it normally just, but by the time you wake up, you've actually forgot or it disappears soon, unless it's important, you need to remember it, and that's when you remember it like I do.
What about the reoccurring dreams that happen months apart? I've come across people that said that I had this dream a couple of months ago or a couple of years ago, and having that same dream now, and I've had that same dream several times. What do you think that is?
Or
is
even day after day,
Yeah. Or sometimes they're like spread apart by like months.
It's basically re-emphasizing the same message. Again, for me, it's numbers. I'll see a sequence of numbers, and then again the next day, the day after that, and the day after that. It's a reoccurring message. Needs to translate translated, it needs to be conveyed. So
Mm-hmm.
you don't get it the first time, but there's always another opportunity to get it, and whoever's sending that message will keep trying until you get it. And with numbers, it's the same with dreams, it's the same with all kinds of things. It will reoccur
Mm-hmm.
until you understand what it, and you're doing what this particular information is getting you to do, really.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that they're going to keep trying until you get it. How long do you think that is? I mean, some people may never get it, So is that something that's just going to keep on coming until they finally get it, or does it finally end?
I would guess. I would guess so, and unless the opportunity for the need to act upon it is gone.
Mhm.
And again, because everything works in cycles, there are certain points of that cycle which are a pinnacle time for these things to be done and acted upon, and sometimes that will pass, but then because it is a cycle, at some point it will come around again. So everything in nature, everything in existence is a cycle, and I suppose it will continue to come round until the time that you either get it, or such a time that it's no longer relevant because you've missed the gate, you've missed the buzz so many times that it's no longer relevant. It's past. It's moved on.
Wow. See, I'm asking
Or
that
could it
because of this number thing. I keep getting it and getting it and getting it, and it's like day after day. And I tell people, I've been telling people for months that it's getting to be a real pain in the butt because I can't figure it out. Whatever. At first, I thought it was funny, and then I started thinking about it, and it's getting more serious. So that's why I was asking.
Yeah,
Wow.
there will be, if it's coming through thick and fast like that, in there for you. So you just have a look at the numerology of 444 or whatever it is, and that there will be a message numbers for you specifically.
Yeah, see, because sometimes it's not always. I mean, normally it's the 1-1 or the 1-1, the 11-11. But I have gotten 10-10s. The highest, of course, is 12-12. Things like that. So I don't know if each set of numbers is something different, or if it's just they're just trying to get a hold of me, saying, "Hey, wake up," whatever. Here's a new set of numbers, or am I missing a whole message? You know what I'm saying? That's what's confusing.
I tend to find the different numbers have different meanings. They have a different energy. So so they're trying to communicate multiple messages for you, but they're doing it by different number sequences. But different numbers will have a different meaning, will have a different message, and have a different energy. But it will all be a message for you, and you will keep getting them. You will keep getting those numbers until whoever's sending them has been satisfied that you've understood them. So you will continue to get them as I do. And everywhere you look, you'll see a vehicle plate come by, and it'll have 222 or 5 or all the time a clock. You look at that number, a digital clock, and it's repeated number. You look at the time on a computer, and it just relates to those numbers. And everywhere you look, you will get those numbers because it's getting your attention, and it is literally all the time for me as well.
Now, do you think a triple number means something different than a quadruple number? You know what I'm saying? Or a double number?
Yeah, it's a variant of the same theme, but of course, double three isn't as powerful as double three, double three. So
Okay.
it's a variant of the same theme, but there is a different energy, there is a different power to extra number sequence. But it all tends to be a variant of the same theme, but it carries greater energy. But it's still part of the same message, whether it's double three or triple three or quadruple three. It will be part of the same variant of the same message.
Cool.
Would that be similar to constantly seeing the same symbolism again and again and again?
Symbolism is geometry, is mathematical, but within the shape, again, that is a vibrational message. So every brand logo, every automobile logo, everything will have a geometric message within the shape of that particular brand logo. And geometry is mathematics, which is numbers, which has a vibration. When you go to beautiful churches and mosques and different things, they don't just have geometry because it looks nice, because it contains a certain frequency, and the geometry of it contains, which is why they have geometry on these. There is a vibration, but within vibrations there are also messages. There is also languages that can be encrypted within the sound waves of these things, the same as they are in crop circles, the same as the likes of Mozart and Bach, the composers, used to put messages inside their symphonies, and then put sentences inside the wavelengths of their symphonies, because
Okay, we got.
Did we lose Mike?
Yeah, Steve just popped in and Mike popped out. Yeah. All right,
Yeah,
let me bring Steve up here real quick, and
I see Mr. Erdman's here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Steve. How are you, sir?
How you doing?
Good.
How's the flu situation there? I guess you're pretty well nailed in like everybody else, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully, Mike can come back in. I wanted to ask him this question that VJ had. Pretty interesting question, I find. So hopefully he can come back in. Hate to lose him like that.
Yeah.
Did I do that? I was trying to get in. I don't know.
That was all you. Here he is. He's back.
All you, Mr. Erdman. Shame on you.
Yeah. My wife tells me that all the time.
There he is. Hello, Mike. Welcome back. Yeah, Steve popped in. He knocked you out. That's what happened. Shame on him.
Well, looks
no
like
problem. I'm sure it was justifiable.
Looks like everybody's on board. There's Robbie Ox. Is that correct pronunciation?
Yes, sir. How are you? Nice to meet you.
Okay. Well, we're all here waiting.
Yeah.
I've got a very interesting question here for you, Mike. It's from VJ Hoover, and it's on the same parallel as dreams and such. VJ says, there have been many times that as a person is leaving my presence, that I have had a feeling of dread just dumped on me. I delay the person leaving by just a few seconds, and later they will tell me that they missed being in a horrible accident. I have learned to recognize this. Is this the same thing in awakened state?
What you're picking up on is the energy of the incident that is generated before the incident itself. And there was a good movie which is based on a true story called The Mothman Prophecy. Basically, the story of that was there's this small town in America, and before really bad events, people were seeing this apparition that looked like a Mothman, and it appeared before some kind of event, some kind of tragic event. And what you find is that the energy of an event will reach the other realms before the actual event has occurred, and you can actually pick up on the energy of that event before the actual physical event has happened. So what you're doing really is getting this premonition that something is going to happen, because you're picking up on the energy of the incident that comes before the actual incident itself. So you're actually sort of having like a prophecy. I've done it myself when I've been at a junction where there's been particularly a bad view of the road, and I've seen a speeding car in my mind's eye, and I've stopped at the junction, and then when I've looked back, there's a speeding car coming down the road. Now, if I'd have pulled out, I'd have been hit by the car, but I've actually seen it coming before it's arrived.
Wow.
So you are able to sometimes pick up on the energy of these things before the actual event happens, and that's what happened with the Mothman Prophecy, and that's what happens with these prophetic go out or turn left instead of right, because you are picking up on something that is about. So it's all part of prophecy and tuning in to a hyper communication that is a communication beyond your normal knowledge or your normal information.
Mhm.
Omar, can I point out a technicality? My last name, you left out an A-N-N.
That would be you, sir.
That's
When
me.
when you come into the studio, it asks you to put your name in.
Oh, can I correct that somehow?
Yeah, blame
Yep.
the guy. Blame me. No,
Yeah.
I'm the
Well,
host, so
yeah.
I'll take one for the team.
Okay.
My
That
fault.
that shows you how little I know when I've been having balance problems lately. Maybe it might be because of that. I don't know.
I found it very fascinating what you just said, Mike, because yesterday, while we were talking, I had relayed an experience that happened to me back in 1994, where I was meditating and I happened to have levitated myself about a half an inch. And right after that, what had happened was that I somehow knew in my mind that within 3 days, Princess Diana was going to die. And then I relayed that information to my brother, and I said, "Hey, Princess Diana is going to die in 3 days," and this was something that I just shot out of nowhere. And we kind of just left it be at that. And then a few days later, we were at a pizza parlor, and my back was turned to the TV, and my brother was watching, and the news came on that Princess Diana had passed in France. And then at that very same moment, I had another piece of information I guess dropped into my mind that that I translated it as that Mother Teresa herself was going to die in about a week with a heart failure. And sure as shit, within a week of Princess Diana dying, Mother Teresa died from a heart failure. Now that's only happened to me like that one time, and now I'm wondering if that is somehow connected to what you were just talking about here with the Mothman.
I think
Well,
what Michael was just
certainly the day. Sorry,
Sorry,
go ahead, Mike. I was just going to interject
no, I was
something.
saying. Oh no! Please, Ken. I was just going to say that. Yeah, absolutely. Certainly, the Diana incident wasn't an accident; it was planned. So you know the build up of that is in the ether. It is in the it is in the quantum data that surround us, and you can access that. So yes, the build up of that event would have been going on for a long time.
what do you think about with the with Mother Teresa? I could see that with Diana, because it was planned and that energy, that negative energy went out into the ether, and I somehow ended up picking up on that. But the confusing part here is with Mother Teresa, because obviously there was no planning in murdering her, and she died of natural causes. How would that connect to this?
It's extremely unusual because heart failure is not, as you say, it's not planned, is it? But the again, the heart is an electromagnetic field, and within the electromagnetic field, there is information that is being pulsated into the world. Really, now everything that my electromagnetic field pulsates, it goes into Earth's electromagnetic field, which then pulsates somewhere that there is a communication that you picked up on in order for you to know that these things are going to happen. And it's very unusual for you to predict something that even the person themselves won't even know. That's very unusual. But somewhere there is information being pulsated out, and that's what you picked up on.
And it only happened that one time, right? And it's kind of odd because, like I said, I was meditating and it felt like I had levitated myself, like a half an inch, because I was laying on a bench in a small town called Peachland in British Columbia, and it's right next to the Okanagan Lake. And I was, right beside the lake. The beach was right there, and just kind of just chilling on the bench I was 18 years old, and I'd been meditating for a little while at that time. And my brother went to the store, and when he was coming back, he called out my name. And when he called out my name, I guess my concentration broke, and I felt the back of my head, my shoulders, my tailbone, and my heels hit the bench at the same time, like a thud. Right. So, for me, what I take away from that is that I levitated myself half an inch or an inch. It wasn't very high. But then right after that, this communique, or, this information, I just knew the information. I didn't feel like that somebody had deposited. It was just a sudden epiphany, and that this was taking place and this was going to happen. And then I communicated that to my brother Mike.
But of course, when you get into that state, you have access to everything. You have access to all the information that ever has been, ever will be, because you are connecting to that place. So if you're in a meditation and you're levitating, then you're obviously in a very, very sacred space, and you're having access beyond your five senses, your seven colors. You're accessing information beyond that, and you're picking up on things beyond that. Meditation can be a wonderful thing if it's done properly, if it's directed correctly, because you really are transcending beyond. But everybody has access to every single information. Every single one of your subatomic particles contains the information of every other of its like particle throughout the universe. So once you start accessing that information, you can know everything. You literally can know everything. And it's a special place that you went to be able to levitate. It really is, because even the great gurus on top of mountains take a long time to learn how to do that. So to be able to do that is quite special. But of course, you will have access to all kinds of information when you get there.
Yeah, like I said, it only happened that one time. Now, final question: how can I achieve that again? Because I've been wanting to go back to that incident, or to that state of mind, to where that happened to me, and then since then it's never happened again. What steps can I take in order to achieve that?
Well, having never achieved it personally, the only answer I can give is to retrace the steps that got you there in the first place, and recreate the conditions that put you there, and recreate the thought forms that put you there, and maybe even go back to the same place and replicate what happened and put yourself in the same place. I've never consciously levitated. I don't know how to do that or how you would do that, but whatever you did last time, do the same again, and hopefully it will happen for you.
I just did the normal thing, I laid down and I was breathing. Took each breath took me 30 seconds. 10 seconds to breathe in, 10 seconds to hold, and then 10 seconds to exhale. And that's how I was meditating in those days. And my state of mind at the time, I was 18 years old. I was just a kid, and so I really can't define the state of mind I was in. I just know that I was meditating quite regularly in those days. And then that was my practice. I was just saying, in with the good energy and out with the old, in with the good and out with the old, and then 30-second breaths it took. And that's pretty much it. And, and I've tried doing that, many times since then. But unfortunately, I've never been able to, really achieve that point again. And, and the weird thing is that when I was meditating at that time, I'd only been meditating just a few months, right? It wasn't, that I was involved in it for a number of years. It was just a few months that my mom had taught me how to meditate, because I was, a lot of energy in those days. And my mom said, meditate, calm yourself down. And she showed me how to meditate with a 30-second breath, and in with the good and out with the bad. And and it was just that. I'm wondering if it was just a fluke, whether I just kind of stumbled upon something, or was it that that I'm somehow genetically, or my DNA was able to connect to that frequency.
Well, again, number 10 and number 30 is significant. Number 10 is harmony in matter, and number 30 is again a spiritual transmutation. So the key may well be in the 10 and the number 30. but they're significant spiritually as numbers. But
Never thought of that.
how do you get back there? You're gonna have to recreate how you got there in the first place. But maybe look into number 10 and number 30, because that is quite two significant numbers there that you just happen to be breathing at.
Yeah, cool. I'm gonna definitely look into that. I never actually even thought about looking into the number 10 and 30. Right, for me, it was just 10-second breaths, and it took me 30 seconds to have a full cycle of the breath. Right. Mr. Erdman, you were going to say something earlier before I rudely interrupted you.
Oh,
After
that's okay.
me of spelling your name incorrectly.
Yeah, well, I got that corrected now, finally. I just bounce around here. I think my coordination's a little bit off since my surgery, and I seem to be more noticeable lately. I have a hard time balancing myself. If I get up too quick, I'll go sailing across the room. In fact, I just hurt my my right arm. I got up off the floor, and all of a sudden it just seemed like somebody picked me up and threw me down on a chair, right? And it's like, it actually felt like I was pushed over, but with all my weight, I kind of left a nasty little bump there. It's getting better now, but I've been meaning to go talk to the doctor about it. And in fact, I was taking medication for balance and things when I was on Clarence's show one night, and I had to excuse myself. He had given me motion medicine, I guess you would call it. I'm not sure. It's a very and I had to excuse myself in the middle of the show because I was starting to heave up. It's a kind of medication where you start at a low level of dosage, and then you increase it. You increase it. I had got all the way up to the top that evening, the maximum dosage, and it didn't work so well. So I'm not sure what's going on with me. I'm thinking about doing some meditation, but those kind of incidents where you talk about consciousness or elevated consciousness, that always seems to happen despite myself. A lot of it seems to be a synchronistic, meaningful coincidence phenomena. I think I relayed some of those over the years that I've been involved in, and those seem to happen despite myself. It's not like I wish. I remember one time I had gotten laid off from my job of 17 years or 19 years, I think, and I was out looking for work, and I went out Big Ben and put an application in, and on the way home, and just feeling that after divorce blues, I guess you call it, and I turn on the radio, and lo and behold, here's Kenny Rogers singing, "You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille," just as you pulled up to Lucille and Big Ben. But I've had a number of incidents like that. But Carl Jung used to call that meaningful coincidence or synchronistic phenomena. And in some of his works, he's had some really startling coincidences. It's almost as he believes it's, I guess, a part of our subconscious is speaking to us and giving us clues about things. And I guess you see a lot of that in your dreams, too. And that was just one incident. I have a number of them. But
we were just talking about dreams with Mike, and very fascinating subject dreams are. Just a final comment here for you, Mike. It's from BJ. You just answered her question. She said, "Wonderful. Thank you for clarifying this. It happens a lot in my life, in everyday life events. Not always tragic, but a foreknowledge of upcoming words and situations. I can choose to let it continue or interrupt it. Again, thank you very much."
Cool.
Thank you.
And again, thank you, Mike, for your time this afternoon, and thank you for coming on to our weekend event. Really
Thank you,
appreciate
Mike.
it. You have fascinating research, and I can just imagine what's going through your head. You're an incredible man. and a good friend. And just want to say thank you for your time, and I really appreciate it. And I'm sure all our viewers feel the same way. So if you guys are looking for further knowledge from Mike, I've posted Michael's website address in the comments, which is www.michael-feely.com. Check that out. Mike's got upteens of books on his website. And if you're looking for a one-on-one discussion with Michael, he also has an option to where you can connect with him via Skype. You guys can figure all that out. If you guys want some further info from Mike. And also, I put Mike's YouTube channel in the comments. So please go over there, subscribe to his channel, and show your support, like his videos, comment on the videos. It really helps to lift it in the YouTube's algorithm, and it also helps fight the thought police. We know how we're being policed with our thoughts, and they don't want us learning anything new. And definitely, Mike has a lot to teach, right? So we definitely want to fight the thought police on this one. So like his videos, comment on his videos, share his videos, and let's raise the number of subscribers that Mike has, and aim for the 1,000. Let's aim for that for this week. Get Mike.
I would definitely be contacting Mike for some one-on-one time. That's for sure.
There you go.
If he's okay with that, because I would love to pick your brain, Mike.
So, any final words from you, Mike, before we continue our day with Mr. Erdman and start talking UFOs?
Yeah, all I would say as always is there's been a series of messages left for us. There's been an interaction. I've seen the interaction. I've seen them here. I've met them. I know they're here. They're here. They're helping us in many different ways. Spontaneous self-organization, which is lifting the vibration of humanity. They're helping us in many different ways. The whole of the ancient monuments and monoliths on Earth and Mars are breadcrumbs for transmutation of a higher human, genetically, spiritually, and all kinds of other things. The tools are here for us now. Now is the time for us to do it. Now is the time that we can get all this knowledge and retrace the intervention that they left for us to find. It is there now for us to do, and we need to do it. It is now the time. Now the time to transmute ourselves.
Nice.
Awesome. Yep.
Wonderful message. You're welcome to stick around on this in our studio, Mike, if you want. We're gonna have a really fascinating conversation with Mr. Erdman about UFOs and his experience with UFOs, because he's been researching UFOs since like the 50s. So the guy has a lot of experience and a lot to teach when it comes to UFOs. So yeah, we're more than welcome to stick around if you want, or you can carry on with your evening. But many thanks.
No, nice picture.
I want everybody to be prepared.
I thought that was a studio.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Star Child says, thank you, Michael. It's always a pleasure. Indeed it is, Star. Thank you again. Really appreciate it. So far, it's been a fun event. We had a great discussion yesterday about the secret space program with Elle, and we had Richard from Goof on Radio as one of our co-hosts, along with Rob and myself, and of course Clarence is the host of this event. Today we got to speak with Michael Feely and went through his presentation, which was mind-boggling, as it always is, and I'm going to have to go back and rewatch it just to really grab a good grasp of what he's saying. And we're going to continue on with our contacts with the Closer Encounters, on Closer Encounters, with Closer Encounters.
From Closer Encounters.
You can always find us on Closer Encounters. Yeah.
I think that's right. Lots of Closer Encounters happening here. Unfortunately, Mr. Robert Morningstar was not able to make it. He has his radio show happening this evening between 3 and 5. So I think that's probably going to start here in the next little bit. Too bad that didn't pan out, but we got the Mr. Erdman with us, who has the same knowledge set as Mr. Robert Morningstar, and I was hoping to have the both of them on the screen at the same time, because combined, the two of them have like more than 100 years of UFO research, and I was hoping that we can go back in time and pick up from Roswell, and then how the flying saucer was termed and how it's evolved into the UFOs it is today. So that should be a pretty good conversation, and you guys should be quite familiar with Mr. Erdman as you are with Mr. Feely. I've had Mr. Erdman on our show numerous times over the course of the last couple few years. How long has it been now, Mr. Erdman? About 3 years we've known one another?
Approximately. I can't pin the exact time.
A 9/11 show that we did. That was the first time that we got to communicate, and I think that was about 3 years ago.
Was it?
Yeah, I'm thinking so. We've done many shows since then, and it's always been.
We had them. I think we had them on one of our webinars too that we did together.
We did one on AI.
Yep.
And we approached that from all different areas, and good, bad, and ugly.
Yep.
And that was that's on my website too.
Yep. Awesome.
Steve Meads. Steve Meads was Watchers Talk's first guest ever 4 or 5 years ago, and then Mr. Erdman came along, I think about 2 years after that I began Watchers Talk with my good buddy Starchild out in the crowd. She's been great support and a good friend that's supported Watchers Talk right from the beginning, from day one. Before actually it was even a concept, she was on board and supported me all the way through. So I really appreciate that, and much love and respect to Star for that. So now off the UFOs. Now there's a number of different extraterrestrial contacts that take place. Like we have closer encounters of the first kind, second kind, third kind, fourth kind, fifth kind, sixth kind, seventh kind, eighth kind, ninth kind, 10th kind, 11th kind, the 12th kind, and the 33rd kind.
Yeah.
Right. So we have, someone like Michael Feely, who is a contactee, and his contacts happen through channeling, which is another form of encounters of the closer kinds. I was going to say clownters, but encounters of the closer kind. And then there are other types of encounters to where people are being physically abducted and taken into spacecraft and having things done to them. And there are other types where you're standing there and you observe a UFO, and UFO observes you, and you carry on. And we have other types of UFOs that we don't necessarily see because they're interdimensional spacecraft, kind of like what Saul Wunner researches in UFO to Go, where he shows multidimensional spacecraft that are hovering in the sky, and we can't see them unless you use some sort of a different filter on your camera, which Saul does, and he captures them. Not only are they UFOs, but they are entities as well that are traveling interdimensionally. Now, we have a gentleman that's been researching UFOs, modern history from way back from the 1950s, 1960s, So he's really seen the evolution of UFOs and how they've come into our modern lives, I guess it would be. So, Mr. Erdman, have you ever had a encounter of the closer kinds of any kind? But actually, before we go to that, Clarence, let's talk about the encounters of the closer kinds. Now, your channel is called Closer Encounters, and
Right.
we've talked before, and you said, there used to be just, 3 versions of the Closer Encounters, right? There was
Correct.
Closer Encounters of the first kind, second kind, third kind, and then Stephen Greer came along, and he changed it up, and then he added like 4, 5, and 6 to that. Can you explain to us, the differences between the encounters of the closer kind of 1, 2, and 3, right? We'll just leave 4, 5, and 6 out. We'll just talk about 1, 2, and 3 because that seems to be, it seems to cover all the ground that
Okay.
we're going to talk about.
Well, let me type this in here, and what I can do is.
So there was this one comment up here that I was referring to just a second ago, and where is it? Am I missing something here, or is it?
As far as
a bridge went down. I witnessed a Mothman. David Rucker witnessed a Mothman. A bridge went down, and that's Star. Dave.
That's Mothman, isn't it?
Yeah,
Mothman.
Yeah, David says I witnessed a Mothman. Nothing terrible happened afterwards, though. That's good.
Yeah, we're going to do a show on cryptid here pretty soon about cryptids and stuff, and we'll mention the Mothman and Bigfoot and all that stuff. Quite an interesting subject for a lot of people. Yeah.
Where is that comment? There are so many comments, and I'm so happy to see all these comments because it really shows that people are interacting with our stream. But I did see a comment up here where someone said that something had happened to them, and they ended up being experimented on, and something about sperm.
Oh, I deleted that. I'm sorry.
Oh, you deleted that? Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't a very nice. It was just a troll.
Oh, I see. Okay. I saw that, and I thought that to be interesting because we were talking about that yesterday. As to some people are being abducted, and they're having all these the so-called anal probes, right? And they're getting all sorts of sexually explicit experiments done on them, and sometimes sperm is being extracted from men, and women are being inseminated, and then women go back and they're interacting with children that are theirs, but they appear to be hybrid. So, I was going to see if there's some sort of a connection to that. But if you say that was a nasty comment, then, I'm with you, bro.
Yeah, not a problem. He basically just said that he had an encounter, and then he kept dreaming about the anal probes and stuff like that, so.
Yeah. I didn't read it there. Really, the word that sperm was the word that stood out. Maybe I'm just sick like that, but I seen it, but I was too enthralled with Mike, so I was like, okay, I'll come back to that dream or that comment because it sounds a bit interesting because there's sperm in it, and so we'll
yeah,
see.
That's kind of what happened.
We'll see what that the outcome of that one would be, but yeah, I'm glad you got rid of it, so that's cool.
Okay, if you want here, I'm going to share screen real quick, and I see Rob. Okay, Rob. Sorry about that, Rob.
That's okay.
I'm going to
My
share
internet
screen.
dropped. I don't know what happened, but my internet dropped, so I came back.
Yeah, right. You just wanted to go and have a hoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm going to
I had to
share
fart.
screen
I had
real
walked away.
quick, and we'll look at this. Now this is from Wikipedia, which is it's okay.
If it hasn't been edited.
Right? Yeah.
The Wikipedia.
Exactly. Now, most people know who J. Allen Hynek was. He was part of Project Blue Book, and he when he first started out.
Are you sharing your screen, Clarence?
I will be here. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
Dr. Hynek was put in place to do Project Blue Book, and he was pretty much a debunker / skeptic of the UFO phenomena back in the day. And as you know, there's a series out now on Project Blue Book on the History Channel and everything. But anyway, Hynek actually gave a definition for 3 types of close encounters. And here I'll share the screen real quick, and we'll bring this up bigger so people can read it. But the first one is a first close encounters of the first kind, which is the visual sightings of unidentified flying object, seemingly less, 500 feet away.
Zoom in on that, Clarence, so that
let me see if I can bring this up bigger.
Maybe if you enlarged it, our viewers can have a good
Let me
view.
see here. I'm not sure if it'll get any bigger or not.
Oh, there we go. That's a bit better.
Is that better or worse?
Went back.
Right before that, Clarence, you had a good view.
Oh, did it? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Right there?
There.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah. Close encounters of the first kind is a visual sighting of a UFO, seemingly less than 500 feet away, that's shown in appreciable angle extension and considerable detail. So in other words, it's 500 feet or less from you, and you can actually, get all, if it has windows or whatever in it, you can see it pretty well. The second kind, close encounters of the second kind, is a UFO event in which a physical effect is alleged. This can be interference with the function of a vehicle or electronic device, animal's reaction, a psychological effect such as paralyze or heat and discomfort in the witness, or some physical trace like impressions in the ground, scorched or otherwise effective vegetation, or a chemical trace. And of course, the third kind, which is what the movie was all about, and by happenstance, Hynek actually played a part in that movie, if anybody remembers.
Wasn't he
UFO encounters in which an emanated entity is present. These include humanoids, robots, and humans who seem to be occupants or pilots of a UFO. And then, of course, it goes down and gives you the 4th, 5th, the 6th, and the 7th kind, but they're all different. Now, the 5th kind, just so people know, was actually dubbed by Stephen Greer himself.
Just for shit and giggles, guys.
Yep. Stephen Greer actually dubbed the 5th kind, and that basically has to do, which involves the direct communication between aliens and humans. Type of close encounter was named by Dr. Stephen Greer, the CSETI group, and is described as bilateral contact experience through consciousness, voluntary and productive human initiated cooperative communication with extraterrestrial intelligence. In other words, he summons UFOs. Okay, that's what it's all about.
Ooh.
Yeah. The fourth kind, of course, is the adduction event, which I don't know. I always said the third and fourth kind were basically the same, but they break it down more here. The sixth kind is a death by a UFO that's associated with a sighting, more like cattle mutilations and such. And then, of course, the seventh kind is the creation of a human hybrid, either by sexual reproduction or by artificial methods. Okay, which they talk about the woman's egg and having babies and such as that nature. So that's basically all of them there. But
if we take the C out of SETI, that would stand for Search Earth for Terrestrial Intelligence.
Exactly. Yes. So that's what that is. Yeah.
So that will be the encounter. Search Earth for terrestrial intelligence. It's pretty rare. It's as rare as Bigfoot.
Yeah.
True. That's a fact.
Now, sir, you've been investigating UFOs for decades now, and and I've gone to your website and I've read many of your articles and I've participated in a lot of your articles. Now, what is one of the most legitimate UFO investigations that you've undertaken or have been a part of?
Well,
but before you answer that, let's familiarize your UFO research to our viewers first. So if you can just tell them how long you've been investigating UFOs and what got you into investigating UFOs and where you are today with that aspect of your investigative journalism into this subject.
Yeah, that's a good question. Where do you exactly begin? I don't think there's any black or white entrance to the UFO field. I don't think there's what you can call a definite UFO field because it kind of blurs or blends in with so many other phenomena going on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I used to always be interested in science fiction, even as a little kid. Used to read books from the bookmobile that come by at the orphanage, and I'd pick out a few. And I was fascinated by watching the atomic test out in was that Nevada? They televised them back then, and just seemed to be a lot of area there that one blended into the other. Later on, I picked up some UFO literature and was fascinated by some of the photographs and some of the topics. And I remember one of the first magazines I used to get was Ray Palmer's Flying Saucers, and he also had a magazine called Search. And there's other little Forum. Forum was another one of his magazines, and some of the things he talked about seemed to strike a chord, with me. And of course, being in that age, it's the age of about 12 to 15, somewhere in there. It's a very curious age for your teenage years, where you seem to be susceptible to this kind of phenomena happening. A lot of poltergeist phenomena happens to teenagers, and you're aware of the 1949 case of the demon-possessed boy. He was in that age bracket, and that kind of there was a Twilight Zone, and you name it. It all seems to kind of blur together. I also had a fascination with volcanoes, and used to draw pictures about exploring volcanoes, and I can't quite say one thing interested me more than the other. But sooner or later, as my teenage years approached, I certainly was fascinated by UFOs. If I see a UFO magazine, I'd pick it up and I go through it pretty in depth. And somewhere along there, we had gone to see at the Fox Theater. We had gone to see Steve Reeves. He was a muscle man back then, like Schwarzenegger now, and they had two movies came out within a year of each other. One was Hercules and the other one was Hercules Unchained. And I'm not sure what year which came out. But we decided to go see the Steve Reeves movie and at the Fox Theater, and then we decided to walk home. And you know how teenagers are; they get an idea in the head and they just keep going. And we start passing up buses. That was uptown, and we lived in Southtown. And I said, we'll get the next bus. There'll be another one coming. Well, after a while, there were no more buses coming, and we didn't seem to care. And we just kept walking and talking and walking and talking and theorizing and whatever, and this or that. And we found that we all walked all the way home. We were four of us. Two of my next door neighbor's buddies trailed off and went to their place. And then a few blocks later, we were home. And it was well after midnight. And my boyfriend went in to his front door, and I decided, well, that's interesting. So we had a gang. We had like a Siamese duplex, one butted up next to each other, and I had a gangway, and there was a gate, and then there was a tall tree on the other side, oak tree. And I'm just thinking to myself, and Jiminy Cricket's Walt Disney song, "When You Wish Upon a Star," was in my mind at that time. And I was looking at the moon, what I thought was the moon beyond the tree. And I said, gee, that's awful bright. That's a bright moon. So I unlatched the gate and shut it and walked towards the back porch. I was usually went in through the back door. And I said, I'm going to take a look at that moon, see just why it's so bright. Well, it wasn't the moon. And it didn't register with me at first what it could be. It didn't seem to be anything but a globular bouncing light, a bright blue white light. And that's not the moon. I said that can't possibly be the moon. Well, there's some scientific reasons for that too. At that time of night, the moon would have been almost directly overhead at that time of the summer. And so while my mind's trying to make a meaning out of this, what am I looking at? At first, different shapes appeared in my mind. One was a large blue-white swept-back dove. And there's a reason why that came to mind then too. But it started to gyrate and swirl, and it just went straight up until it went beyond your vision. It just faded out where you couldn't see it anymore. Well, I sat on my back steps for a long time trying to figure out, well, what did I just see? There's some backgrounds and stuff. Of course, Walt Disney was a favorite of kids back then. And I also remember there was a corner tavern. Some of the hillbilly music they played on. One was "On the Wings of a Snow White Dove," and that was on my mind at that time. And I guess that's why I started to visualize this thing as a huge white dove. But that unmistakably was not the moon. One of my favorite, one of my best friends keeps telling me, "Well, you just saw the moon. That's all you saw was the moon." Well, no, sir, certainly wasn't. And I think a lot of people don't really I think people see different things at different times because of their subconscious background. And it's what I mentioned Carl Jung earlier in Meaningful Coincidence, and what he called archetypes or symbols that we see. Each has their own connection with it, and it's worldwide phenomena. And this was just this is very definitely very Jungian. The symbolism was connected through that at the same time. But that was one of my earliest encounters. I guess I was about 15, 16, somewhere. 1960, I believe it was. And, I certainly couldn't unlearn that. It certainly was something that it happened despite myself.
Which category would that be, Clarence? Is that encounters of the first kind?
Yeah.
Well, I would say, yeah.
I would say yeah, too.
Yeah, on a
Things
certain
like
level.
that.
The thing is the archetype coincidence connected with a hillbilly song, connected Walt Disney.
Hmm.
My dog wasn't barking either when this all happened. He would have been barking. There's just certain things on a very subconscious level that come across with it as well, and that is seen in most UFO cases. Somebody wrote an article for Fate magazine. When an incident happens like that, and a supernatural happening happens like that, what else is going on in the neighborhood? You of course you see an object that you feel is a strange object, a UFO, but if they investigate further, and this investigator did, he found other things are going on in the neighborhood at the same time. It might be poltergeist activity, might be a Bigfoot sighting, we don't know, but a strange phenomena happening in the neighborhood, like Ray Parker said in his song, Ghostbusters, is there something going on in the neighborhood? So, it's just not, there's, it's interconnected between a lot of feelings and thoughts and things, archetypes and symbols and things that are going on. No one really approaches it like that. I think Carl Jung was the only one that really approached the UFO phenomena in a general world global sense, and he found a lot of evidence for it too. And of course, when Hynek got in there, Hynek knocked down the spaceship theory early, and it didn't take him too long before he started seeing, well, there's something else going on here. They were not just dealing with little men hopping out of spaceships and picking up specimens, and then there's something else going on here. We're not seeing it right. We're not seeing it in its correct sense.
Yeah, he was a pretty well a debunker skeptic when he first started out with Project Blue Book, and towards the end of his career with that, and afterwards, he became a full blown what do you want to say?
Interdimensionalist.
Right, there you go. Yeah. So he was actually a real true believer. So he went from one side straight to the other side, which is pretty amazing for something like that.
Yeah, he was challenged quite a bit. And I remember going to one of his early lectures at Graham Chapel out in Washington University, and he brought this all out, and he says, we're dealing with something that's truly abnormal, and not spaceships. I said, sooner or later, we're going to do enough investigation that we'll find that it's pretty natural to the environment. And I mentioned that to a friend of mine. He's no longer a friend, but he's pretty much went to the skeptic side. He came to my house and he said, I said, Dave, what did you think of Hynek's lecture? He pretty much blew away the spaceship theory, and from way I understand it. And Dave said, well, you're just a goddamn liar. I said, you didn't get that from his lecture? He said, no. And I start researching ever since that incident stuck with me, and I got all Hynek's lectures from Dave Mahler and his things comments he made over the years, and compiled how his attitude changed. And that was one of his first disclosures about UFOs was at the Graham Chapel lecture. And of course, Dave turned out to be a raw, hard-boiled skeptic, and he joined that skeptical menagerie of Nichols and Shermer and all those. And but I think they missed the whole point. This is not something new. This goes back centuries. We were having visits with the gods, and the gods would teach us things, and it's not something that's just happened in 1947. We're just experiencing it in our own frame of reference, and
Yeah, now about that time is when the book from Eric von Daniken came out, right? Chariots of the Gods.
yeah. I don't know if he had the proper focus, but yeah, he brought out it was how the phenomena was went way back in history. Yeah, and but there's been a number of books like that Sanderson. The people just start. I think there was called the Straight Line Mystery, where in France in the 50s they were starting to see a lot of these humanoid creatures, and they all appeared to appear on a straight line, a pattern of straight lines across France or Europe. And it just seems the more people look at these things with an open mind and kind of expand the study, they do discover more. They find more connections to this or that. But like I say, it's not new. You know, we have Plato and Aristotle. They didn't know UFO experts, but they showed us there was something else going on than just their daily daily mundane lives. You know, there was something going on besides that.
Sir, when you talk about the straight lines in France, are you talking about the ley lines?
Well, that's been later on connected, and they said, yeah, that's part of the phenomena. But this was Amy Michelle wrote the UFO mystery and the straight line phenomena. Or I think it was called orthony. I forget how you pronounce it. But yeah, it could be related to that, the global grid lines.
Yeah, because we know that there's the energy grid lines that are there. So I'm wondering, in your opinion, when these UFOs manifest, do you think that they're using the Earth energy grid lines and somehow use the energy there to create a vortex to appear?
Well, this is one of the theories. Of course, most scientists say that's non-existent. They never have found any kind of linkage to ley lines or grid lines.
Oh, those guys can't be trusted because that's the the herd scientists that we're talking about here.
Yeah.
They're going to disagree with everything. If it goes against the narrative of Darwinism, then they're not down with it. So they're going to say, well, we have no connection. We don't have this, but we have independent researchers like yourself that have proved that these ley lines are there. They do exist. There's monuments on them. There's megalithic monuments on them. And, not to mention, the energy fluctuates between these points.
Yeah, a lot of holy sites or sacred sites fall along these ley lines, and see there you go back into history. Religious beliefs, secret cult beliefs, and I'm reading a book now by David Icke. It's very fascinating. He gets into a lot of this psychic.
Which book?
Phantom Self.
Oh yeah, yep. That's a fantastic book. I've read that.
I'll have a book review finished with this in the next 2 weeks, and but he gets into how one phenomena here again blends into another phenomena, how religious beliefs from way back in history, connect up with more modern incidents. It's a fascinating book, and you'll see what I have to say about it in about 2 weeks. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay.
Just reading a quick message here coming in. Now, let me ask you. You've been, researching UFOs and spacecraft and such for a long time now. I asked this question yesterday. You know how we have the TR-3Bs? Do you think that our governments have mimicked these UFOs in their design to in an attempt to trick the people, in a sort of a way where they're seeing all these UFOs in the sky and people are reporting these UFOs, and then now the governments are creating these aircraft that look like UFOs.
Yeah.
Do you think that's by design, or do you think that they've back engineered some of the stuff that they found and came up with this design? Really what I mean is that, are they saying, so when they can come back and they can say, well, this is not a UFO, that's actually one of our aircraft that you're seeing, and trying to deflect the real UFO that people are seeing.
Well, there seems to be some masking going on. When did this research begin? I mean, we back in the 1890s, 97, 98, they had what they call the airship phenomena, where people were seeing these mysterious airships. And then later on, some of them, they had a club that said, "Yeah, we're behind it. We actually invented this." And I think they were naming some of the factories that were involved and things. The question is, did those organizations that were sponsoring this just disappear, or did they continue over the years? And that's always a question for myself. One, I think it was called. There was the name of the one club. I can't think of it right now. They were in California, and people did some research, and they found out this man, then this person claimed, yeah, we're part of that club, we're part of that organization. And I think Nikola Tesla, he also claimed to have been a party to some of those inventions at the turn of the century. And they were talking about special gas and special materials that were used, and he was prophesying how his invention before too long will become evident, and they'll say exactly what people realize exactly what he was talking about. So I don't know what came first, the chicken or the egg. Maybe they grew up side by side, became sister phenomena. I don't know how that much information I don't have. I just a lot of speculation.
The T-Rex came first.
Well, you wonder sometimes,
Yeah, because
I mean, when you have people like
chicken.
what's the one scientist, Cremo, he talks about finding artifacts,
Michael Cremo.
yeah, finds artifacts millions of years old.
Yeah, Michael Cremo and Klaus Donna.
Yeah, so it's a strange world we live in.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
And people like John Keel and Jacques Vallée says we're inventing reality as we go along. We're actually creating things, these mysteries ourselves, and we've been doing that for thousands of years. So I don't know. It's fascinating theories, but I don't know how you're going to add meat to the stick. That part I don't have a solution for.
Those ships that you were talking about back in the 1800s. Now, we all know the very well documented story about the Aurora, Texas incident. And some people claim that that is part of that group, that ship group or whatever that you're discussing, out of California.
Right. Yeah, it seems logical, but for every answer there seems to be more questions. What kind of organization was it? When did they become more substantive? Something certainly happened during that era. The mystery aircraft era. Something definitely was going on. It seems like a lot of things are going on at lightning speed, almost simultaneously, and certain cults pick up on it, and certain secret organizations pick up on it and help develop it. And I don't know. I certainly don't have all the answers. Robbie, what do you think about all this?
I've got a question here, Mr. Erdman. It's from Vita Allison. Rob's been having issues with internet all day, where he's been his calls being dropped, right? So it's kind of in and out right now. So I'm sure he'll be back right away, sir. But to jump over here to Vita Allison's question, she says, "I have a question. Can you contact a UFO sighting when there appears in the sky? Some groups try this. Is this true or false?" This is kind of on the same line as what you were talking about, Clarence, where Dr. Greer seems to summon these UFOs.
I think what she's talking about is when people flash their flashlights at them and stuff like that. At least I think that's what she's asking. But yeah, it could be because Greer, of course, he claims that he summoned the Phoenix lights, which, well, I won't even go there, but yeah.
I'm sorry, Stephen. I got cut off again. I apologize. I know you asked I was trying to answer you, but it wasn't working properly.
Yeah. So anyway, as far as flashing your flashlights at them and stuff like that, there's a couple of stories out there about people who have done that, and of course they got abducted while doing that. Screwing around, thinking it's funny, and they flash their lights at them and they get abducted. Now, whether or not it's true or not, I can't tell you, but there are people that try it. Whether or not it works, I couldn't tell you. I really don't know.
I find it a bit funny. You flash your light at him when you get abducted.
Yep, see you later. Oh, he wants it. They're like, he wants it. He wants it. Let's get him. No, my take on the whole thing is, like you were saying back in, there was a lot of people in the late 1800s, early 1900s that were taking credit for these flights or, people seeing things in the sky. But before there was even planes, they used to have this book called the Farmer's Almanac. And the Farmer's Almanac used to actually document specific incidents over, I believe there was one over, it was somewhere in the middle of the country, but where they say that fireballs, they saw comets, they saw things that were flying around that shouldn't be flying around. They went up instead of down. I mean, there's quite a few incidences. And like you said, back in ancient astronaut theory, it's, they talk to the gods. It's very difficult to discern as well now, whether it's, true or not, that people are actually abducted. A lot of people want to get on the bandwagon. Some people, they really try hard to be a part of it. I myself have never had any contact, but like I told the guys the other day, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I would love it. I would actually relish in the fact, that people have had contact makes me jealous, which is a little crazy because not all contact is good. So, it's a 50-50 shot whether I would get onto the good spaceship or the bad spaceship. But, I mean, I feel that we really have to take a page out of the people who came before us and didn't have all the technologies to research things, and they did footwork to really figure out what they were looking at. And, I believe some of it is man-made, probably 50% of it, but I believe that 50% of it is also not man-made. I believe it is actual sightings, and there is a purpose for them to come here,
Charles Fort, he wrote several books on the peculiar parts of history, and he got it from news clippings and things. But they were really he wrote the Book of the Damned, and he wrote LO apostrophe, which they talk about very strange incidents that was in the news. You can just go to the old newspapers and find them, So apparently these phenomena have been around for a long time, and without explanation, and consistently.
Yes,
consistently.
Right. It's not like it ever just died off for 50 years or say 100 years even. It's just been happening. Just
right.
Keeps going.
You never had a UFO sighting yourself, though.
No, not to my knowledge. Not to
Well,
my knowledge.
that's the strange things about UFO phenomena. We keep using UFO as if it's something that's kind of cut apart and placed in the sky. But actually, like I was saying, the people that did some research, it, it has a neighborhood aspect, you know. We can only dig deep enough or get good enough science, we could trace a lot of these things happening simultaneously. You know, okay, somebody's seeing a strange UFO in the sky. And next day, somebody says, you know, my grandmother, it's almost like she was possessed last night. Next person says, in the neighborhood, you know, we had these flashers running around in the neighborhood doing strange things. So, you know, if you could single these things out in some kind of a pattern, you would see it's not just things happening in the sky. It's things happening to us, or we're causing certain things, or both. And
That's very true. They
this is
also
where,
say that channeling messages and possible downloads from, you know, with ideas, we've talked about that too, that could possibly be some kind of connection. That kind of stuff I have had. I have other innate abilities in which I can't explain, which is a little precognitive dreams sometimes. I can heal with my hands. And a lot of people say it's all connected because the consciousness is opening up to some kind of higher existence. Whatever exists on that plane could be considered, you know, I guess, some type of extraterrestrial form, whether it not be aliens, but
well, that's what David Icke says. It says we're a lot of us are able to, when we raise our vibratory rate, we're able to experience a lot of these things as well as it did to the ancients, you know. And he says so many things in his book. It's hard to really. It's a thick book. A lot of his books are thick, but try to lay it out in a logical pattern. You know, everything he says has a lot of logic to it. But
yeah, his last book was 910 pages.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 500. Let's see exactly. I've got it right here. Let's see what
I think the last book was everything you ever wanted to know but haven't been told.
Yeah.
Might have been one more that he released after that, but that one is like 910, 912 pages.
Oh, yeah, that's quite a bit more. This was 447 pages with the index.
Yeah.
But even then, to give it a good review, you have to really have an open mind.
Yeah.
You can't have it, you know, I don't know.
You know, here's my thing. I know, you know, you hear a lot of people talk about vibrational waves and consciousness and all this stuff, and talk about dimensions and, you know, everything else. And I myself would rather not put the UFO sightings and abductions and stuff in the same category. You know, I think they're two different things altogether. You know, myself. Even though we all live in the same realm, you know what I'm saying?
I didn't mean to put it on there.
In other words, they're different aspects of the underlying phenomena. It's like looking at it through a crystal, and you see the multiple different colored lights, but there's only one big crystal.
Right.
Maybe that's what you're referring to.
Well, it's just you know, with as far as UFOs and alien abductions and visitations and stuff like that, and I can relate to that myself personally. But when it comes to other things such as, you know, other phenomena like well, like with Rob, you know, he has the ability to heal and stuff, you know, and different other things. And other people I know are the same way. You know, they have a higher consciousness without the abduction aspect of it. You see what I'm saying? So I try to split them kind of like down the middle. But I can't say that ET himself isn't running on a higher frequency, or you know what I'm saying, or isn't related to it. You know,
Right, right.
I think that the ET are vibrating at pretty much the same distortion as we are, because they too are trapped
hmm
in this 3D physical matter reality that we're all engaging with, right? So I would think that the ETs, the vibrational distortion would be the same as ours, because we're essentially created from the same material, but
right,
we just look different due to the environment in which we were raised,
right,
right? And as I stated before, right, these extraterrestrials, whether they be Palladians or avians or Greys or whatever they are, right, at the end of the day, they're still the projection of the same consciousness to which we are a projection of, right? They're just simply having a different experience. Like for us, we're having a human experience. And for a gray, it would be a gray experience or an avian experience or an insectoid experience. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Well, David Icke says our reality has been pretty well hijacked. It's
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of what my book Earth Frequency is based on. But this hijacking, it only took place in the last several thousand years. Like yesterday, remember, Clint, we were talking and I was explaining as to the reptilian part of our brain,
hmm
how in antiquity it was very small, almost like like size of the rice grain, and through genetic manipulations and through abductions and through hereditary abductions,
right,
that reptile part of our brain, the oldest part of our brain, has been enlarged, which has taken away from other parts of our brain, which has severed the telepathy and telekinesis part of our existence. So
yeah,
it
exactly,
the hijacking. That's what I'm talking about with hijacking. I'm quite sure that's what David Icke is talking about as well when he says that our perceptual reality is being hijacked. And what he means by that is that we're tossed into this 9 to 5 loop that we're in a daily basis. In antiquity, we didn't have that 9 to 5 loop where we were free to live our lives as we wanted, as long as we didn't harm anybody. And then when this Archon force, came into our solar system and hijacked our planet, what they did was they created this perceptual reality by putting in structures such as education and banking and money and politicians and religion
right.
and stuff.
right,
And then that false perception is what he's talking about when he says that our world is being hijacked, right? It's not that we're interacting with the matrix to where the matrix program was rewritten. It's just simply because we're already interacting with the matrix, these people just simply came in and put in the infrastructure. Now, if we recall the story of the Watchers, right, their lead man is Samyaza, and Samyaza came down and he taught humanity on how to build civilization. He helped create civilization. He helped put in the infrastructure of the civilization. And that's where the hijacking is, because once they created the money and the banking and the political system and the priesthood and the religious system, essentially what they've done is that they've taken our attention away from the spiritual aspect of our existence, of our human experience, and they've downplayed it to the point where we're simply focused on just a handful of things, right?
Well, what
My,
once and this should be significant in this present environment. He said the archons introduced a virus comparable to a computer virus or whatever, and it's this virus that's increasingly taking over everything. So,
I wonder what virus he's talking about.
well, it's a
Maybe he means some type of virus that's corrupting the minds of people, like hate.
right, right. He is
right, yeah,
exactly. He's talking. It's not a. It's he compares it to like a computer virus.
Yeah.
And once that's been introduced, uh, it's going to take a very forceful counter energy to break free from that.
Well, look at society, the affliction of
dumbing down
society.
the
The
dumbing
affliction
down
of
of people.
society for the last 1,000 years, 2,000 years has been war and violence and hate.
Right.
Forget getting themselves to a higher plane of existence and loving each other and being a part of one. They
Right.
can't do that. They want to be prejudiced and hate, and that leads to violence, which is really the virus of society.
Right.
If everybody loved one another, we would all be sitting here with, Shangri-La $1 million homes, and everybody would be good because we'd all be doing equal. But they don't see it as equal.
Yeah, that's what I suggest is to get on a vibrational level of love.
Right.
And he said we've been so distanced from true love that we just can't break free from it. I haven't read the whole book yet, but I'm quite sure he's going to offer some type of solution.
I don't want to give you a spoiler alert there. I've read the book, so I'm just gonna keep my mouth quiet.
Well, let me ask Robbie a question first. What type of healings would you what type of healing system would you recommend to help break away from the evil in the world?
Well, for the evil in the world, I mean, that's difficult. Healing wise, I mean, first we have to heal our surroundings, which means we have to really get rid of a lot of the fossil fuels and things like that. And having nature be a part of everyday life and feeling the essence of nature will help bring that divinity of love into your life. Because, I'm not really an outdoorsy person either. So I'm saying this in jest, I guess, but I can feel nature. Nature has an effect on me, and the natural resonance of life and the trees and just a light breeze, how it feels to a person can expand their mind. And if they can expand their mind enough to realize that we all bleed red, and people, whether they be 500 pounds, 200 pounds, everybody is a unique person. And to find, it's hard to put this, our to find our similarities and our differences would be the first step. You know what I mean? And from there, of course, I want everybody to say kumbaya and play a guitar, and we all sing around a campfire would be exceptional. But reality is that we have to accept our differences from others, and then maybe we can accept their differences too. I think that would be like a really good first step to finding that love. And if you have to find that love in yourself too, which a lot of people don't have, insecurities, things like that, and honestly,
fear. David Icke mentions fear. It's one of the things that our trans feed on is the fear.
Yeah.
Right.
I was just going to say the main thing would be to get everybody to think alike, which you're not going to do. I mean, if that was the case, I'm just saying, you take a group of people and, you can ask them a question or have an opinion on something. And, it's just like us here at the round table, I'm going to think something different than you may think, or you may think something different that Steve may think, whatever. We're not always going to agree on, certain things.
Fuck that. I disagree.
Yeah. See, there you go.
Well, that's the thing, the difference between that is beautiful, so thinking alike may not be the complete answer, because then we would all just be drones.
Right.
Well, I don't mean like think alike, down to the T. What I'm saying is, if you want people to get a different consciousness, well, take religion for instance. If one religion was the best of all, we all would follow it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But there's tons of them out there, so everybody has their own avenue, so to speak. If you understand what I'm saying, I'm not really sure if I'm explaining it right, but
that's because they are part of that confusion program that I'd mentioned before, that all these religions are created to entrap you into the matrix. As I stated this morning with the interview that I did of the guy that had out of body experience, and I had asked him to describe Jesus to me, and he had described Jesus that we're all familiar with. But we know that the Jesus that we're familiar with is actually the son of Caesar Borgia, and that he wasn't actually the real true Jesus. So when this person says that when he died and had his out-of-body experience or near-death experience and he encountered Jesus, what he encountered was the false reality that has been interjected into his mind through religion, because the religion is an afterlife program. That's really what it is, because what it's promoting is that you need to do a certain things in order for you to achieve heaven or to achieve hell. Now, if you believe that, and then if you buy into it, and then when your body computer avatar expires, then what happens is that you create a sub-reality inside the matrix that we're all interacting with right now, and then you become part of that sub-matrix, meaning that you're entrapped in that matrix. So this archon force that's created these religions will continue to feed off of your dense energy, right? Because then it would be the energy of fear. Because, like I said, 1 out of 10 people may end up in heaven, but everybody else is going to end up in hell because of the way the religion program is designed, right? It's designed for you to continuously sin, and rarely anything good will actually happen. So when you die, chances are that you're actually going to go to hell. So when you go to hell, what's happening is that you're manifesting that reality and making it real, and then thus you're trapping yourself into the matrix on an indefinite period, and then this archon force will continue to feed off of your dense, fearful energy. Right, so all these religions that are out there, the thousands of them, as you mentioned, right? There are, to me, I view them as confusion programs to confuse you, so that you can never really get a full grasp on on what this 3D reality really is. It's because they're interjecting you with all these philosophies that are false.
Well, how do you break away from that pattern, that virus? How do you kill the virus so you can have a clearer vision, I guess?
Yeah, the first
because
first
because
thing
atheists don't believe in religion either, and they don't believe in religion, and they don't believe in aliens or extraterrestrial life.
Yeah, but if we really look at that, atheism in itself is a religion.
That's very true.
Yeah.
And just to piggyback off Omar, these religions are programs, yes, and they're all saying the same thing. But in that religion, you're taught that those other religions aren't right or not good.
Right.
So you see them as a difference. Why can't we come together and just appreciate the fact that they have faith in something, as opposed to, even if it's atheism, why can't we find the appreciation that what they feel is what they feel, and you should feel love and the fact and the appreciation for the fact that they actually feel something, and they're not numb.
Right.
Well, I guess that encompasses the reality of evil.
Well, how many times have you gone to church and sat down with your neighbor? They pray, they ask for forgiveness, and Monday morning they screw you over.
Right. Well,
you see what I'm saying? I mean,
that's all previews of evil,
right.
definitions of evil, and I don't know how to get around it.
No, I don't think anybody can, honestly. I think
there's a way, we just haven't figured it out yet. There's always a way.
I honestly think, and I may be totally wrong, but I always said I think people are born that way. It's in the genome. It's in the
yeah, David. I gets into that too. The fall of mankind.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you're not born that way, but that's the way. Because when you're born, you're a clean slate. Let's be like that.
But there always comes a time of, what's that word I'm looking for? That consciousness, when that kicks in. You know what I'm
Of course.
saying? And
Of
some
course, you
people
have.
don't have that. Some people, it's shut off. Some people, it's shut off. It's not even turned on. I mean,
Well, that goes
seriously.
to what Omar says about your avatar.
Mhm.
Maybe their soul is tainted from entering the entirety of whatever they are.
Yeah.
I call them phantom people. As we just said a couple of minutes ago, there's some people who have no love in them whatsoever,
Right.
or no empathy of any kind. In Earth frequency, what I'm calling these people is I call them phantom people, meaning that there's no driver behind the wheel. That
Mhm.
the biological avatar, it needs to go through the the laws of nature, right? Essentially going from cradle to grave, and it needs to follow those processes that it has to grow old and die, kind of deal, right? But what happens at a certain time is that the energy, like your energy, your infinite conscience, right, what it does is that it at some point it realizes that this body computer avatar is just not the proper tool that it needs in order for it to have that that human experience. Excuse me one sec, guys.
Knock knock.
Well, like I was talking about when your soul enters the universe, could there be a possibility of it being tainted before actually, engaging in anything, whether it be good, bad, indifferent, before it even enters this plane of existence? Could it already have been tampered with, or
See, this is
could
where, and this is what I'm kind of talking about, because if you believe in like reincarnation, all right,
Right.
and your soul keeps going, right, because it's an energy. So whether it takes you 100 years or 1,000 years and you're reborn again, you're carrying that same type of energy. It never changes. At least that's the way I'm looking at it,
Well, and then what would happen if your soul is transferred to the infinite consciousness, like Omar says, and you become part of the ether?
I don't think it
Yeah.
can transfer. I think once it's made, it's made. That's it.
Well, no. Not in the sense of it's made. You know, our bodies are, like he says. I'm just going off of what Omar usually says, just to prove a point here.
Mhm.
But we're shells, and our life energy is our soul, and it's a part of us. It kind of determines the type of person that you're going to be or are. Now, once upon death, that's released back to the infinite consciousness, and you become part of the ever real, the ever real thought of the universe. Like that's what the consciousness is.
Mhm.
So, to put your body back into something, wouldn't you? If this infinite consciousness is so, I don't want to say like exalted or like elite, but like so
Pure.
righteous, we'll say righteous.
Okay.
When you are pure, when you come back, shouldn't that have positive effects as opposed to negative effects?
No, I honestly think that you're going to have positive, negative energy, period, regardless.
Well,
And
that's the balance of the universe.
that's the balance of the universe. Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think that ever changes. So when a
So
person dies and he's an evil person, later on his energy is going to become another evil person. You see what I'm saying?
What if it corrects you in the infinite consciousness, and sometimes it overcorrects, and then he's going to be a Bible thumping hippie
I don't see that happening. I don't.
through. You get what I'm saying? Like it overcompensates. Even
Yeah.
the infinite consciousness can be wrong at times.
Yeah.
Nothing
I
is
don't know.
nothing is ever perfect. There's always a balance of right, wrong, good, and evil.
Yeah.
And to get to a point where we, like, it's like Mike Feely was talking about the duality of consciousness.
Right.
Right?
Right. Yeah.
We would have to transcend that for everything to work out properly. There would have to be more than just two modes of consciousness. We would have to add a third or maybe a fourth.
well, do you think that's possible, Robbie? To transcend
Yeah,
that?
I would say yes, because not that I feel that it's possible, because I'm hoping it's possible.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a good thought. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to downgrade anybody or anything like that. I'm just,
of course not.
I'm just trying to figure out how it could happen. You know what I mean?
Well, we would
Because
You
to
have to
know,
me,
figure that out.
the trouble with some religions, they think you're evil for even trying to think of these things.
well, that's true.
And
Absolutely.
to even try to feel an answer to these questions,
Right.
they feel that you're an evil. If you don't see it in the black and white box that they live in, uh, you're evil. You're out.
Right.
It'll
Yeah.
scratch you off the board.
Absolutely correct.
Well,
And
how many times do you go to church and they tell you that, look at all these things. I mean, that's why you got these door knockers and stuff, because they believe that anybody that isn't connected to them are bad people.
yeah,
So they're going to
right,
convert you,
right.
and if you don't convert, then, you're going to hell.
Damn
Well,
Jehovah's Witnesses,
well, you know what I'm
door
saying?
knockers.
So, but,
Well, yeah, they're a case in point. They're even their teachings have changed. I think Jesus now they're down to saying Jesus was a spaceman or something. But
wow,
that if you don't believe their doctrine, you're in for a bad time.
absolutely. Yeah.
Well, that's it. Religions are coming to a point of extreme because they're they're at the point now. I feel like that they're being exposed for what they really are,
I think
and
so.
people are getting to that point. So what's happening is they're taking extreme steps to withhold their congregations. And Clarence, you're probably right. If there was one universal religion, I'm pretty sure we would either all be a part of it or not at all, or we would be forced to be a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if people who
To
say
think that
people who
we
don't,
make the choice. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
right. Well, it wouldn't
I,
really be a choice. They would give you a choice, but not really a choice because you
yeah,
wouldn't be able to integrate into society properly without
Yeah,
that particular.
David Icke hits into choices too.
mhm,
I'm just quoting here from his book. It says political parties or choices remain the same viruses. The virus in its various guises: top-down, hierarchical, royal, political, religious, and corporate power structure. It is but a holiographic. I'm not sure. I'm reading my own hand. Royal type hierarchy, and it is an illusion. Well, he goes on like that. Yeah, if I guess you have to know ahead of time what's the right choice to make. I don't I don't know exactly.
see, that's what I'm saying. And I just don't see how that's possible in a sense.
Well, the right
Uh,
choice is different for everybody.
well,
Right
You know,
choice is
but the thing is you got to know what the right choice is in order to make that choice.
the right choice is not to get entrapped into this religion program, whether it's a single world religion or whether there's tens of thousands of them. Like I've stated before, there's no need to worship something that's inferior to you because you're the apex of all creation. You're the infinite consciousness that's manifested into this body computer avatar that's interacting with this frequency. So to worship something or to have a god, it's kind of like I used this term before. It's like going out into the jungle and finding a baboon and labeling it a god and begin worshiping that. We know that it's inferior to us. We know that we have a higher state of consciousness. We know that we're smarter, we're far more intelligent, but yet we going to worship something that is inferior to us. And for me, the God program is kind of the same thing, where there's no need to worship anything because you yourself are an expression of God. And God, when I say God, for me, the God term is more of the infinite consciousness rather than the bearded white man sitting up in the sky pointing down at us that we all continue to pray at. So for me, that would be the right choice to make, a good moral choice to make as well. And for your own self-preservation, it's a good choice as well, because if you fall into that religion program, then as I stated earlier, what you're doing is that you're just trapping yourself further into the submatrix and making your escape next to impossible, because these things are feeding off the energy that that we give off. Denser the energy, the tastier we are to these things.
Well,
So this is what when
some
they
people don't want to escape. Some people want that. They want to stay in that because it's comfortable to them. And that's the problem, is you have to enlighten these people past that point.
They want that is because they've been entrapped into this religion program, right? They've been taught to believe that this is how it is and this is the only way. And in order for you to leave this world, you either go to heaven or you go to hell, right? They don't tell you that you can go back to the whole and then become whole again, because right now you're one. So when you go back to the whole, you're complete. But if you get trapped into this heaven or into this hell, then you're not going to join back up with that whole. And that's where the fallacy of these people's thinking is that they want to go to heaven. Like, we got these Muslims who go on these jihads and they kill a bunch of people thinking that they're going to go to heaven and get 72 virgins, which in itself is, pretty redundant, because if you're an energy, what reason, why would you need to screw, right? You're only having sex to procreate, right? To carry your species further. So if you're, become a light body and you're a spirit, as what they claim you become when you go to heaven, then there's no physical need to have sex, because you're not trying to procreate anything.
Well, it feels good too. I'm not going to lie about it. I mean, there is pleasure to it as well.
Sure, but in the afterlife, there's really no.
No. At that point, you wouldn't need that. You're right.
Well, do you think how many people do you know personally that have achieved that, the transcendence?
Not many at all. Not many at all. And that's the problem. Even if you taught these people to transcend, for them to have to move forward, like let's say we opened up somebody's mind, right? They were a very religious person, went to Bible studies, went to school every day. And we so happen to enlighten them, and let them see the next step. Sometimes they would probably still choose to go back and go towards faith. It's just, I don't know if it's a comfortability thing or if it's they just, that's firmly they're rooted in what they want. And maybe they want to believe that, as well as not just are being told, but some want that. But you have to respect that too,
Yeah, but it would seem the greater part of that would have to do with deception, being deceived to not want to go further. Or
well, you should give them the ability to see both sides, and once they've seen both sides, they can make a decision on what's best for them. That would be true religion. That would be something that you get what I mean. Like that would be a truer form of the religion, if that so happened to be a religion, because they could break the programming, see what it was. And then if they chose to go back, then that would be their own prerogative.
Do you know of any saints or shamans that have achieved that? I just have a hard time trying to get a realistic picture of what goes on there.
I think it would be a very difficult right now. There would be, maybe a handful of people on the planet that can transcend like that, and it comes down to the person's level of thinking. If they're thinking and they're entrapped by their religion program, then they're not going to transcend at all. If you're an atheist and you believe that nothing exists after you die, well, then that's your reality. Nothing will exist after your body computer avatar expires, right? Because you're looking forward to going into nothingness, into the void. So, for those who believe, as myself, that once my body computer avatar expires, that I'm going to reunite with the whole and become whole again, then that would mean that I'm going to transcend, because I don't have any hurdles or any blocks in my way that's going to stop me from achieving that, because I don't believe in heaven and I don't believe in hell and I don't believe in a God, right? So my pathway is very clear to transcend. Now, I'm sure there's other people on the planet that think like that, but to give a reference, I can't think of a single person besides David Icke, really, that
Right.
that I can use as a reference, because even when you look at Mother Teresa, a very religious woman, very nice woman, she meant well, but at the end of the day, she was entrapped into that religion program, right? So now she's in heaven or she's in hell, wherever she may be, but she's trapped there now and deeper in the spider's web or deeper into the matrix.
The
Well,
term,
it also goes by your definition of transcendence.
right?
What is your specific transcendence?
The
Transcendence
term,
for me could be something different for somebody else.
the term cosmic consciousness. How does that fit in?
Well, the cosmic consciousness is part of the infinite consciousness. It's the same thing, right? Cosmic consciousness is God. Infinite consciousness is God. It's the same thing that are just labeled with two different terms, right? You and I could be part of the cosmic consciousness, or you and I could be part of the infinite consciousness, just as a gray alien or an insectoid or an avian or anything that's in this universe right now that has a physical avatar that's interacting with the frequency. They would be part of that cosmic consciousness and that infinite consciousness. Now, to jump back into our topic and maintain this discussion, in the Bible, we hear about these crafts, Mr. Erdman,
Right.
where they're talking about rockets and fire and smoke, and these things are landing and taking off, and kind of what have you. Now the UFOs that we're seeing today are completely different in nature and with technology. So, in your opinion, because of the fact that you've studied UFOs for so long, what are they talking about in the Bible when they're describing, like, say, the wheel of Ezekiel, compared to the UFOs that we're seeing today?
Well, that's hard to say. I mean, that some of the experiences described in the Bible are pretty vague, and to try to find a scientific uh, implementation, like Ezekiel, I would have no idea, what he really was referring to. But obviously, he was referring to something. Um, I know there's different frameworks to look at this. Jim Mars wrote a book on the Illuminati, and he traces it physically back through his history to a beginning. And if you go far enough back, you're going to come butt heads with the Anunnaki. It's unavoidable, And
Right.
but there again, that was a physical secret organization that had paranormal powers, paranormal experience. And you go any back further than that, then you're getting into something like David Icke's talking about, in fact, there's a lot of things that Ike and Mars share.
Yeah.
But I don't know. This is a science.
Well,
Somebody's going to have to.
The thing with Ike and Morse and all them, they always get into these conspiracy things, you know what I'm saying? And I just can't put all of that in one box, if you know what I'm saying. I got to keep my stuff. Yeah.
I can't either, Clarence.
Yeah, I got to keep my stuff separate. But that's me. I mean, other people think differently on that. So, but yeah.
And I don't know if we're ever going to gain physical knowledge like an archaeologist or a paleontologist to where we'll have enough material evidence to say we have answers. That's the thing.
Right.
I project there may come a time when our psychic abilities match our physical abilities.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's who we're dealing with now, that our science is changing. You don't think our science is going to remain the same as in the days of Bacon and Darwin. I mean, things are the actual science itself, the mythology that goes by, is going to be advanced enough that we'll have different ways of seeing things.
Right. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And that should be coming just about in the next 10, 20 years.
Right.
I mean, the singularity, for one, I don't know. We're in a very, very critical age.
Omar's computer crashed on him, he said.
I agree with that as well. I agree. You know, it's the coming of it's the beginning or the coming of a new age of people. When that's, you know, disclosure from extraterrestrial entities, and you know, we talk about extraterrestrials, and this, like he says, I understand what Omar says by programming, because they could have put that in place to keep us from looking up too much, to keep us under their wing, in a sense, you know. And once we hit the stars, we might break free from that a little bit. But
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of so many different ways to go, in a sense of what you feel is right. You know, each, like I keep saying, individualism is key because everybody's different. But once we get past our individual differences and enjoy our differences from them, is when, you know, we'll really be able to see what's out there in the universe.
Yeah, and I think we still have the question of evil, what it is, and how
Right.
it's going to be dealt with. But
Yeah.
that's
Well,
just
I
evil.
look at it. I don't really call it evil. I just call it negative energy myself. But that's me, you know. Um,
It's opposition. It's just opposition,
well, yeah,
regardless of
it's
whatever you're
just like a
talking about.
magnet. You know, you got a north and a south end of a magnet, and that's exactly the way I look at it. And whether you got two magnets pushing against each other or pulling each other, you know what I'm saying? That's how it basically works as far as I'm concerned. But you know,
I agree. It's negative. There's
yeah,
negative energies.
yeah. But how does it evolve? You know, that's the question. You know,
It evolves in every aspect of everything you could think of.
well,
That's what they say, that, you know, that's why it's difficult for some people to see past this, because the universe does work in positive and negatives.
mhm.
right.
So to transcend that, you would have to, yeah, basically shed your physical skin and go to a different plane of existence, if that plane of existence even exists.
Well, see, yeah, that's kind of what Omar was talking about. You know, when you go to the whole, you know, and become whole
I'm
again.
sure. I'm
You know,
sure that even if you became whole again, there would still be opposition to what you were doing.
well, that's what I was saying earlier. You know, I don't think that you ever do become whole. I think you're always going to be what you are, or that energy that you carry is always going to be. I don't think it ever changes. You know,
Right. Right. I
so
can
there's
see
always
that.
going to be that good and bad, regardless. You know, throughout eternity. I don't think it's ever going to change.
Well,
Yeah.
the whole thing is that you can choose to be good. Even after being bad, you can always jump back to the side of right. You see it all the time depicted in like movies and things like that. The bad guy turns into the good guy. The good guy actually was bad from the beginning.
Hmm.
You know, there's no clear path to what your righteousness is and what you feel is righteous. You know, righteousness can be determined by the user, I guess we could say.
Right.
Yeah, and then the Bible also talks about angels of light appearing as angels of light, but you're
It also talks about fallen angels that
right, right.
are angels of death.
Yeah.
So even
Yeah.
even as much as they're on a higher plane of existence or extraterrestrial, there's still good and evil in every aspect.
Yeah, these are deep subjects, and I don't know. Like I say, they are manifested in some of the things we see around us today. Uh, you talk about evil. All you got to do is turn on the TV set.
Yeah,
Of
that's the
course,
truth.
of course. Well, to get back to topic a little bit, Steve, what is, yeah, you've done a lot of investigations, as per what I'm hearing, for on UFOs and things like that. What was the one that stuck out to you to be the strangest or the most unique in your
Ah,
time studying?
gosh. Well, I'm no expert, that's for sure. But I mean, based on my experiences, I'd say the animal mutilations, for one thing. Uh,
Hmm.
who's instigating those? And they've been happening all over the world. Uh, are they humans? Are they kind of a coalescence of human plus alien? Uh,
Right.
they had some really strange cases. Not
Now,
just
you say that. Is there a specific incident that sticks out in your mind that maybe more than a few were mutilated, or a whole crop of animals was taken out.
Yeah, there's been like the sheep that had been found in Utah. I think that were spread over a number of acres, but they've had cats mutilated, they've had dogs mutilated, and
Wow.
and strange, for no good reason that I could see. They even had a cow had its head cut off, but they also found a bucket nearby. So I don't know. It seems as though many people are getting their fingers in that mess,
Right.
and not just one source. And that certainly, we went up to Foley, Missouri, to investigate cattle mutilation back in the 70s, and we went up. Then we followed back up, did some sky watches, because out there you can see the whole sky. It's just like somebody just unfolded a blanket up, and there's all this heaven, all these stars, crystal clear,
Right.
and we saw some strange things up there without absolute proof. But I know we had one. We went on a sky watch up there near Foley, and we thought we saw the North Star up north. We figured getting our direction. Well, that must be the North Star, shining real bright there. And we were taking photographs of what we thought were some of these UFOs, and they turned out later just to be planes. But we didn't have the wherewithal at the time to tell the difference. But this one object up there must have been a greater part of an hour. We decided it was the North Star because it was just in the same position, more or less. About an hour later, I said, "Hey guys, you know that North Star? Yeah, well, it's moving." So it started moving behind the tree line over towards the river.
Wow.
I said, "It's moving." I says, "I wonder where it's going to come, this way or what?" And it did. It curved. It started coming over to where we were. And I said to Greg, "Greg, get your camera ready because it's coming over us." He says, "Well, I'd like to." Well, we used up all our film.
Oh.
Anyway,
Wow.
this thing came over us, and it kind of banked right over where we were, and it looked like a plane. I mean, there was window lights.
Huh.
I don't recall seeing any wings.
Right.
It was completely silent, and it kind of banked up over us. Just let us see it real plainly. No sound, and then it headed back over towards St. Louis, I guess, where the airport was. And I did hear a real faint whistling sound, very, very faint. And then all of a sudden we seen a red strobe light on it. But to me, that certainly wasn't a North Star. And why did it go through all those gyrations,
Wow.
And that goes back to masking or camouflage. I think we're a lot of things we don't see. We don't see what's really going on.
Right.
Omar had a question too, asking. Let me pull it up real quick.
Yeah. What was
While he's rebooting, it says,
Yeah.
"What's the most fascinating investigation that you've undertaken?"
Yeah.
Well, the mutilation, not so much that I've actually gone out and seen some of the cases, but I sure got a bundle of clippings from. We had one of the subcommittees of the UFO study group was a National Cattle Mutilation Group, and we sent out questionnaires, and we get a lot of response from the farmers. And a lot of strange things were going on out there in Utah, Nebraska, you name. They had mystery helicopters also in those areas. Black helicopters with no markings, no insignias and things. And I thought that definitely something's going on. One lady report faithfully about what's going on her property. Of course, when I went through my divorce, all that went by the wayside. I lost my enthusiasm. And
I'm sure.
But there's certainly I wrote an article on that. I found some clippings, some of the same clippings in it in the garage. We had a garage destruction problem, but I was able to revive that, and I wrote an article on my website about the. I think I originally called it the Dracula clan, I think so. But
Cool.
it was some of the cases were just pure mystery. Things that mystery helicopters, big feet being seen coming out of helicopters. Oh
Wow.
my gosh! And a lot of it, I'm quite sure, is apparitional. But it all goes back to that same.
Yeah, what is your view on cryptids and stuff like that? You think
I
they're
don't know.
related to the ET phenomena, or you think they're different?
I just think they're different altogether.
Yeah.
There was written. I'm trying to think of the man's name. He wrote a book on owls. They're so mysterious. They almost appear to be UFO like.
Mm-hmm.
The way they pop up and the way they show up in different cases. He felt there was an owl phenomena.
Well, there's been many people that have a connection with owls and ET. At least
Yeah.
they think,
Right.
in that deal. And I almost have to say that too, because I've had a few owl incidences in my life, which usually never happens to people, But I got one I took a picture of one that was sitting right in our dooryard in the tree, broad daylight, and I always said it was there because of me,
Right. Well, that's what this guy says in this book.
Yeah.
The Messenger. I think it's titled "The Messengers."
Yep.
And he feels they're beautiful creatures, but they're very mysterious, and they're like harbingers of things to come, and they seem to be in tune with nature in a lot of ways that we're not.
Right.
In a lot of ways they are UFOs.
That's very true.
Mhm.
Steve, since you've done investigations, what's your favorite part of the investigation? Is it traveling to new places, or maybe actually getting to question people? What's your favorite aspect of investigating these specific UFOs?
A little bit of all the above.
Mhm.
Like when we went over to Illinois, there's a lot of places where they had UFO sightings. We go there and we talk to them about their UFO sighting, and then we happen to mention mystery helicopters, and they said, "Oh yeah, well, they're over here too." and
Now, VJ says what you think you see as a helicopter isn't always a helicopter.
Well, yeah.
I took pictures and it wasn't a helicopter.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. See, I think some of these mysteries are real and go beyond our understanding. The same thing like, and I read cases like this. Somebody else see a UFO and they're in the crowd and say, "Yeah, I see that UFO," and some of them see it. Some of them don't see anything. It makes you think only certain people can see certain phenomena at certain times. And I run into that. We talk to people that says, "I saw this last night," and the other person says, "Well, I was with them. I didn't see a thing," And
Right.
yeah, so that would confuse me. And I read that in the different books, like on the Skinwalker Ranch. Certain people see things, other people don't.
Right.
And I wonder how that all turned out on that Skinwalker Ranch.
You want my honest opinion?
Go ahead.
I don't think they're gonna explain anything.
Well, they seem to think it had to do with a lot of Indian ancestry, for one thing, but then they were seeing everything else there too, the mystery helicopters and the man that bought the property, he died recently. What was his name? You should know it, Clarence. He was the head of a scientific organization, Bigelow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he passed away. Yeah, Robert Bigelow.
Yeah.
And the only thing he could say is there's certainly something strange going on.
Oh man,
it's hard to explain things that are totally outside of.
Hang on there, Alex. We got you.
Absolutely. One question I do have for you too, while we were, before we finish up today, is how many hoaxes have you come in contact with doing these investigations? How many people were straight just BSing it the whole way?
This is the shame of ufology.
Yeah, make sure.
And back in 2008, I came out with a saying there's nothing to fear in ufology but ufology itself.
Right.
And yeah, there's a lot of it going on out there, and that seems to be part of the phenomena. I think some of the hoaxing and the lying and some of the deception is all part of the phenomena.
Yeah.
If you're going to have those people out there too, just like you have the actual phenomena. In fact, one seems to be an extension of the other. It's known as what is it? The gesture, the joke. It's called the Joker, and other in other
Oh,
cases.
the court jester.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, court jester.
And then there's another term for it. Gosh, I've written an article on it. But these people are the Joker. They're all part of the phenomenon. There is, if you would think, well, this people are being honest, we wouldn't see this, but we see a lot of it. People lie, exaggerate.
Mhm.
There's a lot of it out there. I've seen a lot of it.
Yeah.
People, they'll want to tell a story, and the guy with them they're sneering in the back, to themselves because they know they're lying, and then
Right.
you see a lot of that.
Is it difficult to point these people out while you're interviewing them?
Well, I've pointed them out, but not to them at the time. Some of them, we had a whole family out right in the county, in the county, a part of the city. They were saying they were having encounters with Bigfoot, and they brought us samples of a piece of a spaceship, and I could just tell from the expressions on their face that they were lying,
Mm-hmm.
And of course, my co-investigator was with me. He must have been part of the hoax, because he had a hard time from laughing himself, And this I can see where that would turn the scientific community off, But
Of course, you're trying to do serious experiment and test what these people know, or get some serious information to formulate any kind of theory or hypothesis, and it's all bullshit.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
And this is part of the Joker phenomena. I'm trying to think of the one expression that jester, I guess.
Believe half of what you hear.
I don't know. If,
Yeah.
it's just part of the phenomena, and they do it so well. The Jokers, I think it's called the Jokers.
Yeah.
And they do it so well. They should get an award, but unfortunately, it gives the field a bad name. Gives the field a bad name. Like, no, I don't like some of the sightings I was talking about. I can't absolutely say what went on. I can only present my feelings and my theory,
Right.
and I can be mistaken. I don't know, like the object that we thought was a North Star and then fly over us. And
well, mistaken and fraud are two different things.
Yeah,
mistaking what it is with true intention is always easier to see than somebody who's completely out of the wall.
The only thing I could say was awful peculiar for the way it acted, and without having any absolute proof one way or the other, And I've run into a lot of peculiar things, like I was telling you.
Sorry, guys, I'm back.
Hey,
My
which one?
computer crashed, and then when I started it up, it's like it wants to update. And I was like, oh, great. Last time it took an hour and a half, so I'm glad that it was a good, quick process. But I was still listening to guys on my phone. You're talking about the cattle mutilations, and I find that to be a very fascinating subject. So let's kind of touch on that. The technology that's being used on these animals, because it's just not cattle, it's everything. Chickens, dogs, cats, roosters, you name it, sheeps. It's happening to everything, and it seems to be quite a recent thing that started, right? Because the first reported cattle mutilation was on a sheep in Scotland in I guess it was like mid 1600s, early 1600s, right? So just a few hundred years compared to, what we've been talking about, how, extraterrestrials have been seen thousands of years ago, right? So for the first written, reported, what's that word I'm looking for? Um, Documented event that took place was in the 1600s. Now, the technology that's being used on there, they didn't have this back in the 1600s. You know what I'm saying? Like even today, we don't have the technology to do things to these animals of what's happening to them. And this was happening in the 1600s. So obviously, clearly, there is an extraterrestrial connection to this.
Well, when you say the word extraterrestrial, you got to be careful how you use that word.
Well, I'm using it in the.
I mean, do you believe it's classical spaceships coming here and doing those
Yeah.
experiments?
Like there's actual physical beings
I
that
do.
are coming to Earth and doing things. To what end and for what, I'm not really quite sure, because these animals have different parts removed and seems to be consistent through and through. So the question to ask is, why are they so interested in certain parts of this animal's biology? What for, and what type of tools are they using to extract these? And it would have to be aliens from outer space, because I doubt we have that type of technology today or even in 1600.
Or unless you're referring to intradimensional creatures. A lot of the Greek gods were hybrids. Part animal, part human, part fox, part goat, and what's his name? The guy invented Stitchin.
Sitchin,
He
Zachariah Sitchin.
Yeah, he thought that was a hybrid technology where they actually did a lot of this creation of creatures.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, they believed the human was somewhat of a ape-like creature that they did hybrid technology on to do some of their dirty work.
Right.
And
The slave race.
a slave race, yeah.
Yep.
And
He thought that they mined gold for the spaceships.
right.
Yeah,
Zachariah Sitchin.
I don't buy into that story. It just, physical evidence doesn't support that. We talked about Michael Cremo. We talked about Klaus Donna. These guys have discovered artifacts that date back hundreds of millions of years. And, they're, I believe, some part of this human species family tree that did that. Possibly us, like our direct human connection in our root races when we go further back. So, this Zachariah Sitchin's story of Anunnaki coming here to mine gold just simply makes no sense, because there's asteroids just past Mars that have more gold in them than the whole Earth has in itself. There's that one Psyche 55 or something like that. There's an asteroid, I believe it's called Psyche 55. It number may be a bit off, but you guys can Google it and find out. This asteroid has more gold, nickel, silver, all those elements.
I've heard that too.
Than the entire Earth does. And then now, if the Anunnaki are coming from Nibiru or Planet X or whatever they want to call it, and it's on a 3,600-year elongated orbit, then that would mean that this planet goes through the Oort cloud or is very close to the Oort cloud. And I can, just imagine how much gold and, rare elements that are there. So for them to, come to the Earth to mine gold rather than to grab an asteroid from the Oort cloud and use that to fix the atmosphere of their home world. Why come all the way down here and then start off on Mars and have way stations on Mars, and then to come here instead of manufacturing actual machinery, because you would have the tools, you're already mining, so why not mine the ore and manufacture machinery to machine the gold out of the ground? To why go through the trouble of creating a human species that's going to be a problem that you're going to have to wait a very long time to see any real results, because you'd need an army of them, and changing a couple genomes here and there, and creating a human to do your bidding for you in the mines just simply makes no sense whatsoever to me. I think
there's
false
two
information.
different ways to look at that. There's a few ways to look at that. First, I'm going to say this right off the bat, is Zechariah Sitchin was translating Cuneian Sanskrit tablets that he actually was wrong in translations. But if I was an alien species, we could be expanding dominion and taking on new planets and it just so happened gold was here. So they decided to create that worker, being one. Two, it's a science project to them. Well, let's see what happens. Who cares? We do it all the time. As a human, we do things like that all the time.
Yeah, I think Robbie's right. It's a little bit of all the above. Like mark which ones you feel are true. You mark a little bit of all of the above, because
could it be that the rockets that we're seeing in the Bible are the crafts that the Anunnaki are using? And if so, then that's pretty crude technology for someone who's advanced enough to create a worker slave race, and pretty crude technology to have to travel that distance in space, of that 3,600 year orbit.
Well, they probably wouldn't care one way or the other, because they're coming this way anyway, so they probably do as much.
Kind of like Mars, kind of like Mars, Earth, right? How they line up very close to each other once every 1,800 or 18 months. So it could be that Planet X and Earth come very close at some particular time, and from there they jump and then come and visit.
Yeah, I think anything that's in their path, they're going to.
There's another side of that too. Is Enki and Enlil were the two sons of a god. One was for the dominion of Earth, and one was for the dominion of the sky. So if that particular alien was told, "You're going to Earth, and we're not going to help you," if he had to use everything that was at his resource here, maybe that rocket was the fastest way for him to break free of this.
And they weren't ordinary rocket ships. From their descriptions, they were very superior, almost magical craft.
Right.
In fact, if you look at some of the Indian legends, I'm not about to pronounce some of their tribal characters, but they were very superior craft. And the Indian legend, not American Indian. I'm talking about Indonesian.
Right.
I see Enki and Leo as two aliens, and who are representatives of another alien. I don't see God in that like anywhere, right? I'm seeing some extraterrestrials that are, here on Earth, and have us as slaves. Now, what I think could have happened is that they came across us and tried to take us over, and slaved us rather than creating us, because I just
I agree. I would agree with that.
Creating a worker race, it just in my mind it doesn't make any sense. Well, maybe I need someone to explain it to me in a very
I think they had the ability to do X number of things far superior to the human race. In fact, if Cremo is correct, they've been here for a long time.
Oh yeah.
So,
I totally believe that. But then going back to the animal mutilation, right? This is, compared to like what we're talking about, of like being very, very old, this is something that's, happened recent, or it's being recorded recently, like in the 1600s. So do you think that these guys are doing, what do you think they're doing with these parts that they're taking, and the technology that they're using as well? Seems to be lasers.
Yeah, that definitely discovered that, and that would seem to indicate they're not as superior as we think. They just have laser technology only.
Yeah.
We could, if we want to say it like that, but
Right.
I think they may have more to do with the government experimentation of stuff, based on maybe some what they call back engineering that they learned from
Mhm.
superior beings. Now, I just don't think the world that's really out there we have a true grasp of yet, and
Yeah.
a lot of this we're still in the dark on. And I don't know, with the way humans think, and they try to be so masking and so devious. I don't know if we'll ever get to having a true science that's going to allow us to discover the truth in a lot of these things.
Yeah. Hey guys, I hate to break us up here, but we got Alex waiting in the queue here. So,
All right,
and,
cool.
and we
Mr.
got
Urban, you're welcome to stay on the panel. You might find this interesting.
Oh, for a little bit. Just make sure I get a copy, though.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
absolutely.
Can I
Don't
give
worry
you my? Let me give a shout out my WordPress site, and
Yeah, absolutely.
it's if I see if I can pronounce it correctly. HTTPS / wordpresscom507.wordpress.com. I think I got it correctly.
Yeah, we'll get that typed up. Well, actually, if you can put that in the private chat, I
Yeah,
can.
I'm doing that right now.
Okay.
What was that, sir? WordPresscom.com?
WordPresscom507 .wordpress.com.
Okay, so WordPress 507.
Oh, but put the com in there. WordPresscom507
Okay, WordPress com.
com507 .wordpress.com.
Okay, maybe I'm stoned, but I'll catch this from you after, and then I'll post it in
You're stoned, you say?
Yeah.
Here, I'll type it in the comments.
Yeah, there you go.
And
Yeah.
you can look
Hey,
at it later.
Here's a really cool question, sir. I have a question. This is from Kimberly Gordon, from Facebook Live on Closer Encounters. I have a question. Why do people feel or hear a buzzing sound when UFOs or aliens are around?
Well, I think it's a clue to their nature. I don't know if it's typical of the machinery they're using, or if, like we were talking about, interdimensional, if it's a clue as to how they arrive or disappear. I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of think the same thing, where I feel that when there's an ET around that's vibrating at a different frequency than yourself, it's kind of interjecting within your own frequency, and it's disturbing it, and then your frequency shoots up really high for that couple of seconds where you hear like a really loud ringing sound in your ear, or a buzzing sound, and then as you adapt to that frequency, or they adapt to to I guess tune their frequency so that they're not detectable, the buzzing and the ringing in the ear disappears.
Yeah, that's we just don't know. I mean, I hope the way the humankind, the human investigators are approaching this, I don't know if we'll ever really know, because it seems as if they don't want to find the true answers. They don't. We don't have a science to accommodate. Let's put it that way.
Right.
Julie's got a
Okay.
good one right here. Earth was just a souvenir pit stop. Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, I like that one because that kind of makes sense, right?
Hmm.
Well, that's what I said. It's just dominion. Screw it. We'll take it too.
Yeah.
They could have mined the asteroids, but they're like, you know what? Let's get whatever this planet has to offer too.
Yeah, for sure, Rob. I'm with your line of thought there, and I absolutely agree, and I've called that for a long time, and we have that in our written records, like in the Mahabharata, where they're talking about city-sized spaceships floating around, shooting at each other and destroying one another.
Right, that's what I
And,
was referring to. Yeah.
Yeah, and then now we have evidence on the ground where the lost city of Dwarka was lost, and it says in the Mahabharata that it was lost. And just recently, they've discovered Dwarka off the coast of India. So
That's cool.
scientific record, and archaeology kind of fits the story that Mahabharata is telling. So when we see that, and we look at Mars and what happened on Mars, and then we have these elongated skulls here on Earth. At some given time, humanity was very advanced, and we know that, like from Atlantis, for instance, it was very advanced, and we got ourselves involved in some sort of a conflict and with another species, and at the end of the day, we lost, and Mars was lost. Apparently, look at it, and then humanity was forced to go underground. And as slowly we emerged, we got enslaved into the system in which we are today. So
Yeah.
today is a direct consequence of that war that happened tens of thousands of years ago.
Atomic wars.
Yeah, and it was all to conquer, right? They came here and said, "This solar system looks good. We'll take it over." Kind of
Yeah.
like Star Wars, right?
Yeah. And of course, I don't know if you recall Ray Palmer's Richard Schaefer mystery. It almost fits the same description. The Abandondero left the human race here, or what could be called a human race. Some of them went underground. Most of them just escaped the planet, and that's when the Earth had at one time been surrounded by water.
Mm-hmm.
That was destroyed, and the water became the flood.
Hey, Clarence, let's bring Alex on.
Yes,
Bring him in.
absolutely. Poor guy's been waiting.
Yeah, let's bring him in. I don't know why he's waiting. Let's bring him in.
Alrighty.
He can become part of this conversation, and then we'll
There he is.
hop on to Alex.
Hello, Alex. How are you, bud?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Can you
How
hear
you
me?
doing, Alex? Yep.
All right, awesome.
We got ourselves a pretty cool conversation going on here, and glad that you could join us. We'll carry on with our conversation, and then we'll just get in with you and kind of just
You guys can keep going on and
slowly transition into a different subject. I like this. I have a question. Why do people feel? Oh, okay, we read that already. Kimberly, VJ Hoover. I'm not sad. I'm okay. I found out so much and continue to learn. That's cool. When we talk about like UFOs and UFOs, what really comes to mind is like when all these volcanoes and stuff are happening, these UFOs seem to be hovering around, and they're in the area, and it's been seen almost everywhere. What do you guys think that is? You think they're using the energy that's coming out of that volcano, or are they using the energy to charge up their ships, or what the case may be there?
Actually, just taking measurements myself, but that's my opinion. I don't think they actually collected any, unless it's a heat energy kind of thing. But I think they're just doing like a geological kind of survey or something. But that's my opinion.
That sounds pretty plausible to me.
Yeah.
When I was real young in the orphanage, I had a fascination with volcanoes. With some of these other topics, and that I always wondered why I had such a fascination.
These UFOs show up on war fields too, eh? You know, when war is happening, massive conflicts. These UFOs seem to be observing and watching. We've got like the Foo Fighters, for instance, right? Those orbs that would attach themselves to Allied planes and they drop out of the sky, right? Kind of like an EMP.
Yeah, I've heard different arguments on that. One, I think the latest one was that we're Nazi inventions, but I don't know.
Well, think about it. If you had a hand in the conflict, you would want to sit back like the general on the top of the hill and watch the troops and see what happens, and be able to get away if things go south.
Yeah, and this is happening in antiquity as well.
Of course.
I seen episodes on Ancient Aliens when they're talking about, I don't know which war they were talking about. Could have been Joan of Arc, where Buddy's looking up in the sky, and he saw a UFO, and then he took that and seen it as a cross, and painted it on his shield, and got everybody else to paint it on their shields. They went to war and won. Abraham Lincoln. Is it Abraham Lincoln that saw
George Washington?
George Washington, that's it. I always get those guys confused.
Well, he has a story that he went out into the woods. And,
which one's better?
Well, George Washington went out into the woods and wasn't sure. I think it was the battle. I want to say the Battle of Yorktown or the Battle of Gettysburg, one of those two, I forget. But he went out into the woods and was asking God to help him see what he should do, and if he, what was like to help him devise a plan to win the war, because they were severely outnumbered and his troops were getting cold and things like that. So when he walked out into the woods, he actually set his steward wrote this down in like a diary of George Washington, that he saw a bright light, and within that bright light he saw a map, and drops of water were falling onto the map of the United States, popping up with cities and city names, and it pushed him to go forward and basically, attack and win the war.
Yeah.
I think one of them had the thing of where it showed the road was a split road, and one of the deals was it showed him which way to go, which direction, or something of that nature anyway. But yeah, you're right about the water droplet thing. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Columbus too. What do you think, Alex?
Well, I think that the Earth itself is geographically sliced up into pieces, and there are many races that actually attach to a geographic location. And that location is based upon the intervals of the star systems and the sun, and contact for each geographic location, depending on where that constellation or system is related to. And there are windows. So just like you get a lot of grays out in the West Coast, you're not going to get as many grays on the East Coast. And as you go around the planet, there are many races associated with countries and history and lore and mythology, and as you go around. So it's sporadic. It all depends on where you're located and where you're at. So northern, southern hemisphere, a lot of different factors go into play.
So let's take in Columbus, let's say, for instance, because I find all this a little bit weird, right? We got Columbus, who's headed to America back in 1492, right? And as he approached, the Caribbean, he seen a UFO, right? Okay. And tried to shoo him away too, right? And but he just kept on coming. So was that like a warning to Columbus to like stay away from like their slice of the pie, let's say, because already there was an advanced civilization here prior to Columbus coming here, and then we had the Aboriginal natives that were living here that were obviously quite advanced, and and then when the Europeans showed up here, there was mass death through smallpox, right? Not due to their fault, but just to how shit happens, right? And do you think that UFO, when it was checking out Columbus, that it was trying to like tell them to like kind of just fuck off, right? Because they understood what they were bringing with them, that there was going to be mass, death in their zone, so to say.
So to kind of answer that, every race has their own agenda, so to speak, and then there's alliances. From what I know, from what the intel that I have received, that that there are some races do not approve of mixing of blood or races, and there are some that are more open to it. I can't speak specific to Columbus in that situation, but it does tend to be where I see in even some of my contact where a mixing of blood and races is a no-no. So
yeah, that's pretty it's been pretty strict too, right, throughout history, where like for instance, we take these royal bloodlines who who marry in within their own family tree, so to say, to keep the knowledge, the initiated knowledge, like Michael Feely was saying earlier, to keep it in within their DNA, because they know that this information's in their DNA, so they only marry in within their own bloodline. And then some cultures, they don't want their girls being impregnated by outsiders, so to say.
yeah, so genetic bloodlines and DNA, RNA, and hybrids and all that are very important throughout a lot of races and contact that I have received. Is that for all? I don't know. I can only speak to the information that I have received. I can sit here and ponder like you guys and think and discuss and have ideas, but I can only go off of black and white. I have received contact where there's been mentioning of mixing of like one, for instance, but 4 or 5 years ago, I received contact that one of the races that was contacting me, that Greek descent was their allied cousins, basically. That so there is a and it kind of makes sense too if you think about it, of all the different everyone looks a little bit different here and there around the planet. There are a lot of programs going on and hybrids and mixing, and everyone has their own program going on, so to speak. But not, so there's good, there's good, bad, and the ugly. But
yeah. What do you think, Mr. Erdman?
Well, we know bloodlines are very important in the conspiracy theories because almost every major theorist has mentioned them. And of course, we had a program too. We did on the Illuminati. You and Leo, a different Leo. We were talking about the royal families and the hybrid hierarchies, and Jim Marrs, in his recent book on the Illuminati, gets into all that. So we know that's very important to them. The saying "it's in the blood" has the real deep meaning. And
secret societies.
And secret societies, yeah. You trace it back far enough to the secret societies and their doctrines.
What's that all about, Alex?
Well, from my understanding, contact is said because I don't get contact from just a singular group. I get contact from.
When you say group, Do you mean by, like a hive mind, or like a physical flesh and blood? Like we have the raw hive mind, which channels information, and then we have physical beings like the Greys and etc. that are traveling through the stars and
Or of different
So
species, shall we say?
yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah. So uniquely, for some reason, and I am still piecing it together as we go along, but I have more of an idea since we're 6 or 7 years into this now. I get there's a Christos, an Antichristos, and an indifferent group. There are three different groups, and they have their collations with, say, like the Galactic Federation of Light you've heard, and the Dark Fleet, and these different. So I get contact from all sides, not just from a singular group. Within and in each group has its own multiple star systems and different races, so to
So they're
speak.
physical in nature like us.
Say again.
So they're physical in nature like us, instead of like a hive mind.
Some are in the third dimension, some are higher dimensions as they go up.
So some are hive minds.
Yeah, the insectoids are more of a hive mind. They're indifferent. They're not a side. They're kind of like colonize, conquest, but they work with a lot of the dark fleet, or the dark ones. I will call them the dark or antichristos. They work in tangent with them, but they have their own agenda. It's not a personal thing. It's just a kind of like insects when you go in the woods. They have a hive and they want to expand, and but they disregard our politics and our philosophies, and they could care less, and they have no feeling, so to speak. They're very cold, and they have their thing going on. But that's just one example of dozens. And it depends on what spectrum we're talking about and where we're going with that.
Yeah.
David Icke mentioned that characteristic of being very apathetic and having no creativity as far as the archons.
They use a lot of clones, from my understanding, from the information I've received from them. The insectoids, they like to copy, clone, and advance and expand, and they're in a win-win kind of lookout, where whatever they can do to get what they want as a collective, that's what their mission is, and not so much deceptive. Well, they're deceptive, but they're pretty much, they're like insects, like you would
like
see.
Straightforward deceptive, in a sense, maybe like straightforward deceptive, like.
Yeah, they kind of cocky, and not even cocky. They're kind of they just kind of tell you this is what we're doing, and it's either it is what it is, or whatever. It doesn't matter to them.
Like Americans telling Sodom they're coming.
Pretty much.
I guess.
Alex, have you ever seen a insectoid and human type of hybrid?
I have received an image of an insectoid that was having correspondence with myself, but I have not seen a mixture of a humanoid insectoid where it's I can actually show you an image of an insectoid. Give me one moment.
Showed us one once before, I think. Show us that one picture you had there that you showed us before with that one. I think it was an insectoid.
That's what I'll put. This guy right here is the one that was speaking with me. That
He's ugly. Look at that shit.
Holy cow.
Yeah, that's and they're very dry. They don't understand slang. So when I ask questions, even though I try to be as dry and I'm not a scientist. I try to be. I always have these questions. You know, when you're in the situation and it happens, you think you would say, "Oh, I have all this stuff planned out, and this is exactly what I would say. Why would you not say this?" So, my questions come out. I don't think I don't premeditatively like come up with. I should
Yeah,
maybe I should.
I know what you mean, man. I know exactly what you mean.
You're on the spot. You're on
Yeah,
the
you're on
spot
the spot.
thinking,
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you're
It's
on
kind
the
of
talking
like,
what's on
spot,
your mind.
I'll tell
and
you.
by acts, yeah.
I'll tell you a
And
quick story about that. Not to interrupt, but I totally understand where you're coming from. And after you hear the story, you'll be like, "Okay, I got you," and it makes sense. A bunch of years back, I was in walking down the street in Vancouver, and this guy was walking outside the white pedestrian line, and a bus came by and nailed this dude. And he was standing like walking like right beside me. Right, 1 second he was there, and the next he was going flying, and he hit the curb. And at that time, I was a first aid EMT, and so I just went running up to him, right? And then what I've been taught in school and the things that I did on the job site were totally different, and we kind of did the drills of something like this in class. So coming in with that preconception of what to do, plan, right? Like Alex is saying. And when the moment happened, I was totally stunned. Even though I saved this guy's life, I ran up there and kept him awake, and I kept slapping his face to kind of keep him around, right, so he wouldn't go to sleep. So I stuck his head between this woman's legs, and and she just happened to be there because I wanted his neck to be stable, right? But I get you. And usually you wouldn't. You go in there with a preconception of what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, and then when the moment happens, it's all gone, right? You're
yes,
running by the you know table with the wind.
yeah. When I receive contact, I because I get from all sides. I don't have a like. There's windows of communication based upon the seasons. So and every time we go around the sun and we continue on with our seasons, these I'm surprised, and I shouldn't be, but I'm surprised by the amount of species of different races there are. So when I do receive something, I don't know. They could look bad, but they could be good. They could be good, look good, but they're bad. I don't know what I'm dealing with until I get it, and when I do get it, it's everyone has their jargon, so to speak. So they're not so much. We take English for granted. We have a lot of slang in our language, and and when we speak, we understand each other because we base it upon whether it's a show or a movie or English or a class or just interaction. So every species, when they speak, a lot of it is pretty serious, and it's not. There isn't what is it I'm thinking of, like a pun, or like there's no and some of it's kind of scrambled where you have to. It's a very serious nature. So when you receive something, it's like you automatically want to laugh, or you want to respond in a kiddish kind of way where you're inquisitive, but you don't want to offend, and you want to make sure that you're just being as calm and collective and in the middle as you can to get information. I don't know. I'm just trying to.
That kind of reminds me of I can't think what the hell his name is. Maybe Steve would know him, but he was the guy that always had contact with the tall whites when he was in the military. And
Is that Schneider?
Schneider, yeah, and he had a rough time communicating because their language, or well, not really their language, but it was just the way that they talked to him was pretty blatant. It was just like almost like a computer, kind of thing. So he couldn't get the emotion in their speaking, or something like that.
Yeah, there's definitely not a lot of emotion out there.
Trying to think who the other guy was. Um, oh my gosh.
I don't know if I pronounced his name right. It's either Schneider or Schneider or something like that.
Schneider. Phil Schneider.
Right? He got somebody murdered him, or they said it was suicide.
I think they damaged his arm or something to that effect.
Yeah, the one that got blown up. That was Schneider, right?
Right. Yeah. He went down into the caverns and
right.
He had,
then there was another guy that also talked to the tall whites. He was also in the military. I'm trying to think what his name was too. An older gentleman. Oh my gosh.
That's another thing, not to interrupt, but like another thing we have to realize too is that these races, when you say a race, it doesn't mean that they're all bad or all good. There are different allegiances within those races. So how do I explain it? So there are good and bad tall whites. There are good Ebens. There are bad Ebens. There are. It's just like on Earth. You have good and bad in every race and creed and background. So
right.
Duality is present in every race.
Yeah, it's surprising because you don't expect it, but when it does come through, you're like, wow. I thought
well,
that was
kind of the way the universe works. I mean, I would expect at least, maybe just a few. I'm sure they have a lot more on the same page than we do, as opposed to humans on Earth. We have, so many different countries.
There's
so
one
many
thing that's
different
for
people.
sure. One thing is for sure that has been expressed to me is that there are definite laws in space with all races, and it's a known law whether you follow it or don't follow it. But there are rules and laws in courts, and there are wars, and there are sides. So I mean, take it as whatever it is, but there are definitely laws in space.
Paul, that's who I'm thinking of, Steve.
No, the other person you were thinking of, I can't think of his name.
Yeah, Charles Hall.
Oh, Hall.
Yeah.
Charles Hall. He's the one that mind the person's mind filtration.
Yeah.
Yeah. He I didn't know he was into that. The whites.
Yeah. He oh gosh, I'm trying to think how long ago that was, man. It was a long time ago. But
it was several years ago. And then he has there's a Dr. Ball. It's also in the mind infiltration.
Oh yeah, that's right. Right.
Hall and Ball.
Yeah, Hall and Ball. That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Let's let Alex get into his story. Start from the beginning for some of the people who don't know who Alex is.
Oh wow. Yeah, so that's a whole ball of wax. Just so you guys know, to make it easy, like I'm on this right now, but I'm to do a little plug. I'm doing just to keep myself organized. It's called the Lyran Connection, so you can find me on the Lyran Connection. But I'll definitely come on whenever I'm invited to come on. I have so much data. So going back, I know I worked with Omar a little bit in after a year or two of contact. I was like, who do I talk to about this? My father, he was into like listening to coast to coast, and I've had a lot of experiences, but nothing that I jotted down or nothing that I started to write until I started to receive back in the end of 2013, 2014, I started receiving contact. Couple years into it, I had so much stuff I was decoding that I was just like, I need to get this in order. And I started to write it in order. And I've been having contact up until the present. The last time I had contact with March 17th. My wife's uncle was Philip Morrison. He was a team lead on the Manhattan Project. He started the SETI program with NASA. He was on MJ-12. He was friends with Carl Sagan. He passed away. I have a lot of his works and his books and stuff, but that was all side stuff. It just so happened to be. So when I started receiving contact, I started getting binary code transmissions and in many forms, Morse, code that I can't even decipher. Still to this day, I can't decipher. Ancient text, a lot of binary, a lot of Latin. Latin, I was told from contact, is in this part of this galaxy and in the Andromeda, Latin is a universal form of communication. So as I was going along and receiving contact, I would write in chronological order the date, the time, when I would get it, the code. If I could break the code, I would in real time write the code. And my best friend was also receiving contact. And I have not met anyone else who receives contact like me, but supposedly there's 12 others or 11 others like us on this planet. I was told I was sent here. I was created 1,000 years before my body, physical body here on the planet. From the Lyra star system. I was from the House of Kings, from the House of Nicholas. I was sent here in the final battle of kings, the end of an age before the new age begins. And I'm actually not even supposed to, I've altered timelines, and we can go into that another time, but because of my inaction and action on certain things, I have caused timeline things to change. And I was actually not supposed to be here for 10 years. In August, I was supposed to go back to Lyra. And then I was supposed to come back in 10 years. But since I'm here, I'm called the fool that changed the times. And I am told that I'm a hybrid. I have my own code signature. I'm a Prince of Lyra. And my best friend was sent here to assist me. And there are 10 others, besides ourselves. And for this time period, and that, and I'm giving you like, I'm cutting right through it all, because there is, based on the data that I receive and I compile, I've figured out that there are windows of communications. There are more dark forces that I get contact from during the fall and winter. And the spring and summer, I get more of the light-sided forces. So we're going into this new window. I received the new window transmission on March 17th, but I have not received anything else other than that, other than sightings over my house. So I have a journal, and that I write as my sightings or things, visions or things that happen. And then on my straight contact, my raw contact, not my opinion, this is what I'm told. And when I translate, I put into my since 2013, my chronologically in order images, code, information, many different races. I think I'm up to like 28 different races at this point. And this is where I'm at. So that's it. So a lot of times I'm frantic a little bit, where I'm like, I want to talk to someone, because I also have 3 sons and I have a normal life. But then when I receive contact, I have my office. Well, I'm in it right now, and I have my routine. I go ahead and I write down the translations. I see if I can translate it. I decode it. I put it in order. I put it into my book, and I've been using my books. I'm on like right now, like I have 2 thick books so far since beginning of 2014 in order, and that's how I keep expanding and growing and learning off of. Some of it may be deceptive, some of it which I've turned out to be true, and some of it is positive, but all sides want me to be involved in their stuff because of who I am, of what they say I am. So I don't know. That's in a nutshell. That's what I got.
What seems to be going on out there right now that you can disclose to us? That you know, I know you haven't gotten contact since March 17th, but what seems to be the atmosphere out there of what's going on at the moment?
Yeah. So recently there is a moon base that has been obliterated, and the dark side forces tried to blame me. That it's confusing even for myself, but I understand it now. The dark side forces were trying to say that I'm going to have to go in front of the King of Kings and the council and explain myself. And actually, the word was I will have to plead my case of why I had a fleet destroyed. Meanwhile, I had nothing to do with it. It was this race that I've yet to find out what their name is, but I call them the cloudy-eyed ones, and I have images of them. And I'll show you right now what they look like, so you can get an idea of what I'm dealing with. These guys are, and I got a couple more images of the cloudy-eyed ones. These guys are the ones that are trying to tell me that I'm guilty of a crime that I didn't commit. Give me just a moment. I have two other images. Images are a really bad thing too in the laws, but for whatever reason, because of they say I'm royal, I'm allowed images. That's an image of a cloudy-eyed one, and then I got one more that I was sent. That's an image of a cloudy-eyed one. These guys, supposedly because of who I am, I have a fleet of 18 ships from Lyra that risk their necks basically to come out here, because when I was supposed to go back in August and I didn't go off the coast of Bermuda and I didn't arrange that they came here to protect us and me, and basically these cloudy-eyed ones, not to get all, it's like a drama, it's like a soap opera, but it's true. They said that they were that I destroyed this moon base, and this is the base. This is the base that was obliterated in space. It actually was their base. I come to find out because now the windows, we're going into spring, so Lyra is able to make contact again. That was actually the enemy's base, and our fleet is okay from what my understanding. I don't have fluent dialogue, but I have enough dialogue where I ask questions where I'm getting enough answers. The only part is, here's where it gets weird. Besides all this being weird, for whoever I am, if I am this Prince of Lyra and all of this, there are clones, or there are others of me in the near future. The only way I can think of it is if any of you guys seen Star Wars, there's like Anakin Skywalker. He can turn good or bad. Well, I think that's why I'm getting all these kind of like from all sides, good and bad, is because I could turn either way. And I have images of myself. Man, there's a lot that have been destroyed per contact. They said that have been killed, but there are some that are still here. Like, here's a bad version of me. I'm going to show you. This is a bad version of me that work with the insectoids. And then here's, I can show you a good version of me, that from the House of Nicholas, in give me one moment and you'll understand.
Was that bad version of you? Did it have knife cuts on its face? Is that what that
So
was?
a lot of the different versions of me. So that's me, good version. There's a lot of every different clone or different version of me, there'll be like indentations on the chin or scars. It's me, but it's different based upon. So there's like a war in space going on, and because I'm a prince, everyone's trying to fight over. I'm supposedly very important in this final battle of kings. I'm not, and Alex, just speaking to you as Alex, I'm just this guy on Earth. I'm like, wow, I get all this information. I see all this stuff. I want to be on the good side, of course, and all that stuff. But it's very, it's hard for me to go through all this because I know who I am and I have my family and I'm here in my house and all that, and I do my research. And of course, you can see my bookcase. I mean, I read hundreds. I try to find anyone who has anything that I get, and there will be things in there like I've gotten contact from Anunnaki. I've gotten contact from Valiant Thor. I've gotten contact from, of course, the Lyrans, the Syrians, the Greys, the Tall Whites. I've gotten contact from things I don't even know the names of them, insectoids, you name it, reptilians. So there are a lot of different sides, but I have to be humble and I have to look at it and I have to see what time of the season it is and what are they asking and what are they saying, because there's a lot of deception going on. And then you have on top of that, that's just out there. So you're not even talking about what's on the earth, what intelligence agencies that are watching me. Like I can prove for a fact that Israeli, United States, Russian, Chinese, I have intelligence agencies watch. I mean, they're definitely somehow watching this. Probably they have to be, because I have proof on all ends, and I have people who are in the telecommunications industry. I have enough stuff to prove what. It's just, I don't even know how I'm still here. You know what I mean? Sometimes I think based upon the information I've received and what I have is probably the reason why I'm still here, is because I don't know. I'm an important piece, but I don't know the full extent yet. But there is a war that's about to come onto the ground, and it's almost here. And it's humbling and scary and exciting at the same time. I can't explain it. It's a lot of
Have you,
stuff.
Alex? Have you ever been off planet?
So they've told me I've gone many times back to Lyra through Vega and all that, but 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 I've been told, because I've asked the question of, well, how come I don't know this? Why don't I remember this? Why don't, for whatever reason, when you leave the earth and you come back, it's a wipe. It's a memory wipe. So when you come back, it's like a clean slate and you have to rediscover what it is. But because I have my higher self, I guess, and others who are assisting and giving me information because of who I am and my status, I guess, it's kind of like a cheat sheet or out of game information that if I was, I guess, a typical person, I wouldn't have. But I'm having this information to discover that, whoa, like I've gotten technology information, blueprints, the FTPL, which is the faster than light particle acceleration. But I can only piece all this together. So, but basically, when I've been told I've gone many times, but I won't remember, and it's even in my writings. I won't remember, but because when I get back to the earth, it's like it's like a wipe, like it didn't happen, or like how do I explain it? Like not a dream, but it's just you're a clean slate basically. So.
Mm-hmm. Now you've I'm sure you've heard of guys like Corey Good and things like that. What is your take on them?
Yeah, so there are some things in Corey Good's stuff that I can relate to, that I'm like, oh yeah, there's a Galactic Federation of Light, there's this, there's that. but I can't really comment. Like, I don't. That's why I have so, like, if you look, I have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of books. I can't really, I really can't judge. It's not for me to judge. I hope that everyone who talks about this stuff is telling the truth and expressing and sharing exactly what has happened. Because if they're not, then shame on them and shame on, they're the ones who have to be judged in the end. So that's how I look at it.
Sure.
It's like, mine's black and white. I'll tell you what I feel or think, but this is what they said, not what I said. You know what I mean?
Well, of course.
So,
Well, here's the other side of that is, and no disrespect or offense,
sure.
but some people may listen to this and say, "Well, oh my God, this is really outlandish." Is there anything that you
Sure.
can definitively say or put forward as proof that this is actually happening? Not that I'm
Yes.
saying you're lying or any way, shape, or form. Of course, people can write in books and keep manuscripts of what they feel and think, but I'm sure there's skepticism out there. So to try and prove those people wrong, I guess you could say,
Sure.
is there anything that you have at your disposal that you could really put forward to quiet the haters, shall we say?
Yeah. So I actually have a few things. And the kind of answer that is like, of course, naturally, whatever I receive, this is what, I could have made many books, and maybe in the process of it, because a lot of people are taking interest in this and we're in this time, I eventually will make these books public. But I have like I said, like I chronologically in order. So I have things that I have received from contact that said that they were going to happen, and then many months later that they have been, and I have it all recorded and documented. And the famous one I like to relate to is the one I have on the 11th of November, when in September I received contact that stated that the Earth was going to ring like a bell, and here are the coordinates off of Madagascar. Well, in November, a couple years ago, sure enough, that's where all the seismic activity was rooted from, was off those coordinates off of Madagascar, and they said the Earth rang like a bell. That's just one example. Another one was there was a hurricane that hit North Carolina a couple of years ago. I was warned a month in advance to get out of Dodge, basically, and what I did, we took the kids to Disney World, and we got a direct hit of a hurricane, and I actually had the coordinates sent to me, and so I have multiple. I guess you would call it, what do they call it in the Q world? The future proves past. So I have like things that come to me and then they wind up happening. Some things have not happened yet, and they're still pending. Some things have come to be, but out of all these books, I have them in order, and like, for example,
Can you disclose something to us that's going to happen? So when it does happen, a lot of the people that would be skeptic could see the truth in what you're saying.
I just got to remind everybody, we got about 8 minutes here before we have to close this thing out because Facebook will drop us.
And also to mention that with the Corey Good thing, that that's pretty common knowledge of this dark fleet, right? So like anybody that does a little bit of research can find that information.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tommy Sullivan in there says Google TRB photographic evidence of an ARV, and the Gary McKenna hack is proof of a non-terrestrial fleet. Cool. Everything gets classified after 60 years. Wow.
Oh, I didn't know that. Really?
Yeah, I didn't know.
Now, there is a fleet called the Dark Line, and it's not associated with the Dark Fleet, as you would think with like the Corey Good. There's a Dark Line fleet is actually a special forces type fleet off of the Galactic Federation of Light. And the Galvarics, which are like cat, half humanoid, they're one of the 3 factions under Lyra that do special ops, kind of like missions. And I actually have an image of a Galvaric, of what a Galvaric actually looks like. And they're actually good guys, but they look like bad guys. But they're not bad guys. They're under the Lyran command. I can actually show you.
Holy fuck.
I can actually show you an image of that. So there's a lot of things that people would think that are bad that are good, and good that are bad. It all depends on who you're talking with and their allegiance. Because everything in the galaxy is about Christos and Antichristos, believe it or not. And that's what I've been told.
What exactly does Christos and Antichristos mean for people who don't know?
So it's like,
Yeah, that's a good question.
I'm sorry for anyone who believe, and that goes into my pie theory when all this started. There's, in whatever religion you believe in, everything's intertwined. It's a pie. It's all a part. So all this ancient alien thing and aliens out there and religion, it's all intertwined. It's actually anything that doesn't come from the earth is alien. But Christos and Antichristos is basically Christ and Antichrist. But this you would think is an Antichrist being, but it is a Christos being. It's called a Galvaric.
Can you move that a little bit to the
bring it down.
Other way.
Yeah,
There you go.
Maybe a bit more.
Yeah, it's a little bit dark there, Alex.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Let me hit on my main light. Hold on.
Okay, we got about 5 minutes here, bud. So, sorry. There you go.
This is a half cat, half humanoid.
Half cat. You said?
Yeah, it's like a half cat. You see the fangs, and the mouth is open, and then the hairdo is like, not the hairdo, but the actual headpiece. It's kind of curved, and then I'm trying to do this backwards and curved. That is a half cat, half humanoid. They are one of the factions under Lyra. They are called the Galvarics. They are like the special forces of the Kings of Light.
Are they like interdimensional or physical? Like,
they are physical third dimension. They control the not the Dark Fleet, but it is actually the Dark Line under the Galactic Federation of Command of the Galactic Federation of Light under the Dark Fleet line, which is not the Dark Fleet that you hear of with the Draco Nazi like line lineage. This is actually of the light, but they're special forces units that come in and they take care of whatever special mission that they have to take care of. But that's an image of one of those guys.
That photograph looks like really distorted.
It is. It's hard. I wish it would, I'll be able to do something with that so you can see it better.
Yeah.
I know that you have very limited time. This is a good Eben. That's a picture of an Eben who sent me this technology.
Looks almost like a gray. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's orange. But he actually died giving me this information. He's actually a good guy.
Yeah.
I'm just
what kind of technology did he give to you?
A blueprint. This is a picture of Andromeda and a couple stars.
What's the blueprints for? What's the technology?
It did not tell me exactly, but it would told me that I will find out in the near future what it is for. This is a picture of them taking a picture of me over North Carolina. Look at, there's the beaches over here. I live over here.
Crazy.
I'm just showing because you said you only have a few minutes. So
yeah, I only
got
maybe 2 minutes left. So
this is me taking a picture in the sky of a ball of rainbow, and this is them sending right back of over North Carolina. That's where I live with the rainbow, and that's the rainbow ball that I took a picture of, and they responded back immediately. with that they were there. Anything with a red circle means that I was asking a question. I'm just trying to show because there's not much time. That's actually Lyra. That's one of the that's the House of Kings. Those are skyscrapers in the background. And then when I asked for a detailed picture because of who I am, they sent me this. This is look at the architecture on that.
Wow.
That's that's inside the city of the House of Kings.
Yeah.
I'm just going, like I said, I have so much. This is a night shot. There's Long Island up at the top left or right of your screen, and then going into there's Bermuda.
Alex, before we wrap up here, why don't you tell them where they can find you again? Because we got about a minute and 20 seconds left.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can find me at the Lyran Connection. So I started a thing on Facebook. It's called the Lyran Connection, LYRAN, and then Connection. I did one video already, and I kind of go through the basics. I'll be making more videos, and I haven't had contact in like 18 days or whatever, but that's not unusual based upon my trend. 2019 and 2020. 2019 was the most I've ever had received contact. Over every year keeps doubling, it seems. So I'll definitely be on there. I'll be posting anything new. I've had a lot of flyovers and hovering above my house, but like I said, I haven't had contact since the 17th. It's a lot of information, guys. It's a lot of data. There's some things to do with the COVID that and a lot of other things. It just everything's coming to a head, so to speak. So we'll see where it goes. I'm an open-minded guy. I'm easygoing. Sometimes I get a little pissed off because I mean, because I just want to, because to me, this is like going to be history. So, I write it in my books and everything. To me, this is going to be in a museum one day if we all survive, right. No matter what happens to me, because this is real data.
Let's get somebody to comment in the live comments either on Facebook
sure.
or
we can't because I ran out of time. I got to run. We got to get this off. So
did they shut you down?
They will. Yeah.
They're going to do it any second.
Yeah, I just went over 8 hours, so I got to be careful.
That's what I'm saying. We're at 8 hours and 39 seconds. And are we still live?
Yeah, we're live here, but we won't be on Facebook. Yeah, there we go. I think it just shut it off. So it just ended on Facebook.
No, don't end it. Don't end it. Let's just see if...
No, it ended Facebook. Facebook's done.
Oh, Facebook is finished.
Yeah.
We're still streaming to YouTube.
Yep.
Okay, that's cool. Let's share it from YouTube. But anyways, thanks, Alex.
Yeah, man, anytime.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Alex. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. I mean, it's hard in this bubble that I'm in to communicate because a lot of people have a lot of things, but it's kind of lonely because I don't find a lot of people with what things that I have, and it's I try not to be depressed from it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hey, Clarence.
Yeah.
You wanna go to the Closer Encounters page and make a tweet on there and let them know that we're still live on YouTube and to head on over there.
One-time injury that caused this problem.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
So everybody can see the ending that's been watching all day, right? Just because Facebook's being cheap doesn't mean that YouTube is. We're still rocking on YouTube, so that's cool.
Yeah, I don't know though if I'm gonna be able to get the one on Facebook back. That's the problem.
No. Just make a post on Closer Encounters, and just say to them that we're still live on our on your YouTube page, and to head over there. And then all these people will. Oh look, got a comment. Or is this live comment? Looks like a comment from Facebook. Here, let me grab my phone because this is the third time I charged it today. It keeps on dying because we've been so busy all day today. I just don't want people on Facebook to feel like they got ripped off, right?
Well, no, they don't feel that way, I'm sure, but you know, that's Facebook. They only give us 8 hours on Facebook and it shuts it down. So that's what happened. I just hope we can still watch it on Facebook. That's what I'm saying. I hope they didn't delete it altogether. You know what I mean?
Why don't you just go live on Facebook again? Just press that go live, or do you have that option, or do you have to start all over again?
I don't know. I'll have to look. Hang on here just a second. Let me check. See what's happening here.
Because these guys watched for the last couple days, right? And
Yeah.
And hate to just drop them just like that, right? Just because of Facebook. And we're live on YouTube, so I'm hoping that guys like, David, that have been watching us all weekend, can head over to YouTube and watch the ending there. Because we're about to wrap things up here right away anyhow. We've been at it for
yeah,
roughly. Here, let me go in here and make a comment and
You can still watch it on Facebook. I just pulled it up as the beginning of the show. So
are you
it's
sure?
still viable to watch on Facebook as from the beginning. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, the video's there. So I just made a comment on it. I said we're still live on YouTube. But Clarence, what I'm saying is if you go to your Closer Encounters page and just make a quick post up there that tells everyone that we're still live on YouTube.
Yeah.
So guys like David and Julia and everyone that's been watching this, they'll go over to YouTube and watch the ending to our show.
Yeah, we
don't want to drop it like that.
Also,
right?
to get your YouTube numbers up too.
Yeah.
Once everybody comes over.
Say thanks
that's the
to
thing.
our, to all our guests and do a proper close. Kind of shitty for Facebook to do that, like.
Well, they only, they give us 8 hours of record time. They figure after that, yeah.
Yeah, I still don't like Facebook. Hey, Alex.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Oh, buddy, not much.
I finally, a week, a couple weeks ago, I got green lighted to start talking about all this officially because back in the day when I talked to you and I've talked to others, I was shut down inadvertently or threatened, and I didn't get an official green light from Contact until a few weeks ago that actually told me that I need to start talking about this stuff, and it probably is the reason why a lot of times the computers went down or the transmissions.
It just happened to me just now. I was sitting here minding my own business, trying to listen to you, and my screen froze up and the whole thing froze, and I had to go and hit the power button on my computer to reboot. You know what I'm saying?
The last time I was on this show, on Closer Encounters, when I was no, actually it wasn't the last time I was on. It was my first, because I got the Lyran connection. I started my own thing just to try it, just to start chronologically, putting on, because I don't know what I'm doing with video. Well, when I went out and I have in my backyard and my wife's out there and we have the fire pit and stuff, and I'll get sightings and this and that, but one went over our house and then it glue really bright white, and then it faded and it stopped. And what I got from that was, there's nothing you can get from that. But prior to that, I was told that I was green lighted to talk about this stuff and that I wasn't going to be interrupted or anything. And when you're telling me that you're getting interruptions, but I get contact from all sides, so it wouldn't it wouldn't be surprising that these shenanigans are happening again and things of that nature. So, but I did get.
Doesn't surprise me either. It's I've come to accept it, right, from Facebook anyhow, right? I don't know about everything else, but I do know that last couple of times we've spoken, it's fucked with my computer, and
that's why I'm always in a frantic to give information, and I'm always in a fast pace because I'm afraid that I'm gonna get cut off. And I gotta tell you something, because there are. I know this from contact. Whatever you think, whatever you say, whatever you see is known. They can see it. So good, bad, the ugly, they can shut it down or not shut it down, or it all depends on. It's a lot of factors, but there's a war and it's coming to the surface, and that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. The war is happening right now as we speak, and it's been happening for a long time, and
Thousands of years.
And if we're not careful, this could be either the end of us, or if we think about it from the positive side of things, if we're smart, now is the time to start a revolution and stand up for our human rights against this beast that's that's enslaved us into its perceptional lies that we have to interact with on a daily basis. And now is the time, because all these governments and all these people, they're crippled right now. They're scared, and now is the time. People are afraid of losing their jobs. Well, don't worry about it. Right?
I will
say
time
to start a revolution. Every city right across the planet.
Yeah.
You just need to storm the government and tell them to fuck off, and start again, start fresh.
I will say this though, to humanity, whoever sees us around the world, that if you receive contact from anyone that is I would call the cloudy-eyed ones, like what I showed you before, those images, an insectoid, they are not for humanity. They are against us. They are our enemy. That is for sure.
Let me ask you, Trump just created a space force. Now,
Sure.
I believe that space force is, not just American. It's a collaboration between, a few nations, probably the G7, right? The G8, something like that. It's a coalition that's up there. And then when you look at the symbolism of their, of their logo, it has the Masonic symbol on it. And now the question is that, did Trump create this space force to combat these hostile aliens that maybe, that are attacking us?
Yeah, so this is a touchy subject for me because I'm exploring it myself. So how do I say this without? Okay, so I like Trump, right? I like the against the deep state kind of stuff, but yet my concerns are his son-in-law is Jared Kushner, and one of the buildings is on 666 Fifth Avenue, which is Lucian Technologies, and then you got Bill Gates with the vaccination. There's a lot of weird stuff going on. I really hope that Trump is like a good guy. He's like really for the alliance and all that. I hope it's not a double negative or the pendulum is swinging the other way. But I honestly, I don't know. I can only tell you what Contact has said, but a lot of biblical. I know you're not into religion and all that stuff, but a lot of biblical and a lot of ancient texts and predict what kind of how these times will be. And from contact, they have told me that this is the end of an age before the new age, and this is the final battle of kings. So anything to do with like comets, meteors, Armageddon,
I don't
this
know.
viruses, like it seems like everything is being mixed in. It is what has been foretold.
Sounds
Whether
pretty
go ahead.
confusing to me.
Well,
Right.
I have a question. In your contact and with this whole, with what they've been talking about recently, like especially Q, that the day of reckoning is coming, and they're going to take all these deep state people out by way of pedophilia rings. Have you heard anything about that, or what's your opinion on it?
You know what's weird is when I was receiving contact for all these years, all the way to 2013, right? Q wasn't even a thing, and then Q came out. What it was, 2016 or 17, somewhere around
Something
there.
like that.
Yeah. And I was like, whoa, there's some correlations with my contact with Q. And then when there was trip codes that came out that trip coded to Dr. Sala, who I speak with, one, on a regular basis once in a while to catch him up. And he's affiliated, he's taken to like a Corey Good and those type of people. But I always call Dr. Sala in Hawaii and I say, hey, Dr. Sala. He says, you get a lot of cryptic stuff, Alex. I don't know. It could be bad. It could be good. I don't know. And I'm like, I'm just trying to talk to you about, what the information is. I'll just keep sending it up to you. Or where I'm getting at is, it seems like because Q tripped on those codes to Dr. Sala's books and some of the other ones, which sheds light onto the extraterrestrial bigger picture thing. And the stuff that I have, man, is way beyond some of these other guys. Like, I'm not bad mouthing Corey Good or whoever. He's on I'm gonna sue you a rampage, but I have unique stuff. I don't know what to tell you, but I do have contact with certain people I've reached out to, like Linda Moulton Howe. I was threatened 45 ways to sundown of where I need to shut my mouth. You go ahead.
Who threatened you?
What was that?
Who threatened you?
Okay, so many years ago, well, not many, like 3 or 4 years ago, I talked to Linda Moulton Howe. Nothing against her. I like her research into cow mutilations and her research into Antarctica and all that. Because I have like all these hundreds of books and I research. But when I talked to her multiple times on the phone and I started telling her about my contact, this was many years ago, and she said, Alex, I'm only telling you this because I know you're a good person. Deep down, you're a good person. But if you don't stop what you're doing, they will eliminate you. You will be killed. They can kill you in many different ways. And I'm just telling you this. I guess you would call them deep state or
FBI,
no, black projects, like things that are into this kind of stuff that we are talking about that they've been working on. Because if you think Space Force is new, Space Force, like the NASA is a show. All this stuff's a show. Everything's a show. Get your popcorn out because they've had anti-grav since World War II. I mean, like, this is nothing new. So when people start talking about it, they disappear or eliminated or black goo or they just fall out of a building. It's I'm still here, thank God, knock on wood. But I've been told on the inside that that, but I also been recently told to start talking about all this out in the open. So that's why I aggressively, reached out, and I never did my own show or anything. So then I made the Lyran connection a couple weeks ago, and I just started doing my thing. But there's, I don't know who's telling the truth, who's not, I can only tell you what I've got. This is what I've got on all these volumes. This is, I got kids and stuff. Like, here's a picture of, you talk about Saturn. Here's a picture of Titan. And like, I have images that, and it's just so much information. You can't cover it all in this short span of time. I'm just really surprised I'm still alive, honestly, to tell you this information. And the only reason why
I'm thinking that if Thomas had his way, I think you'd be hanging from a rope.
I think they know who I am.
I'm Valerian Prince who pulled a coup, were you? If so, I have a personal bone to pick with you.
Well, I think that
he's talking about, but I think if he had his way, he'd be hanging from a rope.
I think that depending on my actions and how I proceed, I think that's why. Because like a lot of people get contact, and they get contact from a race or I get it from the Pleiades, or I'm from whatever. Okay, that's great. But I get contact from everybody. And I think that I could go either way based upon whatever the future is. And I think they know that in timelines or however that works. And I need to stay true in the light, be a good person, do the right thing, and not fall for this dark-sided stuff, because that's the only reason why I can come up with why all these different races would be contacting me.
So why is it that that you remember certain things but not all things?
Such as, what do you mean?
Well, like, you have this contact, right? And,
yeah, sure.
And then earlier you said that these people have said that you've gone here, you've gone there, but
Sure.
you get a memory wipe when you come back, which I can understand. I'm sure they wouldn't want you to remember. So why is it that you remember certain things and not the entire experience? Like Elle we had on yesterday, she was saying, she recalled things, what she was doing on Mars, working as a cybernetics operator. Was that it, Clarence? Cybernetics?
Yeah, she was in the cybernetics and touched in the biological a little bit.
So she kind of recalled on what she was doing. So, my question is, why is it that with you, you recall certain things, but like not the entire event, I guess?
Yeah, so I don't know what you mean by like exactly like recalling certain things. Like whatever I have and I've gotten from contact is what I have and I've transcribed. Anything that I've recalled, the only thing that I can say is like if I have an experience where I see a sighting or something happens or a vision and I've jotted into my journal, which is not in my manuscript but nothing that that I can recall. I wish, but I've been told that the reason why is because I've been wiped when I get back to the earth. So I don't have anything that I can actually recall where I'm like on my own. Oh, I remember this, but no, I don't have any of that. I only get what I get. Do you know what I mean?
Would hypnosis bring that back at all? Have you ever tried hypnosis to recall?
I have not tried hypnosis, but that would be interesting to try. But I have not had anything like that. Everything that I have and I've been communicating is straight from raw contact or a sighting or a situation where I've had a vision or something that has happened that I've jotted down. Everything is down. But nothing where I'm like, oh, I remember this. Like, no, I wish.
Well, no, I'm just saying. I'm sure it would be interesting for you as well to figure out exactly what happened when you were off world. I would be
Yeah.
super interested to
Oh my God.
figure that part of it out.
When I was supposed to go back in August, what Contact has told me was that I was going to get a stiff talking to about waiting on wisdom from the King of Light. There are kings of light that are asleep, and there are ones that have been woken up. And
That's what I'm talking about. So, you go somewhere and they give you a stiff talking to, but it seems a bit redundant to me that if they give you a stiff talking to and then wipe your memory.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. So in August, when I was supposed to go back to Lyra, and I didn't go to the coordinates because I could get a flight to Bermuda, no problem. I was trying to get a boat captain to go northwest off of Bermuda, about 65 miles.
Why would you need to do that when they have spacecrafts and they can pick you up in your front yard?
Yeah, so that's the thing I've asked. I said, why can't you just come to my yard? Based upon technology and the things that are going on, and they're different types of ships. So you have light warships, you have flagships, you have single-bodied ships. They could not come to me on my backyard, and that's something I'll need to go through with you guys so you can
actually abducting people on a daily basis. Like hundreds of thousands of people right across the world.
So you're talking about different races. So you're talking about grays, and you're talking about different things. But we're talking about the Lyrans. So the Lyrans, for example, and I'll go through with you real quick so you can understand.
Yeah, but you've seen, like a UFO or a sighting, so I'm wondering why they just can't stop and grab you instead of, having you to jump through these hoops to get to where you need to go to grab you. Obviously, there's a UFO there. So if it's there and it's out and about abducting people and, doing its thing, so why can't it just grab you, right? Because we know that these things, they grab you out of your bed and you float through the walls and through your ceiling and boom, you're there.
Yeah.
My wife is an abductee herself. And
believe me, I'm on the same page as you, right? So every race and every extraterrestrial out there are hundreds of different versions of ships and hundreds of different versions of so I'm on the East Coast. I'm in North Carolina, right? So in the West Coast, there were deals made way in the past with grays and tall whites where ships come down and there are abductees and there's
but in a precedented time like that, and there's alliances and set up, I'm sure an arrangement could be arranged, right? Like that would be like the Americans going to say Afghanistan to collect one of their people, and Chinese happen to be there, and Chinese say, okay, well, we'll grab this person for you, and we'll meet you over here and make a switch. You know what I'm saying?
No, I totally get what you're saying, because I was so frustrated when I couldn't get to the coordinates that were off northwest of Bermuda. And I was explaining to them, I have all my codes and documents with me. I'm in my backyard. I'm in Wilmington. You know where I'm at. But based upon where I am inland from the ocean, because they have an ocean base under the Atlantic, whatever you think you know of the military and their technologies, there are 100 years ahead of what you think they know. And they've been getting extraterrestrial assistance and technologies. Yeah, it could be.
L from yesterday.
So I have a fleet, and then there's the Soltraxi, which is a flagship. The Soltraxi was coming to get me. The light warships have only recently in the fleet have shown up, and I have that on video and stuff of that nature. But the Soltraxi was coming to get me. But that Soltraxi, every ship is different. So that Soltraxi wasn't equipped to come over land, to come over where I was. It needed to go over where the ocean was, because it's only equipped for a single pickup and not be in attacked, basically, or put in a situation where it could be taken out. Where the light warships, well, they'll fly right over my house and they'll hover and they'll take off. But that's a fleet of warships. So you have different grades of ships. This ship was called the Sultraxie, Sultraxie, and the Galvarix along with it, which is the Dark Fleet line, which is the special forces that kind of protect it. But they're not supposed to go over land because we have stuff that you don't know about that can take out those ships. That's why I was supposed to go over off of Bermuda, the Northwest, and those coordinates, because there's an undersea base, and then they can transport back to Vega or back to Lyra. And there's only windows of opportunity for those things to happen based upon the intervals of the sun and when we go around and stuff. And I have that all dialogued into my my book, which I can it goes through the summer of last year all the way until when I missed the opportunity for pickup. And then that's when the fleet came out, because the Kings of Light were saying that I was going to get a stiff talking to about waiting on wisdom, where the Kings of Light sent the fleet, my fleet. Technically, I have a fleet, and that fleet was coming out. And there are two beings that are associated with that fleet. There's Shayu, who is a messenger. His name is Shayu. And then there is Horus, or no, not Horus. Hortus. He's in charge of the fleet until I take command. This is what I've been told.
Yeah, see, all of that is, I understand what you're saying, and I totally get the process of it, but the means to the end to it is that why give you a message, or why get you to go through this difficult process, from what it sounds like, just to wipe your memory at the end, right?
That's exactly what I asked. I said, what's the point if I'm going to come back and get wiped? Because the process of what is about to transpire.
That would be like me, telling my son that he needs to go do the dishes, and then I wipe his memory and then get mad at him for not doing the dishes. It just simply,
dude, we're on the same page. I asked the same thing to them. I asked the same thing. Wait till I show you this. Hold on. Exact same thing. I said, what's the point, right? Because if I'm gonna get wiped, why are you telling me all this? So check this out.
It's just really redundant to me. It just absolutely makes no sense whatsoever.
Because timelines keep shift. This is what I've come to find out. Timelines keep shifting and changing. Nothing is set in stone other than the course, but these timelines, everything is changing. So watch this. It's so funny that you said that, because it's exactly what I said. Exactly. And I have no one that bounces. For example,
it's really dark. Can't see it.
Yeah, I can't see it. Hold up. That's supposedly me, and there's a being behind me with a rifle or some kind of thing. That's me in the future.
Before on one of Clarence's shows.
You what? I remember the last one.
Before on your previous stream with Clarence.
Oh, I showed that one. So I'm going to read to you from Contact what they've said, right? So you remember this. This is the zoomed up picture of the city. Because I asked for that picture to be zoomed. I said, I want to see closer into the city.
It just looks like a building top to me, right? Maybe I'm not catching something there, but it's just
look at the look at the architecture. Look at this stuff. You see this? Like, where have you, like, honestly, like, look at the design. Like, you have I've never seen anything like that before, ever, anywhere. So,
maybe
anyways,
due to the video or whatever, but I've been part of building 37 towers in Vancouver, so I'm quite familiar with what a tower and the architecture and the detail that goes into a tower, right? I'm just not seeing it, right? Like from what I'm seeing on the video here, right? Like for you it may be different because the picture is like right there in front of you, but the distortion through the video, I'm just seeing like a rooftop, right? I'm not seeing the detail that that you're showing.
what do you not see that? Like, what do you call that? What is that?
It looks like a balcony.
That looks like a balcony.
Yeah.
These are windows, right? We can
Yeah.
obviously say that those are windows, right? That's a rooftop,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, you see, comes to a point, looks like horns, almost like, and then the rooftop. I mean, I'm sorry, but there's no city on the planet here that has anything like this. Their soul cycle is 4 hours. They get daylight.
I wish I could enlarge like my own screen here. Let me see if
This looks like a landing platform that extends out.
Doesn't allow me to zoom in. That's kind of shitty. Yeah, I'm not catching what you're showing there, Alex. For me, like I've seen architecture and it just looks like just another tower.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay, well,
I see that point you're showing there. To me, that kind of just looks like a detail in within the tower itself.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
it's kind of shitty that I can't zoom in on my own screen. I'm kind of stuck with this generic size screen on my TV that I can zoom in and have a closer look. But like I said, I've helped build 37 towers in my construction years. Before I was a drywaller, I was the first aid construction safety officer. And, I had projects where I had 5 towers going at the same time, triple towers, twin towers. I helped build the Shangri-La in Vancouver. That's one of the tallest buildings in the Western Hemisphere. It's the tallest building in Western Canada. And from there, I got a pretty good, bird's eye view of tops of buildings and some pretty neat buildings in Vancouver and some other places around the world too. Right. So from what I'm seeing, I'm just seeing the top of a building.
Yeah. Too bad you can't really actually see the detail.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's too bad I can't zoom. I just tried zooming making the screen bigger, but I didn't. I don't catch the details that you're seeing.
You know what?
I'm sorry, guys. I gotta jump off. It's been a really great show. Thank you, everybody, for letting me be a part of it. I've had a really great time doing this.
No problem.
Yeah, let's make the screen smaller too. My eyes are kind of bugging out. We should close out. We're running at 8.5 hours. It's been a pretty good marathon.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, everyone, for participating and watching, being our guests, and thank you to Michael Feely for doing that webinar this morning, and Dr. Erdman for the interesting UFO talk, and thank you to Alex for sharing his experiences with us, and thanks to Elle from yesterday for sharing her experiences with us, and who else we had on here? Thanks to Rich from Goof on Radio for co-hosting yesterday. That was great. Had a lot of fun. And I guess this is close to our annual event, Clarence.
Yes. Yep.
So we've done a few now. Contacts with Closer Encounters, Sheeping Planet, Equinautical. There was another one. I can't recall the name of it that we did, but it's been about 4 or 5 events we've done. It's always fun collaborating with you. And we've been doing this for a few years now, so building up a wonderful relationship here and building new friendships here with Rob.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate it,
Absolutely.
Rob, for co-hosting and putting your insights and thoughts into all our subjects that we talked about this whole weekend. And I look forward
Thanks for having me, guys. I mean, like I said, it's an honor. It's been a pleasure. Nice weekend. Good way to close it out. I mean, we did a lot of stuff this weekend, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a lot to think about for sure.
Absolutely.
Thanks to all our viewers on Facebook and YouTube for commenting and sharing and participating and putting your insights into all our subjects that we talked about. And much love to you all. Stay safe, and keep your social distance if you have to, but don't let the fear get to you, right? Because that's what this whole thing is all about. It's just about fear, fear, fear. And this event was, kind of created with COVID in mind so that we can get people's attention off of the horrible shit that's happening and kind of focus on something different for the weekend. We can always go back to the horrible shit after. So, thanks to Clarence. It was his idea and he brought it forth. Kind of didn't turn out the way we imagined it, but it still turned out fantastic. Really enjoyed it. So thanks to Clarence for that, for hosting this on his platform.
Not a problem.
I look forward to doing more with you guys, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll do it again here. We'll figure up another theme and put it together and
get it going.
What we can come up with. Probably tomorrow I'm going to stream my Saturn webinar. Not quite sure what time we're going to do that, but I'm thinking probably in the afternoon. That one is all ready to go and waiting to be shared. So I will do that tomorrow. And then I'll share the link to where I have it hosted along with the presentation. And then you guys can disseminate that and use it as you wish, and kind of looking forward to that because it's going to kind of put an end to a long journey for me, right? In the beginning of a new one, because I've been working on this Saturn presentation for a while now. It's taken me a year to put it together, and about 3-4 years worth of research. Thousands of hours have gone into this, so so it's going to be kind of sad to come to an end. But this is only part one. There's a second part to it. The second part is the ring makers of Saturn. So that should be a fun one to do as well. But this one, I mostly concentrate on the Cabal, secret societies, symbolism, and how it's used against us, and how it's right in front of us in our everyday lives, and we never realize that they're there. But these symbolisms are filled with energy. And when attention's being given to it, then the energy is transferred. So I focus on that and familiarize everybody with what the symbols look like, how they're being used against us, and talk about Satanism and all that groovy stuff. So tomorrow will be my first webinar ever. my first presentation, and I hope to refine it after this one and learn from it, and then add some more things to it and maybe take some out that didn't make any sense. I've never done anything like this before, so I'm pretty excited. Looking forward to doing it. And
I think it'll be
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. All right, fellas. I'm
All right,
I'm
guys.
signing off.
Peace.
Okay, Alex, thanks
right
so
on,
Good.
thank you guys.
much.
All right. Peace out, guys.
Okay.
And it's back to us, Clarence.
Yeah. I'm getting kind of hungry.
Star, thank you very much. Love you, sister. You're definitely my sis, and hope to physically meet you one day. And that's not too far off in the future, I'm thinking, because things are going to change here. And while I'm in a neighborhood, I hope to meet Clarence as well. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much to David. Checked us out all weekend, so
Yep.
That's cool. And that's it was fun. I enjoyed it.
Always good to share. No doubt about it. Pretty cool. All righty. Well, we'll go ahead and we'll do the outro, and I hope everybody has a great evening. Enjoy the rest of the Palm Sunday, whatever your family's doing. Big dinners or whatever.
Not this year.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, for us anyhow, here in North America, Europe, other parts of the world might be.
Right.
It is what it is. Thank you very much, guys. Have yourselves a gooder one.
Good.
Coming at you guys from the West Coast, British Columbia, Canada. I am Omar with Watchers Talk. Be safe out there and catch you on the flip.
That's it. Thank you, everybody.
He played a great Joker, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, have you seen that movie, Joker?
No, actually, I haven't.
It's really good, man. Should download it. Gives a pretty good portrayal, but it was a nice angle to the Joker, and he pulled it off pretty well. But you know what? I still say that Heath Ledger in The Dark Knight was the best Joker ever, hands down.
Cool. Oh, it is. Okay. I want to thank you all for listening to Closer Encounters. Please remember to like, follow, and share. And until we meet again, keep your eyes to the skies. Thank you. Thank you, guys.